Where better for the opening round of the 2014 Blancpain Endurance Series than Monza? The famous Italian circuit that opened in September 1922 is steeped in motor racing history and is the perfect setting for a grid full of GT cars. But before 2014 gets underway, let's have a look back at last year.
It's 60 cars, it's a great field.
Better cars, better teams.
The biggest and best GT championship in the world.
What more could I want as a racing driver?
Every time is special for Ferrari winning here.
Race is a whole different world of the Formula 1 racing.
This race is the biggest GT3 race in the world. Winning this race would mean a lot to me and to the team.
It will be difficult for sure, but I think we have a good chance to win.
Never in history the 24 hours such a grid in number, in quality and in number of cars that can really win.
The car survived and we survived, and yeah, really happy.
We are not the favorites, not in the beginning of the season and not now.
We need to be in the front of all if we want to win the champion.
For sure tough, but yeah, I'm quite confident.
I had a Ferrari behind me and he just pushed me out of the track at more than 200k.
the inside. Change of lead, change of championship leader as well.
I think this was a thriller until the end.
Maxi made a unbelievably good job, and I think it's a really important championship for us.
So that was last year, full of drama, full of excitement, but 2014 is looking just as good, if not better. Let's have a look at some of the leading runners. The opening round of the championship at Monza runs to the traditional format of a 3-hour race, with Audi being one of the teams to beat. Newcomer James Nash drives the Belgian Audi club, Team WRT.
It's going to be a big challenge, big steps for me, but I think I need that in my career to progress and get to where I want to. You can't beat these cars. Everybody recognises it, everybody loves R8s, Lamborghinis, BMWs, they all love those, so we're all in it together and we all want the same result.
New to the championship this year is the mighty Bentley Continental GT3. It's a 2-car team, and Bentley, having won Le Mans in 2003, is now turning its attention to GT racing with a cosmopolitan lineup that includes ex-Grand Prix racer Jerome D'Ambrosio.
I've got a very limited experience of the car in general and of GTs in general, so it's difficult for me to really judge that at the moment, but I think they had a great start at Abu Dhabi. Here, if we can enter in the top 5, it will be a great result for the whole team. But for me, it's pretty special. It's great to be part of a brand with such a legacy. In the road car is fantastic, but in motorsport as well. And so clearly it's going to be a learning curve for me, and hopefully I can be quite quickly in the rhythm.
Last year, Ahmad Al-Hafi was a class winner at Silverstone in a Porsche. For this year, he moves to the Pro Cup, he moves to Aston Martin, and the Oman racing team is going to be an impressive debutant this weekend. He's partnered by Michael Caine and Stephen Jelly. Ahmad is looking forward to the race.
I'm first of all really excited to be back into the Blancpain Championship. Obviously last year was my debut. This year it's going to be more competitive. We entered into the Pro category, which is the ultimate, and I think we have a very strong package. I mean, it's just about seeing how strong the others are.
Further evidence of the international lineup for the opening round of the championship comes in the brothers racing team. It's an entry dominated by Chinese drivers, headed by Blancpain returnee Frankie Cheng. He's optimistic.
It's a great opportunity for us to be back in Blancpain, and we are very much looking forward to it. I guess to win is probably, at this stage, it's not really realistic, but the aim too is to moving up the grade, and definitely we start from the Monza. We are looking forward to this.
Last year's champion was Maximilian Buch. He only took part in 3 of the 5 races, but the success achieved was enough to give him the title. For this year, he's back with the same car, the Mercedes, the same team, HTP Motorsport, and the young German is after another champion's watch.
No changes at all. I think we proved last year that there are no changes mandatory, and at the moment we are quite well with the car. I try to give my best as usual. Try to drive as fast as I can, and I don't think that there's any extra pressure on me.
Reiter Engineering was hoping to bring its new Camaro. That had engine dramas before the race, and so the team has pressed into service its Lamborghini, handled by Albert Montona Taxis, Thomas Enger and the redoubtable Peter Cox.
You always have to go out from the possibility that you can win. That's why we are here. And for sure with Albert, who's already a long-time driver for Team Reiter Engineering, and with Thomas, who used to be my colleague already for also a long time, you know, we have a quite strong driver lineup. Nevertheless, you know, there are some more quite strong driver lineup, so you never know, it's a long race. But I think we stand a good chance. I think we have a very competitive car, so yeah, we look forward to it.
Pole position at Monza is about McLaren. Alvaro Perrin put this car on pole in Q3. One of his co-drivers is Alexander Premat, who makes his Blancpain Endurance Series debut this weekend, back from racing V8 supercars down under.
Yeah, I'm really happy, definitely, to be in the Blancpain Series for this year, 2014. It's going to be a new challenge. I'm looking forward for the championship. Everything is new for me, and I think, yeah, definitely for all the TV and for the fans, definitely they will love the racing in Blancpain Series.
Once again, the Nissan PlayStation GT Academy winners are coming to the Blancpain Endurance Series. Bob Neville's team runs 2 cars, and Nick McMillan, the man who won the American Regional Final last year, can't wait to get started here at Monza this weekend.
Super excited to be here at Monza, you know, and go from essentially the couch to, you know, a real racing circuit. I guess where we're at right now, it's kind of more a learning process, but of course all of us have, you know, hopes of being on the podium or winning our class. But, you know, for me, it's, you know, first off, have fun, because when I have fun, I seem to do a lot better. We kind of just get into the whole process of racing and improve throughout the season.
We're a bit down on Porsches numerically this year, just 2 in the entry list for Monza, but this car that runs in the Pro-Am class is going to be quick, that is for sure, especially when it's got ex-single-seater hot shoe Franck Pereira behind the wheel.
It's my second season in Blancpain. We started pretty well last year with the third time in the qualifiers, so I'm coming with a bit confident. You know, we work a lot this winter with no lot of tests. I hope we're gonna fight again for the pole this year, and we are only 2 Porsche, so it's gonna be hard for us, but we're gonna fight and we're gonna show that the Porsche is good.
The Gentleman Trophy is going to have a big battle this year between Audi and Ferrari. And a late addition to the Ferrari ranks is former British GT champion, confectionery magnate Daniele Perfetti.
The first time for me in a Ferrari, so I just want to keep it on the road and hopefully do a good job for my teammates. A lot to learn as far as the car goes, and the team I know quite well, the racetrack I know. The car is the biggest unknown. I'll take it as a big learning and try to stay out of trouble.
A full grid of cars at Monza for the opening round of the 2014 Blancpain Endurance Series. The grid is full of people, it's full of cars, it's full of expectation as well, because with some teams having moved on, new teams coming in to replace them, there's a real sense of expectancy about this opening round of the championship. The Blancpain Endurance Series, with its 5-race format, as before, 3 3-hour races, 24 hours of Spa, the 1,000-kilometre race, the Blancpain 1000 at the Nürburgring. But then, along with the new Sprint Series, they are all included into the Blancpain GT Series. And it means there's a 12-race format split between endurance and sprint over the course of the season, over the globe as well. And here at Monza, a front row that includes McLaren and Ferrari, and a great race in prospect. The weather is perfect, teams nervous about fuel. If safety cars come approaching the fuel window, that's going to throw their calculations a little. But one thing we are in for is a great race, that we can pretty much guarantee. And with a McLaren on pole position, a Ferrari alongside, and a Bentley lining up on the second row of the grid, there's going to be an awful lot to look for in the first few laps of the race. Pole position went the way yesterday in qualifying of Alvaro Parent, and the car is going to be started when we get the race underway by the Portuguese hero. Alongside him is the best of the Ferraris, also the quickest car in Pro-Am, that Ferrari 458 that was hustled on yesterday by Giacomo Petrobelli to get on the outside of the front row. This is David Addison in the booth. Jack Nicholls and John Watson are down on the grid. Let's catch up with one or two of the drivers and head down to the grid.
Alvaro, magnificent pole position for McLaren, 0.4 of a second quicker than the opposition.
Oh, definitely a mega qualifying yesterday. Now we just have to conclude it today. You know, looking forward for the start. Try to avoid problems into tricky first chicane, you know, in Monza. See what we can do from there.
This is Ferrari territory, the Autodromo at Monza. McLaren, Ferrari, you know, not the best of friends really.
But yesterday we got the best out of it, and hopefully today too.
Well, enjoy it, a hot one, have a good race.
Thank you.
Alvaro Parent, who drives for the ART Grand Prix team, and his car shared by Grégoire de Moustier and Alex Premat. So the McLaren MP4 12C, a car that perhaps is better suited to the pro drivers than the gentlemen. It's certainly gravitated that way. An awful lot were sold to customers to begin with, but now you find them just in the Pro Cup and the Pro-Am category as well. But perhaps, as I say, they're better for the real pro drivers. But alongside is the Ferrari 458 that's going to be started by Giacomo Petrobelli back into the championship, and a lot of expectation around the Ferraris. We know this is a good circuit for Ferrari. John Watson just touched on it down on the grid, but last year in the equivalent race, every class won by a Ferrari 458. Now, Bentley is another big talking point of the weekend, and the best of the Bentleys has qualified on the outside of row 2.
Guy, great to see Bentley here on the Blancpain Endurance Series in Monza.
It's fantastic to be here back with the new Bentley GT3 car. What a fantastic day, and looking forward to some great racing.
You're part of the Bentley family. You raced at Le Mans somewhat a decade ago now.
Yeah, it's great to be back with Bentley. Obviously, we had a lot of success with the Le Mans program in 2003, making a return to racing here with the GT3 car. So it's a new challenge, but one that we're really looking forward to.
Now, there was a big challenge yesterday because Stephen Kane punched the barrier, the Ascari chicane, all the work last night, all to good effect.
Yeah, it was unfortunate with what happened in qualifying, but you know, the pace of the car was very, very good. M Sport did a fantastic job in prepping the car and bringing it back to life, as it were. And as you can see, it looks like new now. So all credit to them and real team effort. And hopefully we can reward them with a good win, a good race today.
Is a podium too much to wish?
We'll do our best. You know, we don't underestimate the Blancpain Championship. It's so tough, but we'll do our best.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Guy Smith, who won Le Mans for Bentley. Good to have not only Bentley back, but also Guy back in European racing, having been spending much of his time in American racing of late. And number 7 is going to be started by Andy Merrick, former single-seater racer. And Stephen Kane, who's the third driver, as you've just been hearing, had an accident at the end of Q3 yesterday. He just set the car's best time, got it wrong at the Valiante Ascari, really did hit the barrier pretty hard, but the good news is that Stephen's okay, and the car looks as good as new. M Sport, the team behind it, is the same M Sport, Malcolm Wilson's squad that runs the Ford World Rally team, and if mechanics can repair Robert Kubis's car repeatedly over the course of an event, they can certainly sort out one drama for one car, especially in a proper pit lane, rather than muddy puddles out in the field, as it were, in rallying. So the Bentley is good to go. It's on the outside of the second row of a very busy grid that stretches right the way up to pit in. The fans are ready for what's going to be a storming race, and the engineers have done their data, they've worked out their computations, and ideally they're going to try and just bring the cars in for the 2 mandatory stops on the hour mark if they can. Most teams should be able to do an hour without fuel being a problem. Where things start to get a bit more confusing is if, after about 40 minutes, there is a safety car period, because you've got to really take advantage of that. The maximum driving time for a driver is 70 minutes, so it kind of works out that you could do 70, 70 and 40 across your 3 drivers. But what you can't do is bring somebody in too early and then find yourself running short of fuel at the end. So they are going to have to manage all of this, and that's going to be something we'll have to keep an eye on as the race wears on. Let's hear from Michael Brozniewski from the number 11 Kessel Racing Ferrari, because he finds himself on the outside of row 1.
Pro-Am pole position, that must be what you hoped for.
Amazing beginning, yes. This is the right position, I think. This is even seems to be created for this, because Pro on the right, Pro-Am on the left. This is a great one.
And McLaren versus Ferrari going down to the first corner.
Yes, yes. The track is in Monza, Italy. We hope the steel Ferrari will be enough strong to make a good fight.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Michael Bronizeski talking to Jack Nicholls down on the grid. Jack's going to patrol the pit lane for us for the next 3 hours and keep us abreast of what's going on in terms of dramas in the pits, and also with driver changes and indeed with strategy changes that may well have to be factored in. That Ferrari, run by Ronnie Kessel's team, really flew yesterday when Alessandro Bonaccini got behind the wheel, and Giacomo Petrobelli back into the championship was very impressive indeed. Good to have that car running so strongly. The second row of the grid is another Ferrari, in fact, on the inside, a new team to Blancpain, Scuderia Veloba Corsa. Andrea Rizzoli and Francesco Castellacci, very, very quick indeed. So too Stefano Gai, who won here, in fact, last weekend in the European Ferrari Challenge. And then on the last corner of the last lap of the second race of the weekend, when he was leading, he had a puncture and got to a podium finish, but he didn't get the second win, so that's going to be a quick car. Andrew Danilov for AF Corsa this year, the Canadian driver, starting on the 8th row, along with Simon Knapp and Andrea Sonvico. And Andrew, the Canadian, who's been in the championship for, 3 seasons now. Good to have him back. Always goes strongly. Great enthusiast for his racing. And probably, it's fair to say, with his best choice yet, his best hopes yet in the AF Corsa Ferrari. Let's go to Audi. Mark Basseng is on the grid with Jack.
Mark, a little disappointed to be here on the grid. Do you think you have your pace in the Audi?
No, we are absolutely happy. I mean, after last year where the car was much slower on the straight, I think we are quite competitive this time. And our car will run through the stint quite quick, so I hope in the end of the race we are really in front.
Thank you, best of luck.
Thanks.
Mark was saying back to GT racing, of course, former world champion in the GT1 days. He's had a season of running the all-inkle Munich.com cars in the World Touring Car Championship, and now he comes, instead of being the player manager of a team, just to being a driver once again. And he fetches up at the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT in number 1, the car shared by Cesar Ramos and Laurens Vanthoor, and with the chief engineer being Adam Hardy, the man who helped Andrew Jordan to last year's British Touring Car Championship. Presiding over this full grid is the boss. Let's hear from Stefan Rattel.
Stefan, another season of the Blancpain Endurance Series, another beautiful day at Monza, another huge grid.
Yeah, we're very pleased with the Bentley, which is a fantastic addition to this grid. A very good competition with many different runs right there in the first 5 rows. So I think we're going to see another very exciting race, and we're heading for a fantastic season.
And who's your money on for the win?
You know, all competitors are equal to my heart, and I have no idea who's going to win, and that's the beauty of GT3.
Brilliant, thanks.
Thank you.
It was a nice try, Jack. Stefan Rattel is the ultimate politician, the ultimate diplomat, and looks after all his customers. So what we need is a good race. We need everybody to be competitive, and it's going to be a great race. So looking forward to seeing who's going to come out on top at the end of 3 hours. The field is just about set, ready to go. Looking down onto the grid, not aware of any gaps. We have had a couple of cars, in fairness, that have hit problems over the course of the weekend, one of which was the Emile Frey Jaguar that sadly we lost after the bronze test on Friday evening. That's always been a car in development, as it were, and sad to say the mechanical groundings have struck again. We also lost yesterday the Danish run Ferrari of Dennis Anderson and Martin Jensen that had a big accident. Dennis Anderson put the car off the road at the second Lesmo corner, and I'm afraid the damage is just too great. And a car that had problems yesterday, and you don't often hear the next part of this sentence, is the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT car that should start last on the grid. It is in the pit lane at the moment. In fact, if it starts, looks like it will have to start from the pit lane. But the Team WRT operation, running a car this year in the Gentleman Trophy. One of the drivers is Yves Wirtz, who's actually one of the founders, one of the financiers of Vincent Voss's team, and it stopped twice out on the circuit yesterday within the same session, and the car still seemingly has dramas because it is sitting in the pit lane. So if that car does go, it's going to have, it would start from the back anyway, but it's going to have to start after everybody else has funneled their way through the first chicane. And Alvaro Parent touched on the first chicane when he was talking to John Watson down on the grid. Well, we know it's always a bit leery, however big the grid, and when you've got a field this strong with 38 cars good to go, it really is going to be a bit heart in mouth for the race director, Alain Adam, as he hopes everybody will behave themselves. They are told at the driver's briefing, it's a 3-hour race. You don't have to win the race at the first corner. You can't win it at the first corner. You can lose it at the first corner. But of course, these are racing drivers. And John will confirm in a moment that as soon as you put the crash helmet on and the lights go to green, you're going to be racing. It's going to be a fascinating race, this. A grid full of delectable cars. There's the Bentley that certainly won lots of admirers this weekend, John.
Yes, indeed. And this is the second of the two cars. Number 7 Bentley, second row of the grid. And, you know, is it too much to wish, to hope, that a brand new team coming in with a product which previously no one would have thought as being a competitive car in Blancpain Endurance Series, 4th quickest overall in qualifying, could get onto the podium? It's a big, big ask. Not impossible. Not impossible at all. And bear in mind, just thinking ahead, I know we've not got the first race out of the way yet, but the second race is at Silverstone. If it can get a podium here, wouldn't it be good if after an Aston Martin victory at Silverstone last year, Bentley's new GT3 car could score a win at the home race in the Blancpain Endurance Series? Well, I'll tell you what, nothing more would drag out the old boys in the BRDC to come and cheer from their clubhouse overlooking the racetrack. Remember, Silverstone is a circuit privately owned by a members club, almost unique in the world. In the way, the same way that Monza is a unique circuit, it is probably the oldest circuit in the calendar of any form of motor racing.
Now let's have a look just down the grid. We will talk about Monza, I'm sure, as the race unwinds. You look left, you see Nissan, you look right, you see McLaren, Aston Martin and BMW, Pro and Pro-Am respectively. A Curia Cos, BMW is back. A rare Porsche there as you look down the grid. The Black Falcon Mercedes and the Royal Racing BMW. And then Ferrari and Aston Martin, Mark Poole's car, is on the grid. Boots and Gignon's McLaren, the second TDS BMW. A green Ferrari, surely not. Well, there are 2 in the race, and they certainly stand out. The Nissan PlayStation Academy winners with 2 cars at their disposal from Bob Neville's team. And at the back of the grid is the Ferrari in the hands of Howard Blanc, Jean-Marc Machalier and Yannick Malagol, and a space alongside it where the WRT Audi, what is in the pit lane, should have been. That is a run through the grid. That is the troubled Audi. In front of it, with the overalls round his waist, is Jean-Luc Blanchemin, who was one of the winning drivers in the Gentleman Trophy Championship last year. And as that car sits in the pits looking a bit forlorn, I've got to say, the rolling start is getting underway because the green flag lap has started. This is a chance for the drivers now to urge a bit of warmth into the tyres, getting ready for 3 hours of racing.
Well, it's not going to take an awful lot of effort because I can assure you on the grid it is the warmest it's been all over 3 days. and certainly on the grid it felt like middle 20s Celsius. And of course that translates into track temperature. It'll heat up a little bit beyond that. So probably warmer than any point the teams and drivers have been on track over the previous 2 days and now into Sunday. So they're going to have to think about it, and obviously the inclination is to push very hard, depending on which driver choice in your 3-driver or 2-driver lineup you've gone for. Interestingly, pole position, McLaren has Alvaro Parent, the pole position sitter, by 0.4 of a second, starting the race. Interesting strategy from the team.
And of course, if you've got 3 very fast drivers, it gives you that little bit more flexibility. But as we've said in the past, you always want your fastest, really, to be in at the end. Because if you have a late race safety car, people can make up places. You certainly don't want your man in the car to be losing places. So the field circulates Monza. And as the grid girls and the flag carriers leave with the pole position boards for the individual classes as well. 3 races in one, of course. Pro, Pro-Am and the Gentleman Trophy. And the Gentleman Trophy now, with this problem for Audi, looks like it's going to be Ferrari dominated. I can't see number 4 starting the race. There's no work going on around it. But let's look at the grid as the cars are on this warming up lap. McLaren and Ferrari on the front row. The second row of the grid is Ferrari and Bentley, with Andy Merrick doing the opening stint. The third row is where we have, yet again, Ferrari and Audi. The fourth row is Ferrari and Porsche. Row 5 is going to be Audi and Mercedes. And looking further back on the grid as this 19-row field files through, you've got 1 or 2 names familiar from the championship in the past, but moving to different cars. Kevin Estre, for example, who starred last year on the streets of Azerbaijan. Great Porsche driver. He's now McLaren-based and will certainly be a man to watch. Jerome D'Ambrosio, the former Grand Prix racer we've talked about already in the context of Bentley. Frankie Cheng returns with the former Macau Grand Prix winner André Couteau for company in the brothers racing team Audi. Mark Schulzitsky back for a second season. Ahmad Al-Hafi, Stephen Jelly and Michael Caine in the motor-based run. Oman Racing Team Aston Martin. Ecuria Cos is back. Andrew Smith, Alistair McCaig and Ollie Brandt doing the driving. You've got Hubert Haupt, former DTM hero many years ago in Mercedes. And another car to watch, even though they were really struggling for grip yesterday, Mark Pools, Aston Martin, Richard Abra and Joe Osborne, his co-drivers. A dark horse, I think, in Pro-Am, if they can get that car to behave itself. After a one-off outing at the Nürburgring last year, Alexander Matschul's Ferrari team steps up for a full season. Alex Bunkum's Nissan had all sorts of woes yesterday, largely about the lack of power and turbo pipe loose issues. Well, hopefully that car is going to be fit, ready and healthy and can storm up through the field. The redoubtable Marc Saud and Jean-Claude Lanier back for another season in the Gentleman Trophy. Marc Saud having been racing and winning championships in 1971, and he's still going strong.
It'll be interesting at the start to see how the second row gets away, particularly the Bentley, because directly behind that are 2 of the factory Audis, the Santalok racing car, and that's going to be started by Edward Sandstrom, and the Belgian WR team started by Cesar Ramos. They're going to realise that Bentley punches a massive hole in the air. If they can get that slipstream, they might be able to put themselves into a position into that first chicane. As ever, very tight.
And as the cars turn through the parabolica, the other car in the race that we've already seen in the pits is at pit out, ready to go. So the opening round of the 2014 Blancpain Endurance Series here at Monza is about to get underway. That's the race director, Alain Adam, who will change the lights from red to green to get racing underway if he's happy with the start as this monster field pours out of the parabolica. The lights are on red at the moment, everybody getting very towy, ready to go. They head up towards the lighting gantry, the lights go green, we're in business. The 2014 GT season is go, and it's going to be a drag race between Ferrari, McLaren, and don't rule out the Bentley as they go down towards the first chicane. Alvaro Parent on the inside, alongside him as they dive down to the first chicane is Giacomo Petrobelli, and up the inside here comes Andy Merrick, who's going to get second under braking. Great move.
Absolutely superb start by Andy Merrick. He got the jump on the cars alongside him, got into position and has taken second place away from the Ferrari.
And lots of cars going up the escape road, so there isn't quite enough room for everybody, so they've all survived. I think the escape road doing its bit. Hopefully nobody suffered any damage in all of that as the field streams round for the first time, but Alvaro Parent leading the way. And the monster Bentley, Andy Merrick at the wheel of car 7, is there behind him in second spot.
And now Giacomo Petrobelli in the first of the Pro-Am cars, the Ferrari that was on the front row of the grid, disappointed to let the Bentley get the jump. But again, look at the Bentley. It's very gentle on its tyres. That's one thing we've learned about how the Bentley performs so far. Now let's see what its consistency like is over the race pace. We're going to have about a 1 hour segment before we make the mandatory driver pit stop change and refueling.
Giacomo Petrobelli then down to third, but still in the lead of the Pro-Am category. And then in fourth place, Edward Sandstrom, the Swedish driver, starting in the car qualified best of all by Stefano Telly yesterday. The Nissan also looked gobbling up the opposition. Hunting splitting down the pack as they come up toward the Variante Ascari, and the second of the Bentley is turning its way through, number 8. That is the car being started by Antoine Leclerc. So far so good. No dramas. Everybody out of the second of the chicanes, then through the Variante Ascari, now on the run down to the Parabolica for the first time at ART Grand Prix. It looks as though it's McLaren is going to lead, and indeed he's gapping the field at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, I mean, the McLaren just simply had the pace in qualifying, and they've been able to dial that in to the start of the race. Clear air into the chicane first, and of course Alvaro Parent knows this car so well. He said the car's a big improvement on last year's McLaren. Still edgy, but he's able to control it, and he's used it to full advantage. He's pulled out, what, a 1.6-second advantage on the opening lap.
The Bentley is under attack because the rather more svelte Ferrari of Giacomo Petrovelli attacking down to the first chicane. In 4th place is Edward Sandstrom, and the Antoine Leclerc Bentley is in 11th place at the end of lap 1. But of course all this is going to shuffle and shuffle again over the course of 3 hours.
It will. I mean, everybody's just getting a feel for being a racing driver, having spent the best part of 4 or 5 months playing on some kind of car game on a computer. This is for real. They had a few days, in fairness, down at Paul Ricard, side by side into the second chicane.
Petrovelli on the outside, but Andy Merrick has large elbows and he staves him off, so the man from Chester is hanging on in there in second spot. So Merrick is second and Petrovelli back in the championship, the former Formula Palmer Audi racer, showing he's as quick as ever. He's right on the tail, but of course while they're squabbling, the leader's getting away.
He is, and it's perfect for Alvaro Parent. He wanted that clear track. He wants to take advantage of it. He knows that in another 20 minutes or so he'll be catching up to the tail of this train of cars, and from that point then a lot of his driving will be compromised by where he can overtake. But happy faces down the pit lane. Nissan very happy indeed with the progress of their car.
We saw Nick Miller, the last driver to be focused on there in the Nissan pit bunker, watching his car, but it's Alvaro Parent leading from Andy Merrick, from Giacomo Petrovelli, and then the best of the Audis, not WRT, interestingly, but the Santilop car in the hands of Edward Sandstrom.
The Bentley looking very, very good through the Ascari chicane. It was in the middle of this chicane that Stephen Kane unfortunately dropped it, stuck it in that green barrier behind or below the Blanpain signs. A lot of damage to the bodywork, nothing to the car as such, the structure of the car. The team had to spend all night building and rebuilding that car.
Marco Seefried in the very distinctive green Ferrari there, getting himself in a battle as he comes up across the line with Kevin Estre in the second of the ART Grand Prix McLarens. Over the timing line they come. It's Parent to Merrick, 3 seconds now. 3rd is Petrovelli, 4th is Sandstrom, in 5th place is Rizzoli, in 6th is Estre, 7th is Seefried, 8th is Cesar Ramos in Audi number 1, and then in 9th place at the moment is Nico Verdonk in the Mercedes with reigning champion Max Buch as a co-driver, and in 10th place is number 15, the Buchs-Gignon McLaren, Frederic Verviche at the wheel. Battles everywhere. Mercedes taking on McLaren. That is one of the Buxton cars around the outside, tries to go the Sergei Afanasiev Mercedes in the Lukoil livery. It's got the inside line down to the next chicane. Is that going to be a change of place on the inside line? The answer is yes, it is.
And there was a little bit of a pinch coming into the chicane. McLaren had to go a little bit off track. Ferrari also has had a puncture on the Ferrari, or was it just simply a driver error down at the first chicane as it makes its way through the markers to eventually return to the racetrack. But the gap now, Alvaro Parent, when he came across the start-finish line at the second lap, was at 3.1 seconds. He's just simply in a different league, lapping, well, the best part of a second, just under a second quicker than the second place Bentley of Andy Merrick. There he is, under pressure from the rest of the field. But on merit, he's holding that position.
Yeah. You saw John Wickham on the pit wall, vastly experienced race engineer and team manager.
He's been everywhere, done everything. There's a song about that. Been everywhere, man, done everything. And John Wickham, of course, so much knowledge, experience, insight. He makes it look so casual and easy.
Been there, he's done it. He's got every T-shirt going. This long line of cars all queued up for second place as Alvaro Parent continues to extend the advantage. That Ferrari you'd seen going up the escape road got involved with Steve Earle's Ferrari, a bit of contact at the first chicane, we're told, and that's what caused one to go up the escape road. Look at this great battle. Porsche versus BMW coming out of the Parabolica. It's the Royal BMW just ahead, and then you've also got Nissan joining in this mix as well as they come over the pits. Eric Dermont in the Porsche, Stefano Comandini in the BMW, and Mark Schulzitsky splits them in the Nissan. He's got past one, he's going to boom past the other, I think, on the outside.
He got the run out of the Parabolica. He was best positioned. He saw what was going on. He wasn't able to do anything with the BMW. I thought he might have been able to get alongside coming into the first chicane, but he thought better of it wisely in Mark Schulzitsky's case. He's got a long way to go. We're only, what, 8 minutes or so into this race.
And number 3 Audi, James Nash, getting involved in battles midfield as well. James having his first rear-wheel drive races since his Formula Ford days, moving from the World Touring Car Championship in Audi number 3. Now there in number 80, Nissan, pounding on in the Pro-Am category. Alex Buncombe, the start driver. We know that Alex is quick. Indeed, he led, didn't he, in the opening stint here last year?
He did indeed. He made a very impressive run for the Nissan. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in the end, but it was certainly an indication of what the potential Nissan has. And again, talking about the Bentley, brand new team, brand new car, making progress, second place.
And Alex Buncombe started 32nd on the grid. He was 15th at the end of lap 1. He's 12th after 3 laps. He's absolutely flying.
Well, he was always out of position. They had some issues with the turbo boost. One of the pipes to the turbo was not doing its job. That caused the team to lose track time and consequently didn't get the qualifying they run. Now they've got the car running. Remember, the Nissan has been given a slight uplift and boost this year. Offsetting that, they've got to carry a little bit more weight. So it's all about balance of performance, and Nissan have gained a little bit of grunt with a bit more weight.
Well, there's another battle building up now for 11th because Alex Buncombe is on the back of Sergei Afanasiev in the Mercedes. 2 mighty cars, and they will be making their way up towards the timing line in a moment as there, look, Mercedes tackles Ferrari, number 19 Mercedes in the hands of Hubert Haupt, who in the early 90s was an Audi DTM racer. Look at this, the battle is still well and truly joined down at the first chicane as still Andy Merrick is having to defend Giacomo Petrobelli right up behind him, and he in turn is being caught by Stefano Ortelli.
Yeah, indeed, that was a close run coming out of the chicane. The thing with the Bentley is it is actually a much quicker car in a straight line than we thought it was going to be. It is a physically large car, and secondly, it's punching a big hole in the air. But the Ferrari, which ought to be a quick car in a straight line, doesn't seem to be able to gain any advantages getting that big draft.
Malcolm Wilson, who runs M Sport, which runs the Bentley operation, looking on. Yes, I say Ortelli, it's Ortelli's car. Edward Sandstrom at the wheel of it, apologies, in this first stint. He's on the back of Petrobelli, and they're all bunching up nicely. Edward Sandstrom and Ortelli, of course, moving away for Blancpain Endurance Races from WRT to Saint-Hilaire. And whilst this long line of cars continues to argue over second place, so the leader, Alvaro Parenti's building up a huge advantage. 5 seconds already. Alex Buncombe's progress. 12th place, he's on the back of Afanasiev. You'll see the 2 in a moment. Coming towards us, there is the Mercedes. Right with him is Alex Buncombe in the Nissan. And just about everybody, except the leader, has got somebody to play with.
Well, I think what Alvaro Parenti's going to try and do is build up a lead, maybe around 10 or 12 seconds. And then he can sort of fall back to the pace of the rest of the field, which will save him on fuel. It'll mean that he's not using the tower quite so hard. And I would have thought that would be a pretty sensible thing to do at the leading up to the conclusion. Down the inside, this time into Parabolica. No.
Petrobelli had a look, couldn't do it. He wants to get on with this because he's conscious, of course, that he is under attack. He wants to get past and try not only to pull away, but do something to stop that McLaren pulling too far away.
Well, he's going to have a hard battle because the Bentley's covering every base that the Ferrari is trying to put itself into. So Petrobelli has tried one way into Parabolica. Now he's going to have another look down the outside coming down into the first chicane. But again, the Bentley's good in the brakes. Car looks very solid on the racetrack. And the Ferrari again has to fall in behind the rear wing of the Bentley and follow it through the chicane. Merrick can go through the chicane at whatever speed he chooses, and then they get on the throttle. Petrobelli's having to wait.
How about this little fight between Aston Martin and Audi? 2 British squads running these cars, Motorbase and Team Parker Racing, as they run together. And once again, Petrobelli is lined up to have a go, but again he's on the outside. Andy Merrick doing everything right here to defend. Everywhere Petrobelli wants to be, there's a Bentley in the way.
And he made a mistake this time in the second chicane. Petrobelli might get alongside into the Lesmo. Edward Sandstrom also trying to follow through, but again, acceleration off that second chicane. The Bentley just left the Ferrari and Audi in its slipstream.
It's like a dragster, it just takes off, doesn't it? And don't forget that behind Sandstrom there's another good battle between the Ferraris. Stefano Guy has got right up behind him Marco Seefried. Remember Stefano Guy, a winner in the Ferrari Challenge here a week ago. These are the 2 Porsches, and they've managed to get themselves together, squabbling with BMWs and Nissans and Aston Martins and Ferraris and anything else you care to name.
And the Bentley still holds its second place on the run from the second Lesmo all the way up to the Ascari chicane. That's where the car went off. In qualifying, this time car looks very, very good. The second Bentley has been drawn up to the battle for second place because of the pace of Andy Merrick.
We've had a change for 5th, just as they wriggle their way through the Variante Ascari. You can see it's happened. The green Ferrari, that's Marco Seefried, is ahead of the black one, which is Stefano Guy. Right on the outside of him goes Kevin Estre in the McLaren. So Kevin Estre, who is a real star, no matter what you put him in, he's a star. He's now charging.
Well, that's the kind of drive we saw from Kevin Estre when he went to Baku for the final round of the Blancpain Sprint 2013. And he got his drive, a factory drive, in effect because of that. The Ferrari again trying to gain some slipstream as the lead for the battle for second place. It's so frustrating for Petrobelli. He knows that if he can get ahead of the Bentley, he will pull away. He may not be able to run down the McLaren, but he will manage to do better than he's currently able to do in third place.
And the other frustration is he's up against a good car, but also a good driver. Andy Merrick didn't come down in the last shower. He knows exactly what he's doing.
In the gravel.
That's the Pro-Am car, Richard Abra, Mark Poole and Joe Osborne, and it's in the gravel bed. That's the Parabolica, and this is for second place, and Petrobelli knows exactly where he wants to be, but he can't do it. And look at Seyfried round the outside, the Bentley goes straight on. Marco Seyfried has gained a place in the Ferrari, but that contact has put the Bentley up the escape road, but it keeps its place.
Indeed it will do, because that was contact from behind from Petrobelli, hit the back of the Bentley. Merrick had no choice but to do. Slightly to the right there is an access road which you're allowed to use, and he did the clever thing, the right thing. He didn't panic, he used that access road, he came back onto the racetrack. He was ahead of Petrobelli, as he had been ahead of the remainder of the field. So now a different Ferrari is attacking, or maybe it's the same one in fact, attacking as we come up to this Scary chicane.
And we've also got a drive-through penalty being given to car 111, which is Steve Earle's Gentleman Trophy Castle Racing Ferrari. That got involved early on with the Howard Blank Ferrari down at the first corner, sent it up the escape road. Yellow flag zone at the Parabolica because of the Aston Martin. Look at the size of the lead that Parent's got, and this is everybody else for second place.
So Bentley still under attack. Andy Merrick really just turning his mirrors down so he doesn't see what's going on behind him, and hoping that nobody lobs it down the inside and tries to be as forceful as we saw just a little bit earlier in the lap in the second chicane.
Back into a green flag zone so they can carry on racing properly and thinking about overtaking. Race order, Parent leads the way. Second is Merrick. Third is Petrobelli. Fourth now, Marco Seyfried over the line. Down to fifth has gone Edward Sandstrom. So that green Ferrari, driven by Marco Seyfried, is the one on a mission. And look at Kevin Estre on the outside of Sandstrom as they brake for the turn one chicane. He can't do it though.
No, and again, very wisely decided not to force the issue. Edward Sandstrom is there on merit. He's trying to fight to make position. So let's look again at what happened down into this second chicane. The contact comes, there it is. The Bentley had to turn to the right. There's the access road, well, that is demarcated by that yellow line. He gets back as we now go back to real live racing. 1 lap ago, there was contact. This time, the two cars separated.
But Petrobelli is trying to attack and defend at the same time, and in fact he's doing a bit more defending than attacking, because there Marco Seyfried, after a season or so in Porsches, now moving to Ferrari, is right on his tail, and the Castle Racing squad looking on now to see how he's going to get on in this battle. So there is 3-3, Marco Seyfried, and Petrobelli goes wide.
And Seyfried has gone again, the momentum off that second Lesmo. He gained the momentum when he got ahead of Sundstrom and the Audi. He now is trying to get the Petrobelli Ferrari in his sight. Not easy to pass down into the second chicane, but he's going one way, going to the outside. Petrobelli now having to defend from a fellow Ferrari driver, Seyfried, in the green car, fourth place on the road.
Giacomo Petrobelli, who is very much the epitome of what Pro-Am is all about. He's a businessman during the week, he's a very quick racing driver at the weekend, and he is running very impressively in very good company, isn't he?
Well, to be on the front row of the grid, time set by Giacomo Petrobelli against people like Alvaro Parent or other professional drivers. That guy is more than a businessman.
He's doing a very good job at the moment of defending, but you can see now how the gap has opened up between second and third. And where does Marco Seyfried attack? The gap, if it's going to come, it's probably going to be on the inside, but he's going to have to force the issue. And this is all about bravery. Foot nailed to the boards as they come over the timing line, but they caught the Bentley, and Petrobelli thinks about attacking again. Is there more contact? There is. Off goes Merrick again.
Well, again, that was assisted, so Merrick has done what he had to do. He was forced into taking the turn left, go over the grass route, again because of the attack from Petrobelli in the Ferrari. This time, he would have felt that I really was close enough alongside to go down the inside and take the corner, but you need to have alongside, really, to do that into turn one. The concern I'm going to have is Petrobelli, and again, an error from whether that is seen to have any gain or advantage to Andy Merrick. No contact, just he made an error. Is that maybe something aligning with the brakes, maybe overheating on the brake? There's no other pressure on Andy Merrick. Then let's look again and see what happened into the first chicane. Yep, hip and shoulder from the Ferrari to the back of the Bentley. I mean, that Bentley has got a pair of hips and shoulders on them. No wonder it's a British brand.
It's a strong old car. You're going to have to go some to shovel that out of the way, aren't you? There it is from a different angle. Andy Merrick launches it over the curb, across the grass, back onto the circuit. And clearly Giacomo Petrobelli wants a Bentley because he's doing his best to get into that one.
But what he's also doing is damaging his own car, and the more he keeps contacting the back of the Bentley, where there's not going to be any significant damage, around the front of the Ferrari you've got all the aerodynamics, you've also got the radiators, the oil coolers, anything that could affect the performance of the car. Now Siegfried gets up alongside. Can he maintain it as they go almost side by side into Parabolica?
Marco Siegfried has to slot back in behind. What else is going on? Everything is going on lower down the order. There's the second of the Bentleys with Antoine Leclerc at the wheel. In 10th place as the Ferrari fight comes up over the line. Again, look, the Bentley has gapped them. They come past the pits. Marco Siegfried once again will go for the inside, I suspect, if he can.
I wonder, has Petrobelli, when he's losing ground to the Bentley, as we can see it's now maybe half a second, Siegfried again going down the outside into the right-hand turn 1, and the gap closes up and breaks, and I just wonder, that mistake we saw from Andy Merrick down at the second chicane is maybe an indication that he's having to be a little bit more cautious on the brakes than he had been in the opening laps, and that's why the Ferraris are running down the Bentley in these tight chicanes.
Could well be, so one to monitor as this stint wears on. Petrobelli on the previous lap did the best of anybody in sector 1, so he's certainly pushing, and he has to push. Marco Siegfried, he's right there. Giacomo Petrobelli defending as best he can, and the gate may close a little coming into the chicane. No dramas on this lap for Merrick there, and coming out of the corner, so he pulls away once more. Petrobelli has got his work cut out keeping Marco Siegfried at bay, but he's doing a great job of doing so.
Indeed, but really this is all to the relief of the Bentley and Andy Merrick, because he is aware from what's happening behind that there is pressure now on Petrobelli. He's thinking more about defence than he is attack. So that's allowing Andy Merrick to maybe lift off fractionally earlier, just roll the Bentley into these tight chicanes rather than hitting the brake pedal hard and trying to stop it on a dime, which of course puts heat into the brakes.
Up to the Variante Ascari they come. This is lap 10 in a 3-hour race. Great battles we've enjoyed so far. And the Marco Siegfried green Ferrari, which is run by GT Course by Rinaldi, is on the back of the Castle Racing equivalent in the hands of Giacomo Petrobelli. Cars funneling their way out of the Variante Ascari. You saw the Nissan in the hands of Alex Buncombe, Stephen Jelly in the Aston Martin, and the BMW there from SRO Motorsports in the hands of Stefano Comodini. Right, Ferrari fight, Parabolica. What happens now, John?
Yeah, I think Siegfried has got an opportunity again. He's taken a later entry into the corner. He's got a different exit. Can he get the momentum to get up behind Petrobelli's Ferrari? He's got there, but he seems then stalls out. Petrobelli has just got enough speed in the middle sector of the straight. Now under brakes down the outside. Again, Siegfried goes, but he's not going to get sufficiently ahead of the Petrobelli Ferrari to take the corner.
The gap between Bentley and Ferrari over the line, 11 tenths of a second. Giacomo Petrobelli, though, is still doing a very good job of keeping Marco Siegfried behind him. In 5th place, it is Edward Sandstrom, and then behind him, there is Kevin Est, who is closing. So we're going to have an Audi versus McLaren fight before long. In 7th place is Stefano Gai. 8th is last year's winner here, outright, Cesar Ramos, now at Audi, not Ferrari. And 9th and 10th, Nico Verdonk and Antoine Leclerc, meaning it's Mercedes and Bentley to round out the top 10. It won't be that long before we have to start thinking about Lapri as well.
Well, that's what I was saying. I think within about 15-20 minutes that's going to happen. In the meantime, Alvaro Parenta's got just under a 10-second advantage over the second place Bentley of Merrick. There is our race leader. His lap time is still about 4 or 5 tenths of a second quicker than the battle for that second place, but he's able now to drive his car. He might wonder, is there a race actually going? I mean, where is the rest of the field?
There's nobody in his mirrors, there's nobody looking out of the front of the car, so he really is very lonely indeed at the moment, but he's still pounding in good lap times. His last was only a 10th shy of his earlier best. Leclerc getting all toey now, isn't he, in the other Bentley to find a way past Nico Verdonk, who's driven a great variety of cars over the course of the Blancpain history. He's only ever missed one race, and he's doing a good job now too.
And Antoine Leclerc looked like he's going to try and make a move on the Mercedes. He was close as they came through the exit.
Looking at Marco Siegfried's Ferrari as well, which I thought was about to dive up the inside, but to no avail.
Leclerc, I thought maybe it was a little bit closer on the exit of the Ascari chicane, didn't maintain that gap. So once again, we've got these two Ferraris battling over 3rd place. Siegfried looks to go again to the long way around. He's right under the rear wing. You can barely see the car. Now he flicks out to the left. Has he got any more momentum this time? Can he get alongside? Can he force the issue? And he's going to try it this time. No, Petrobelli. And again, good thinking from Siegfried, because he could so easily have tried to be aggressive and cut across the front of Petrobelli. The result would have been contact and both cars would have been affected. Maybe both cars taken out.
So the race currently works lap number 12. We've talked about that drive-through penalty for Steve Earle's Ferrari. Well, he's ignored it 4 times, so now that car's being given a black flag, which is not the ideal way to start your season, is it? Doesn't endear you to the race officials doing things like that. The Ferrari fight, for third continues. It's McLaren, Bentley, Ferrari, Ferrari. And that is the garage of GT caused by Rinaldi, which is looking at the fourth-placed Ferrari. Kermit the Ferrari in fourth in the hands of Marco Siegfried.
You can see on the screen that Siegfried is quarter of a second quicker as his best on that last lap, 0.4 at his worst. So clearly the quicker of the two Ferraris at the moment. If he can get past Giacomo Petrobelli, and they're looking into the team, we've got matching T-shirts to go with the car. How sweet.
Even though perhaps green is not everybody's favourite colour for a Ferrari.
Excuse me. That's the international racing colours of Ireland.
My point entirely. There is 111 in the pit lane, the car of Steve Earle that has now finally responded to the black flag for the drive-through penalty, but I have a feeling there's not much through about this. I think it might have stopped for good.
Well, I just wonder how a driver can miss a black flag for 4 consecutive laps, not least of all because there's radio communication. Yes. As we go back to this battle for fourth place, Siegfried again right on the tail of the Ferrari, closer than he's been on the exit of Parabolica on any lap, and this is his best opportunity. Carefully doesn't tag the back of the Petrobelli's car, because that could cause an issue. Again, as soon as he pulls out, he just goes into clean air, and it's like somebody puts a big wall up in front of the green Ferrari, and it loses momentum.
And down into the braking area. This is where traditionally they close up a little on the Bentley. And yet again, it's Petrobelli able to just stand his ground. Again, it shows you the balance of performance, doesn't it, here? Because you've got the cars so evenly matched, it's really hard to find a way past, even in a sister car.
And has the Bentley got past? It has, I think, the Mercedes. So there we see this battle again, fourth place through the Curva Grande, the magnificent Curva Grande. Before, there used to be no runoff. There used to be trees on the outside of the Curva Grande in the good old days.
And in the next part of the circuit, coming up towards the Lesmos, if you go back into the early 80s, there used to be 2 bits of Formula 1 McLaren, John.
That was later. That was in the 80s.
Yes, quite,
But
yes.
in 1974, I had a suspension failure on the exit of this corner, Lesmo 1, and I was on a pretty hot lap, according to my team, and the car just turned sharp left. The barrier ran along where that white line is now. How much change have we seen at Monza? Yet it's still... It's got that magic atmosphere of being old school, and it's the trees, it's the park, it's just the magic of Monza.
And the atmosphere from the fans as well. That's Afanasiev under pressure from Alex Buncombe in the Nissan, who's going to line up to have a go. He's on the outside for the next corner, but if he's got the straight line speed, he's going to go through, and he does go through. Alex Buncombe up into 11th place from 32nd on the grid.
Good run again out of the second Lesmo. That gave the momentum to the Nissan, to Alex Buncombe, to get up alongside, and once you get alongside, you need to be alongside well before you get to the braking zone into Ascari. Otherwise, it's easy for the car you're trying to pass to defend. But Buncombe did what he had to do, and it was a clean overtake. And now you can see pressure from the purple, as I pointed out yesterday. Purple is the international racing colours of Egypt. Not that we see many Egyptian national teams in motorsport. Again, down the one way, Siegfried has to cut back to the left to try and get alongside Petrobelli. This time he's got it done, has he? Yes, I think he's got it.
Round the outside, very good stuff, and he's worked so hard to make that move stick. And now that he's ahead, expect Marco Siegfried to start to edge away, but boy, has he earned his money by just getting that one place alone.
Good, clean motor racing between the two Ferraris. We see Petrobelli being combative, literally, in every sense, with the Bentley on 2 occasions bumping into the rear bumper. Well, that's going to make not much difference to the Bentley. It's going to think, well, there's other mosquitoes around or something. I mean, there's something nibbling at me. Whatever we now see, Manfred Siegfried, can he run down Andy Merrick in the Bentley? And if he can run him down, can he actually make a pass with the momentum? Let's look again into first chicane. On the outside, but this occasion is just about a car length ahead of Petrobelli's Ferrari. Clean pass, Petrobelli gives it up. He knows there's still another 2 hours and 25 minutes of this race to go.
Great move. Here it is from another angle. And Marco Siegfried went one way, he went the other. And of course, the outside for the first part is the inside for the second part. But they almost touched John as they got to the braking zone. That was really, really good stuff.
Yeah, but you can't be almost pregnant. Either they touch or they don't touch.
Well, thankfully they didn't. That in the pit lane, I fear, is drama for Nissan. Mark Szulzicki's car has been in the pits for a long, long time, and the engineer is going to work.
That's like power steering fluid that's being drained, so maybe a problem with the power steering on the Nissan. And certainly, without power steering, suddenly you realise how much. Well, there's another Mercedes SLS off the track being towed away. Was that from an earlier incident? Or
That's Mikhail Loboda, who's just gone off the road, and I think he did that during pre-qualifying yesterday as well, didn't he?
Consistent is important. So waved yellow with a red and yellow flag, waiting whether there is fluid or water or oil on the racetrack. Let's look and see. Oh dear me, up at Ascari. Well, there's nothing on the racetrack to worry about unless something occurred with the Mercedes to cause it to do what we've just seen. So the flags are waved just to warn drivers that there has a car been off track, and it's being attended to by the vehicle that is going to tow it to safety, and you are obliged to not go quicker than your fastest point or fastest time at that particular point of the racetrack.
The Aston Martin incident that we saw off earlier on, that is back in the race 3 laps down, and Marco Seefried, as you've just seen, is now definitely on the tail of the Bentley. Kevin Estre is definitely on the tail of Edward Sandstrom, so there's more to shake out yet.
And the funny thing is it may well drag Petrobelli along to catch up to the tail of the Manfred Siegfried Ferrari, which is now going to try and find a way past the Bentley. So it's a bit of sort of musical chairs. Who's going to be sitting or who's going to be standing when the music stops?
The one in the box seat is still Perrin, who is just out on his own with nobody to battle against and now leading by 11 seconds. Meantime, at WRT, all sorts of aerodynamic aids, even for the mechanics, look.
Well, maybe he needs yellow flags. I mean, there is an oil flag being waved, which indicates that there must be something on the racetrack at that point. The whole field clearly slowed down more than they had done previously into the Ascari chicane, which is what you're obliged to do. Now you can see flashing lights from the Bentley. What's that all about?
Let's see what's ahead, because it's clearly to try and alert somebody to the progress of the car, not to get in the way. It could now be that we've got one or two of the cars delayed early on, starting to get in the way, but Marco Seefried is nearly there, isn't he, on the back of Andy Merrick, who has done a very good job in this opening stint in that car. Heads up towards the timing line as they come through. The gap second to third is down to half a second. Is Marco Seefried going to be able to take full advantage of the aero shape of the Ferrari in attack? He's now flashing the lights to say, come on, let me by. Well, Andy Merrick's not going to just let him go through, is he?
No, he's not. He's gone from left to right. He's entitled to do that. He's not allowed to come back again and make a second move. And he pretty much obeyed the regulation there, got into the first chicane ahead of the Ferrari. Again, he got control of that. It's the exit of this chicane where he wants to be very strong. Siegfried now got a good run out of the chicane. Gets up alongside coming through the Curva Grande. Contact and gets ahead. So Siegfried has done it relatively quickly and without the drama we saw from Petrobelli.
Merrick's fighting back as best he can, though, but he needs to be on the next corner, because I don't think, now that Seefried is ahead, that he's going to be able to really mount a proper challenge. Marco Seefried has gone through, and now he starts to pull away. The car will be at its quickest in his hands, because Rinat Solikov and Vadim Kogai, who are his two co-drivers, are nowhere near as quick, I'm afraid.
Let's see how the Bentley deals with the Lesmo 2. Can it get a run? Can it challenge the Ferrari? Because the Ferrari really did struggle on the very quick parts of this Monza track to make any impression at all on the Bentley. Has the Bentley got the grunt on a straight line? Now it's got the benefit of a slipstream. No, it's not. The Ferrari has just managed to claw that extra half a second, sufficient to keep it clear of the Bentley now in fourth place.
So the co-drivers watch on for the pit bunker. Battles rage right the way around Monza. There's the second of the Bentleys, Antoine Leclerc at the wheel of it, but he is being hunted down by Alex Buncombe, and the team manager of car 93 is being summoned to the race director. That's Eric Dermond's Porsche, which has transgressed somehow, somewhere. Now look at this, Kevin Estre versus Edward Sandstrom. This is Audi versus McLaren, and Kevin Estre is, believe me, a real hero. So this is going to be one hell of a fight.
It is, and you have to think that Kevin Estre is a bit of an overtaking specialist. A little bit too far behind Edward Sandstrom at this point to be able to make a move. The Audi is showing good straight line speed, something that has not always been guilty of. So can the McLaren close it down under brakes into the first chicane? The gap has closed down. You couldn't get any closer in the case of the McLaren to the Audi, but it's the squirt out of that first chicane, with the McLaren really having to wait until the Audi goes before he can get on the gas.
Petrobelli coming back at the Bentley as well, isn't he? So, as John alluded to a lap or so ago, it's all these musical chairs, this elasticated situation we've got between the cars, also some having their strengths at different parts of the circuit. Look at this, Audi versus BMW as they come over the timing line now. James Nash in the Audi, Henry Hassid in the BMW, and getting involved with them is Phil Quaife in the McLaren, who goes to the outside line. Henry Hassid, he's ahead, or is he? Because Quaife's going to go around the outside of one of two, but he runs out of road, he's all over the curb. 2 up, 2 down.
No, so he didn't gain anything, and he may well lose another position. He opted to do what he had to do. He could have stayed on the racetrack and probably got more of an incumbents, but as the BMW has had a problem, it's just going through the chicane. As you're not intended to do, that is the safety. But down at the second chicane, you can see the BMW trying to get back as the Audi also chases the tail of the BMW, got the run off the second chicane. So the BMW under pressure coming to Lesmo 1.
The other BMW you saw there was that of Benjamin Lariche going up the escape road. This is what it all was about, heading into the turn 1 chicane. So Hassid defends from Nash, and that of course leaves the outside of the road all clear for Quaife to try and find a way round. But then he just runs out of road and has to back out of it.
Actually, he sort of bailed out of it. He had room. He didn't have to do what he did because the Audi hadn't closed down. He probably could have stayed on track, but maybe there would have been contact. Those are the judgments a driver's got to make in the milliseconds that all these decisions are being thrown at you. He decides, the Audi, I know it's there somewhere. I can't see it. I'll do the safe thing. Comes back on track. The Audi continues ahead, so nothing gained, nothing lost.
In traffic now, the Team Parker Racing Audi being lapped, and that gets out of the way of second, third and fourth, who all dive past Ian Logging going down towards the first chicane.
Giacomo Petrobelli will see this as an opportunity. He's had lots of time to think about it. He's been stuck behind the Bentley since this race got underway, and he's seen the Siegfried, the Ferrari of Edmund Siegfried, get through. He is going to try and repeat the situation, but he hasn't got the acceleration or speed from the first chicane down to the second. Now, side by side, McLaren.
And the Ferrari as well in the hands of Pierre Arret as they come down to turn 1. This is that battle we were looking at a lap ago. Henry Hassid ahead of James Nash, ahead of Phil Quaife, ahead of Pierre Arret. They've just switched back again, so Quaife goes back ahead, although the Ferrari was just in advance when they came over the timing line. Ahead of them is the Ferrari there, the AF Corsa car on home soil, Amato Ferrari's car. Andrew Danilov, the driver, Canadian, and the BMW of Henry Hassid really is under pressure. James Nash in the Pro Cup Audi looking for a way by. James switching from the rough and tumble of the World Touring Car Championship to the slightly different version of rough and tumble of GT racing, because it's all action so far, and he's on the inside. Can he make the move on the inside? Not quite.
No, he needs to be really alongside before you get to the braking area coming into Lesmo 1, but he's positioned well. He has to maintain that position coming through the second Lesmo and ensure that he gets a clean. It's more not losing your downforce in the middle of Lesmo 2 and then being able to get the drive off the corner. But the BMW did a good job, so James Nash will have to scratch ahead again and think probably unlikely up the hill into the third chicane, the Ascari chicane. Parabolica, he's got to be thinking about preparations for that.
He's also got to be mindful that Phil Quaife ain't that far behind him, and he wants to get the McLaren in that mix as well if he can. There is the Boussin-Gignon car. Phil Quaife is the star driver in that car, as Merrick's car quivers a little under braking for the chicane. Is he going to be able to turn it in? Yes, he is, but Petrobelli is right back on his tail.
Yeah, you can see that Andy Merrick is slightly slower now in the middle of that first chicane from turning right to turning left. There's a little bit of laziness coming into the car, but you know, hey, this is a brand new car running on merit in third place, Lance second, and only because of the severe challenge from the Ferrari of Siegfried that he found his way through.
Down to the chicane they come. This is the second chicane, and Petrobelli needs to be mindful that he's still under pressure himself in the pack behind. And look at the first chicane again, John.
Yeah, and again, Andy Merrick just going in the middle of the racetrack. It is a physically imposing car, and of course everything around it is dwarfed.
You can also see the damage on the front of Petrobelli's Ferrari. There'll be damage on the back of the Bentley, I think, because of the Audi dramas. Let's hear from the Bentley team principal, John Wickham, with Jack.
Thanks, David. John, you're getting bullied a little bit out there.
Yes. The car is holding together very well, the car that had the accident. We're just finding that the rear tyres are going off a tiny bit more than the others, I think. But generally the car's standing up to the treatment it's getting.
And no damage from a couple of taps that you've had from the Ferrari?
Not that we can see it from here, and it was this side, so we think we're okay with that.
Cool, thank you.
Okay.
Good, strong British car, you see.
Well, I mean, it's a car built by a company who's known for building exceptional rally cars on behalf of the Ford Motor Company, and they've put all that experience into building a car for GT racing here in the Blancpain Endurance Series, and it's paid dividends because on 2 occasions they've had more than a love tap from the Ferrari of Petrobelli, and there's no contact, no damage. Petrobelli again having a little look down the inside, but really hasn't got the pace.
There's certainly damage on the front of the Ferrari, isn't there, on that front left corner? No surprise, really, given its aggression early on in the race. Now that is the Sandstrom Est and Guy battle, because Stefano Guy has not given up either in the Pro-Am Ferrari. Now look at Petrobelli, he's right under the rear wing.
Yeah, Petrobelli's got another opportunity coming down to the second chicane, gets alongside, but will he be able to hold that position under brakes? He's going to have to go deep under brakes. He can brake fractionally later than the Bentley, but again, Andy Merrick is absolutely stunning on the brakes, and Petrobelli's had to back out of it.
Andy Merrick's an experienced driver of sports cars, perhaps less so GT relative to prototypes, but this is a very, very good showing indeed. He's doing everything right, and remember, that Ferrari 458 is a well-developed car. The Bentley is a real infant.
Well, it is in relative terms, but what's been proved to me, and I think proved to everybody who's watching this race, is what a well-sorted, what a kind handling car the Bentley's proving to be. We've had John Wickham say they're maybe giving a little bit more rear tyre wear than they had anticipated, but that we know from practice and from the little bit of testing that Bentley have enjoyed that their car is relatively light on its tyres.
Giacomo Petrobelli still there on the back of Andy Merrick. And Giacomo Petrobelli, as you look at a replay of the Butson Junior McLaren running out wide, Petrobelli, as we said earlier on, is an AM. He goes very, very well in the Pro-Am category, but he's not a professional racing driver, 7 days a week behind the wheel of a car. When you put him in the hot seat once again, he always delivers, and this is, I think, in fairness, one of the best drives I've ever seen from Petrobelli.
Yeah, no, it's this difference between what is a professional, what's a gentleman, is somebody who's a businessman who has got the skill of a professional driver, is he, whatever. I mean, Petrobelli is, by all intents, a professional driver, but it isn't his profession. His profession is a business.
Up the inside, this for third place, heading down towards the first chicane. He locks up, does Petrobelli, but he's got his foot off the pedal. He turns in, he's going to run out wide. The curb beckons. Andy Merrick tries to get back up alongside, but finally Petrobelli is through, and here comes Edward Sandstrom. He tries to buy into this as well on the outside, going to the Curva Grande. This is going to be really brave stuff. Can he do it? He tries. They're level. They almost touch. The Audi keeps on coming right the way around the outside. Edward Sandstrom is still fighting, and here comes Kevin Estre up the inside to make it 3 wide. Not quite able to do it. Sandstrom's gone through in the Audi. Fantastic!
Outstanding driving, outstanding racing. Kevin Estre, he's also going to put pressure on the back of the Bentley. We see car Ferraris, McLarens going one way and the other. I mean, that was a tough moment for Andy Merrick. He had to deal with the Petrobelli Ferrari getting past, finally down into the first chicane, and then Edward Sandstrom monstered him all the way around the outside of the Curva Grande. Kevin Estre was there saying, I want a bit of this action too. He's now got to find a way. It's taken Ferraris, and what's the best part of we're on lap 21, to find a way past the Bentley. Now Kevin Estre is going to go the long way around, coming up to the Ascari chicane. He's on the outside, but he hasn't got the... No, he don't think about going around the outside. He's tagged the back of the Bentley, but that's just, you know, hardly any damage whatsoever. You wouldn't even know it had been touched.
Well, everybody else seems to have tagged the back of the Bentley, so why not somebody else? But the Bentley keeps on going, even though it's dropped down the
It's like a
order
new boy going to school. Everybody picks on you.
Exactly.
You're going to get bullied. Kevin Estre comes out on the outside going to Parabolica. Now he'll get the cut back, but has he got the straight line speed? He's had to come out of the throttle a little bit because he was slightly misplaced by the Bentley. Now the Bentley's out again. The gap opened up on the exit from Parabolica. So Kevin Estre's got to go through the whole rigmarole, the process of closing up and doing it at a part of the track where the McLaren's strength, and you can see coming down the straight, the McLaren has closed up, and it's got not quite enough grunt before the braking zone to get alongside.
Remember, we heard John Wickham saying the rear tyres were going off a little bit more and a bit sooner than they'd anticipated. Well, if they are in strife with those rear tyres, then Andy Merrick's going to be in for a pretty long further 20 minutes before he can think about bringing the car in at the hour mark for a new set of boots and relief from one of his co-drivers to take over behind the wheel. So he's still going to be a busy boy for 20 minutes as Kevin Estre, who is a very determined driver indeed, tries one side and then the other, but he slots back in behind the Bentley going to the second chicane. Behind is Stefano Guy, and then also Cesar Ramos in Audi number 1, and he also is trying to join this battle as well, and he's taking with him Nico Verdonk in the Mercedes and Antoine Leclerc in the other Bentley.
Well, it's inevitable. The two Bentleys are being determined by the pace of the lead one here, which has now dropped down into that 5th place. But, you know, I wonder, are drivers going to start complaining about the Bentley because they're going to say, this car is physically so big, it occupies the entire circuit, the width of the entire circuit, certainly the width of the racing line on the circuit. It's not fair, we can't get past.
Well, some do eventually, and now it's up to Kevin Estre to show us how good he is to find a way past. You saw in the pit bunker Frederic Vasseur of ART Grand Prix looking on. He got one of his cars in the lead, the other is 6th in the hands of Estre. Still Alvaro Parent leading the way. We've rather forgotten about him in all the drama for second and back in the last few laps. Parent has just done 22 laps, nobody else anywhere near the timing line. Here comes Estre, the outside of the Parabolica, and yet again Andy Merrick is able to defend. This is a great drive by Merrick to defend as best he can.
It's an outstanding drive by Andy Merrick. Again, the Bentley is very, very stable under brakes. You can see the car, when you brake, there's no sort of nose to tail alteration. The car brakes very flat. There's a lot of anti-dive somewhere in the brakes. Now Kevin Estre goes one way, cuts back to the right, gets alongside this time. He will have the corner going into the first chicane.
Oh, they touch, they run, they lead, but he's gone through. Kevin Estre's done it. Out of the first chicane. Now the next one to try and find a way past the Bentley is Stefano Guy in the Ferrari. So Andy Merrick is dropping down the order, I'll grant you, but he really is working hard in this new car. And if the rear tyres are going off and he's still able to do this pace, it's very, very impressive indeed. Guy in the Ferrari looks for one side, he looks for the other, and in the background you can see also there Nico Verdonk trying to find a way past Cesar Ramos. That's Mercedes versus Audi.
I mean, it is a great drive from Andy Merrick. We've seen him defend inevitably. We've had two Ferraris get past, now a McLaren, and again under pressure. Let's look again and see how this overtake. He got it alongside at the part of the straight before you get onto the brake, into the braking zone. He braked late. You can see the Ferrari weaving and bobbing around. The Bentley much more stable. Again, Merrick comes back, but he's misplaced as they have to turn left to exit that chicane. And Edward Sandstrom reads all that like a book, not an audio book, a proper book with words in it, and gets the job done.
So Petrovelli through, Sandstrom through, and then Merrick had to defend from Kevin Est, and this was the third.
Again, the McLaren gets alongside well before the braking zone, begins to nose ahead slightly, but then the Bentley under brakes very strong. Kevin Est trying to push the Bentley a little bit more to the left to give him, that is the McLaren and Kevin Estre, more margin to turn into the very tight first part of the first chicane.
Duncan Tappy and Jerome Del Rosio waiting their turn in Bentley 8, sitting in the pit bunker. Good to have both of them in the championship. Duncan returning. Good to have him back after being on the sidelines from international GT racing a season ago. Jerome D'Ambrosio from Formula 1, and there's a car off at the first chicane. It's an Audi, by the look of it. And you get waved yellow flags. That's James Nash's car, I fear, that has had a spin. Hopefully he can rejoin from there. Number 3 Audi it is. So James Nash, in his first race in a GT Audi for WRT, has had a drama. Whether it was down to him or down to somebody else, we know not yet, but the car is off the road, but it still brought out the yellow flags, of course, at that part of the circuit.
Antoine Leclerc sort of slightly lost out on that because he was shaping up to think about a move down the straight, but he's now under pressure as well, so the Bentley, Antoine Leclerc gets, nearly get mud coming into the second chicane. Again, Ferrari thinking the wiser of it. Let's look again and see this little bit of action. The dive down the inside from the McLaren, and then it gets a bit messy and clumsy. Contact with Nash. Nash is the victim, and that may well be a penalty to the McLaren for an avoidable incident.
I think that may have been Phil Quaife that tagged him, so two Brits getting themselves together. And yes, it is. I'm afraid Phil Quaife went up the inside and bang, turns James Nash around. That answers the question. We were wondering whether it was down to James or somebody else. Not James Nash's fault.
Well, it looked like a little bit of damage to the front of the McLaren as well. As Vincent Voss thinks about it, and that's disappointing. That's the number 3 Audi. Looks like it's going to be retired. So James Nash has opened the door, and the car is being pulled away to safety behind the barriers, just across the escape route in the entry to the first chicane at turn 1. Has he got the car going? Or yes, he has. So the car was pulled to safety, but now James Nash has got it fired up. Will he be able to continue, or will that be a trip into the pit lane to check for any damage to the car?
And has he stayed on the lead lap is the other question. I fear he would have gone a lap down. We'll check in a moment. So the car has got going, and I think Phil Quaife has stopped as well somewhere. The report is that that car has also stopped. Not surprising given the whack.
No, there's the left front, certainly there was some bodywork damage, and whether that again had any bearing on oil cooling or water radiators. So the front of these cars are fragile. They're not something you want to do too much contact with.
That's the leader, Alvaro Parent, in and amongst the traffic. As you can see now, he's put a lap on the Santilot car behind, which is the Gosselin Lanier Sourde car running in the Gentleman Trophy. But Alvaro Parent, by the standards of almost everybody else, has had a pretty easy first hour. No, it's not that easy. It looks easy because he's just been out on his own, concentrating on his lines, his driving, his lap times. Everybody else has had a fight.
Yeah, but remember, Alvaro Parent has put in the hard yards with McLaren over the winter, developing this car, improving the car, making it an easier car to drive. I mean, it is still effectively a bit of a knife-edge car in terms of it's either with you or it's away from you. And I mean, we saw in qualifying yesterday, Alvaro, and he had 2 stunning laps in the 1 minute 47 seconds. Coming into Parabolica, it was right on the edge, trail braking into the Parabolica. It only took millimeters for the back end of the car to swap around. That's where the speed in that McLaren is. but sometimes you want a car for a race that's a little bit more kind to its driver and not take out the mental energy that no doubt Alvaro Perez's having to deal with.
And Kevin Ash likewise in the second ART car, and he's busy doing all of that and trying to find a way up through the traffic as Marco Seefried second turns his way into the Parabolica. In third, Giacomo Petrobelli. Sandstrom is fourth. Fifth is Est. Sixth is Merrick. Seventh is Guy. Eighth is Verdonk. Ninth is Leclerc. And into the top 10 is Alex Buncombe. 10th from 32nd.
Yeah, interesting. From 5th all the way up to 10th is now beginning to concertina. We see on the exit coming out of the Parabolica, the two Audis side by side. And in fact, our friends, the gold, purple and red, Chinese. Is that something to do with the Chinese driver lined up on that, do you think?
Or the Macanese, yes.
Macanese.
It's Andre Couto as well as the Chinese drivers.
Bit of bling in an Audi.
Exactly. And it worked. Going well, this car.
And he made the pass.
Made the pass against Cesar Ramos. So they're number one. That's the WRT Audi dropping down the field. A replay of what I fear is Ian Loggie's Audi going gravelly at the Lesmo first part. It is, yes. New to the championship. Ian, who's done a season or so of brick car racing, won the championship in fairness with Chris Jones, and now into this. Right, round the outside of Stefano Guy goes Nico Verdonk. Mercedes takes on Ferrari, and that is a change of place for seventh. Nico Verdonk in the Mercedes ahead of Stefano Guy.
Right, so let's have a look and see what Mercedes have got. They've got a car which is a well-proven, an endurance-winning car, 3 hours, 6 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours if it existed. But it's not the sharpest knife in the drawer. It's a much softer race car than maybe some of the cars around, maybe in particular the McLaren. And there we see is this James Nash getting out of the Audi. Is that all over for the Brit in the WRT Audi number 3? It'll be a disappointment for him and for WRT.
Well, we have got 2 hours and 12 minutes to go. They could just about take that chance now of a driver change and get away with it, I think, looking at the time. So repair the car if needs be, give it a full service, and a driver change. Yes, that's what they're going to do.
I wonder, did James Nash advise the team that this is going to happen? Because it looks like Audi were not expecting the car to come in and to have a driver step out. Now, that's what it looks like, or maybe just the driver wasn't ready at the point that James Nash, because frequently drivers, they know when the car is due in, let's say 8 minutes or 10 minutes before, then they helmet, glove up. And it could be that maybe James Nash's teammate wasn't quite ready for the driver change, which came somewhat earlier than would have been planned.
A legacy of that crash with Phil Quaife, as we saw. Ferrari versus McLaren coming over the timing line. 49, Jean-Marc Bachelier is in the Ferrari as he goes through. Now is that car being lapped? As it is. It is being lapped by the 15 McLaren, Frederic Verviche. The 16 car of Phil Quaife has stopped out on the track after its earlier accident. Number 19 Mercedes, Hubert Haupt the wheel round the outside, losing out to the Ferrari, isn't he? Because Gilles Vannelet comes through on the inside, then just hooks a wheel onto the dirt out of the Parabolica. Everybody trying so hard in this opening stint, and in about 11 minutes time you can anticipate people heading for the pit lane.
Well, Herbert Hoop did have a look around Parabolica, had to get out of the throttle and loses the momentum, consequently loses and contact down between the BMW and the Ferrari down at the first chicane. Again, looks somewhat clumsy, but Hoop following the Ferrari now back on the tail. He'll be thinking about something maybe down into, go further up through the field, down into that second chicane. Another opportunity. You've got to be committed to do it. You've got to be in the right position to do it.
This is what the Blancpain Series is all about. Everybody finding a battle and wriggling out of the chicane. Pierre Eret in the green Ferrari here, desperately trying to gain a place as he comes now up towards the chicane. Gilles Vannelet defending strongly, though.
Yeah, but there was a little bit tepid in the way that he got almost 9/10 of the way into position to be able to control the corner, but sort of wasn't certain if the Ferrari, the red car ahead, was going to give ground.
Now the Gentleman Trophy at the moment being headed by the 458 numbered Ferrari of Pierre Eret, involved in great battles at the moment. Second in the class is the 51 Ferrari, which is being hustled on by Felipe Barreiros, and third in the Gentleman Trophy, despite starting from the pit lane, is the number 4 Audi, Christian Kelvers, switching from Porsche to Audi for this year. Fourth in the class, number 41 Ferrari, Romain Brandella is the entrant, and Georges Caban, former Lamborghini racer in this championship, is the man behind the wheel. Fifth in the class, Jean-Claude Lanier's Audi, the redoubtable stuntman, and sixth is Jean-Marc Bachelier's Ferrari number 49 that we saw at the escape road early on. And there's contact here as Audi number 22, which is the next car in class anyway, of Ian Logging, gets muscled out of the way by Hubert Haupt. the class being completed by number 111, Steve Earle, but that's been black flagged anyway.
Yeah, but Hubert Hyde was all over the back of the Audi coming through the Ascari chicane, and in fact came out of the chicane, pulled out behind the Audi, and then again it just stalled out, so had to go deep on the brakes and go very committed, and there was contact between the Audi and the Mercedes, but the Mercedes was the more forceful of the two, has taken that position, and I suspect nothing much will be done about it. It'll be probably classified as a racing incident. Oh.
That, I'm afraid, is Andre Couto, the Macanese driver, winner of the Macau Grand Prix, who is in the gravel at, I think, the first Lesmo, and that is a big, big problem for a car that was running in 10th place.
Strange to be out there. I mean, that's not even the corner.
He's gone a long way off as well, hasn't he? Damage on the right rear. Let's have a look and see what this is all about, first of all. This is a different incident.
God, and this is
Kevin Est.
Oh, come on,
and
come on.
Giacomo Petrobelli getting themselves together, I think.
That will be something that, as the amateur in that group of drivers, will probably... two Bentleys side by side.
And a change. Leclerc's gone around the outside of Andy Merrick, so 8 goes ahead of 7 for the first time, although Andy fights back. Up the inside he comes, but Antoine Leclerc is ahead as they head towards the line, and as they come up towards the timing line now, Petrobelli is heading for the pit lane. So, Bentley's a side-by-side. What a sight.
Unbelievable. Never thought I would see these two cars racing on merit for position. I suspect the reason is that Antoine Leclerc has had the easier ride all the way through. It's still Andy Merrick, of course, who's just ahead going into the chicane, but Andy Merrick has had to drive really hard to defend his position in the early phases of this race. Antoine Leclerc's had the slightly easier job. Maybe his tyres had a little bit fresher, but again, Andy Merrick has consolidated, pulled away from the Frenchman as they come through the Curva Grande.
So we've got the race leader on lap 29, and there is Giacomo Petrobelli's car. Look at all the damage on the front left. They're taking advantage of a driver change as well as doing some repairs and refuel and tyre change to this. Well, Giacomo Petrobelli has driven it hard, but that's got 2 hours and a bit of racing to go, and it doesn't exactly look in concourse condition.
No, the left front has been, you can see the damage to the bodywork, bits of it are all over the place, and a substantial amount of damage. Part of it's been peeled back, and I wonder, will the team be allowed to let the car go back out with the bodywork in that condition, or are they going to have to put a bit of what they call gaffer tape on it to bandage it up? I don't think that certainly would be something that the team would want to let the car continue in that condition. Well, the mechanics are doing the work of change. There you can see one of the engineers trying to push it out of his way. It's actually the best thing they could probably do is remove it in total, but what that does to the rest of the bodywork, then he falls over as he pulls that body with that carbon, probably about 10 grand's worth if you went down to your local Ferrari dealer just down the road in Monza.
You can plan your pit stops, you can practice them as much as you want, but when the car arrives after an incident like that and suddenly everything becomes far more urgent, it all becomes rather less orchestrated. Away goes number 11 Ferrari, then back into the race, so that was an early stop effectively after just 53 minutes of the race, so it's going to be slightly out of sequence. It's not the end of the world for them in Pro-Am, but it's going to be a bit out of sequence, and the car heads down the pit lane back into the race.
Comes in just at the same spot almost with the two Bentleys and the Nissan in a battle, so he's got fresh rubber, he's got more fuel on board, the driver change, and he's had to really concede considerably to let the cars on the, and he lets 2 more cars go through. Is there a problem with the Ferrari? He hasn't conceded, he's got a problem with that car, and that car has slowed down to a crawl, and it's just lost all power. It's in gear, you can see it chugging along, all power has been lost. Well, actually, it's maybe running over the curbstones as well, which is contributing to that sort of vertical movement. So, what has happened to the Ferrari? At one time was battling for the lead. He's got it fired up. He couldn't have hit a switch by mistake and caused it. Now he's pulled over again at the marshalling post just on the exit of the first chicane, and that looks like it's the end of the day for Petrobelli, number 11 Ferrari.
So the car stranded into the pit lane as comes Jean-Claude Lanier in 25, driver change in the Gentleman Trophy. The great stuntman and stunt coordinator Jean-Claude Lanier, but a hugely experienced driver, so that car takes its first routine stop. I had a horrible feeling I'd seen the Christian Kelder's car being pushed away again as well, number 4 Audi. So the pit lane is getting busier here. And the race leader, Alvaro Parent, on lap 31 now.
A load of dust coming out of the second or the third chicane up at the Ascari. We didn't see what that was. The 2 Bentleys, the gap has opened up. Antoine Leclerc did run down his sister car, and Andy Merrick has been able to once again pull that gap to about a second and a bit. As they come through the Parabolica and the pace of the Nissan also. This group of cars that did get quite close together about 4 or 5 laps ago now has opened up again, and now it's the Mercedes chasing down Alex Buncombe in the Nissan and closing up on the Bentley number 8, the second of the 2 cars, driven by Antoine Leclerc, in for its driver change, refuel and tyre.
Interesting that that's the first of the 2 in, because it was 7 we were hearing about was suffering with its rear tyres, but they brought Leclerc in. It does, of course, make sense to bring them in on different laps, then you've got space in the pit lane. But let's try and catch up as we watch the pit stop with 1 or 2 things down in the pit lane. Jack's been busy trying to hunt down drivers. You're looking at Antoine Leclerc's car that has come in. Driver change will take place, as well as the refuel and a new set of tyres on that car as well. And let's hear from Giacomo Petrobelli, who had a very busy first stint. He's in the pit lane and he's with Jack.
Giacomo, really tough work with that Bentley, and then is the car out of the race now?
I don't know, but I think so. The Bentley was zigzagging on the braking, which made it, and it's a wide car as it is, so it made it really hard to go by. I just, after trying twice, I just sat back and just thought, you know, he's going to run out of tires if he keeps doing that, and eventually he did. My car had a little bit of damage after the first touch with the Bentley, but it was fine. And then I ran out of tires because the aero wasn't working very well. So I made a mistake at the Parabolica. And I think the second ART McLaren tried to go past me. I was just sitting on my side and he just bumped me on the side, and I don't know, I mean, I think the standards of driving got worse since last year, but we're out of the race. And I don't think it's our fault, but that's racing.
Well, thank you for talking to us.
I mean, and a very honest appraisal of what's taken place. And I mean, Giacomo Petrobelli was guilty, he said, of banging in the back of the Bentley on 2 occasions. On that one occasion coming into the second chicane where Kevin Estre and he got into contact was more like dodgems than it was motor racing. And that's ultimately, I suspect, what may have led to the demise of that Ferrari that was so strong in the early stages. And I mean, Giacomo Petrobelli, I mean, he's driven a hard race. I mean, you don't often see a driver in this kind of endurance racing as breathless. No doubt he's a fit young man, but certainly he's put a huge amount of effort into driving a car which began to become compromised with the contact that occurred, especially losing front end downforce, and then, you know, having an effect on the grip the tyre has due to understeer and other effects.
Triple 3 in the pits, Marco Seefried, his work done, gives way to his co-drivers, and that car, I'm afraid, is now going to drop down the order because they just do not have his pace, but it'll still be there or thereabouts, I would have thought, in Pro-Am come the end of the race. So what we now have with pit stop cycling through is Alvaro Parent leading from Edward Sandstrom, and then Nico Verdonk will take 3rd. Kevin Estra's pitted as well for ART. There's the leader, metronomically heading towards the hour mark and doing just a tremendous job, Alvaro Parent. He's a class act.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a driver of a quality which, I mean, above pretty much the majority. I mean, there are some outstanding drivers in other cars and other teams, but there's no doubt Alvaro Parent, a driver that maybe should have had a career in single-seaters but didn't quite work for him. Maybe timing in these things is a very big part of it as much as other factors. And I've been just hearing from the pit lane, in fact, it was damage to the radiator on the 11 Ferrari, the Petrobelli car, the one that we saw with the contact. Not surprising when bits of the carbon fibre bodywork were literally stuck out like an extra pair of ears on the front of the car. So sad retirement for a car that gave us such entertainment in the first third of this race.
So the pit stop's underway, the refueling can take place, and that's part 1 of the pit stop. Then the car, it can have the tyres changed, so they're not ultra-fast pit stops because you have a limited number of mechanics that can do the work, and you have to do them as these 2-part pit stops. Fuel and driver is part 1, tyres part 2, and there now also you can see the leader Alvaro Parent in, but so too 26 Edward Sandstrom. Interestingly, Nico Verdonk has now inherited the lead in the Mercedes. That has now done 32, it is on its 33rd lap, so they're stretching the Mercedes just a little bit more on the fuel.
I think if you can stretch your fuel, particularly in the opening stint, which is the stint that everybody's going at it gangbusters, may give you a small advantage when it comes to the last stint, because you're going to do it with less fuel on board and fresh tyres. So it will probably pay dividends, not quite so much now, although you've got the lead of the race, but you're going to be coming in within the next 3 to 5 laps. It's all about the closing, maybe 15-20 minutes, where this race will actually become the end result.
Also in is Andy Merrick now, so 32 laps done by Bentley number 7. New driver, new tyres for that car, and we're into the middle hour of the race then, so now the order will shuffle again, and with different drivers in the cars, so they in turn will take on a different personality. 333 then, which now has the Russian driver Vadim Kogai behind the wheel, having taken over from Marco Seefried, and Kogai has experience at national level, but he's not going to be as quick as Seefried, I don't believe.
Well, it's interesting, a number of the teams have opted to run their, what you might call professional or number one driver in the opening stint, and I suspect the reason for that is all about track position. If you can keep that track position when your second and third drivers go in, it's easier than trying to fight for it if they've lost it in what would be the opening two stints.
Nico Verdonk has just pitted, so he has come in at the end of his 33rd lap, and that's was the leading Mercedes, so we'll see whether or not that car starts to creep back into the picture as the pit stops cycle through. That's Kogai, is it, going up this camera? There's Verdonk in the Mercedes that he shares with Max Buch, last year's champion, and also in that car for this season is Harold Primack.
Yeah, it's a strong driver lineup, a team that's won a lot of endurance races, particularly Maximilian Buch, young German driver, very small in stature, but a real fighter behind the wheel of a Mercedes SLS. And again, trouble for McLaren.
It's the Buch-Gignon car, Olivier Grutz at the wheel of number 15, and he has just taken that over from Frederic Verviche, so on his outlap virtually there's a drama.
Again, looks like coming out of the first chicane. So work still going on in the Mercedes, driver change taking place, refueling still in process, and waiting now to make the wheel and tyre change. Car jacked up, the fuel hose has been disengaged. Door closed on the Mercedes, make sure that gull wing is closed. We've seen in the past on some occasions the gull wing door has actually gull winged itself open.
So the HTP pit stop for the Mercedes continues. Remember, it was that car that dominated the Nürburgring 1000. It was the car that dominated at the Spa 24 Hours. And this, at the moment, is the order, but it's a shuffle one because the car's being in the pit lane. But what we now have is number 1 Audi for the first time up front, helped by pit stops. But Cesar Ramos now has done 33 laps, which is very good going.
It is, and sometimes winning these races, it's not about being fast, it's about being quick at the end. And Cesar Ramos has done the job in that number 1 Audi that he has been required to do, and betting against Audi in anything other than a 10-lap sprint is a brave move. So Mercedes back out on track, and fresh rubber, refuel, driver change. So keep an eye and see where that car has filtered back in. It'll take another 5 or so laps for the whole thing to filter through and get a true picture. There is the car that was momentarily Cesar Ramos, and assistance, the Portuguese driver getting out.
And it's going to be Marc Bossang who takes over. Laurens Vanthoor kept in reserve as the faster driver for the third stint.
It's interesting that in this particular Audi they put Laurens Vanthoor, who is arguably the quickest driver in an Audi regardless. He's going to do the final stint, whereas in the case of the McLaren, where maybe Alvaro Parente is slightly ahead of everybody else in that car. So drivers or teams like WRT and the Mercedes team with Maximilian Buch, strong driver lineup, so they've got flexibility in when they put their top driver in.
Alvaro Parente, incidentally, in 98, replaced by Grégoire de Moustier, so he will take over in that car for the second stint. Harold Primack has taken over in 84 Mercedes, and we'll get a better idea of the order at the end of the next lap, because we've only got a couple of cars now to cycle back in at the end of this first round of pit stops, and then we'll start to see the complexion of the race change once more, I'm sure. The WRT mechanics, well drilled at pit stops, go to work. But this should now put 98 back up front. It had such a big lead anyway. It really should continue to hold track position. And over the timing line, Grégoire de Moustier for ART Grand Prix goes back into the lead of the race now.
Yeah, and Grégoire de Moustier, a driver who has improved over the last 2 seasons as the Audi goes a bit of rallycross coming out of the Parabolica. That's one of the gentleman driver cars. So there's the number 1 Audi going back out onto track. And it'll be an interesting to see how, once this whole first round of pit stops works its way through, who actually is in the lead. It's got to be the McLaren, because Grégoire de Moustier was given such a comfortable lead by Alvaro Parente, but behind, it's up for bids.
And number 1 then, Marc Bossang at the wheel, having gone back onto the circuit. 79 has just pitted as well, which is the Ecurie Cost BMW. That's gone a long way, 34 laps for the Pro-Am BMW, that now will have a driver change, because out of it we'll get Andrew Smith in, we'll get Alistair McCaig. That was how the car of Christian Kelders, having started in the pit lane, ended up in the gravel at the Parabolica, and from there he went to the pits.
Maybe that was the reason why he went off. He had to go into the pits, there's a problem, but let's look and see what Marc Bessing's going to do on his out lap in the Audi. He's got the Ferrari 333, the car that was so strong on Siegfried in it early in this race, so these cars have found themselves together on the track effectively once again. And of course the pace of the Russian driver in the Ferrari as opposed to the pace of the Audi is interesting to see.
Bryce Smith incidentally took over Bentley number 7, but that's down in 15th place at the moment, so it has lost time in the pits. It's also dropped quite a long way back behind number 8, so I wonder whether they spent a bit of time just looking at whether there was any damage there. They may as well, because although we're hopeful perhaps, John, of the podium, as far as Bentley is concerned, this is still a bit of a development exercise.
Yeah, just watching Gregoire de Moussier enter the second chicane, it looked a little bit airy-fairy. Looked like he was uncertain as to whether the car was going to go with him or go against him. And he sort of got through it, running wide on the exit of the Les Maubin under pressure from one of the Porsches, which is what's going on there.
Now that's 26, Stefan Ortelli at the wheel. That car is running in second place, but it's over 26 seconds adrift of the race leader. So Gregoire de Moussier is the one to look for in terms of his lap time, because I don't think de Moussier is going to be as quick as Ortelli. So 26 seconds it is, that gap. That, I suspect, will come down over this stint. So the Audi versus the McLaren, and the gap reducing is what we need to monitor going into the final hour of the race.
There's no doubt that Stefan Ortelli, in any race car, Audi or whatever you care to give him, is 100% racer, written through him like a piece of Bognor Regis rock, and he will do everything he can to cut that 26-second deficit to the lead car driven by Gregoire de Moussier. And you know, as good a driver as de Moussier is, he is not of the caliber of Alvaro Parent, whereas you have to look at Stefan Ortelli and say he is a full-time professional gun for hire. He will drive anything, anywhere in the world, and great driver.
Well, there's number 4. Christian Kelders brought it in. We've had a driver change. We've not been told to whom yet. The transponder's still in the wrong place on that car, but it is back and running once again, a long way back in the Gentleman Trophy, which is also still being headed by the 458 Ferrari. Now another drama. Is it the same Audi? It's been in the walls a lot, been in the gravel a lot. If it's car 4,
yes,
it is.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's not Kelders at the wheel, but it's being shown as such because they've got the transponder in the wrong place still. And I suspect it may be Yves. Now that is the leading car. Gregoire de Moussier then, and I told you the gap was 26 seconds. It's down to 25.6, so Ortelli, as predicted, is inching up onto the back of him.
And also we're now into a situation where drivers are having to catch and pass other cars, and how good you are in traffic affects where you will end up.
Let's hear from Alvaro Parent with Jack.
Alvaro, really impressive first stint from you, and you got a big lead now.
Well, we decided to use new tires at the beginning with that purpose to use well the new tires and gain a little bit of a gap. The car was very good to drive. It was managed to attack well, and great, you know, great first stint, controlling well with no cars in front. Didn't stress too much the tires. You know, everything what a driver wants. So you know, great first stint.
And so do you think Gregoire's going to be able to hold that advantage in this second stint?
We'll see. Some guys going fast out there, so I hope Greg will keep the lead and keep focused. He's doing well all weekend in the free practices. He improved a bit, you know, so he's driving well. Let's see now his stint during the 1 hour.
Cheers, Alvaro. Good job.
Down with praise from Alvaro. He knows that Gregoire de Moussier is a good racing driver, but he's not at Alvaro's level. And even Stefan Ortelli, who's behind in the Audi of about 26 seconds or so, 25 seconds, the gap. The key to what Gregoire de Moussier's stint is going to be about is managing the lapping traffic and knowing where you can take the risk and knowing where you should not take the risk. And that probably is going to be the difference in the stint. It's not about out-and-out pace between the two drivers, but just managing the traffic.
Blanpain now just has to stand and watch. He's done his work for the day. Now let's catch up on Audi number 1 because it's in 5th place. Mark was saying at the wheel of it, coming into the equation perhaps. John?
Gerard D'Ambrosio in the Bentley, fastest second sector time. The young man from Belgium, the part-time commentator when he's not driving a racing car, and eloquent he is too. He's showing, I am a racing driver. In the Bentley, of course.
The better place of the 2 Bentleys, as I said earlier on, that 8 having got itself ahead of 7 Guy Smith. The Gentleman Trophy, Frank Schmickler leading it still in the 458. There's 333-458 if you're still following all of this with Vadim Kogai at the wheel. But he's under pressure now because he's got the BMW of Eugenio Amos behind him, and this is the lead of Pro-Am. So this is a very significant battle that we've got on our hands now. Ferrari versus BM.
Well, the BM has been taking lumps out of the advantage the Ferrari has had. You can see on the screen we were seeing big time differentials. So again, down into the second chicane. The BMW, we know, has not been the quickest car in a straight line. The Ferrari traditionally has always had a good straight line speed, but it's about lap time, and the BMW right on the rear wing of the Ferrari coming through the second chicane now into the first of the 2 Lesmos. Again, it's all about positioning the car, almost overruns the back of the Ferrari. It's not a good place to thinking about making a move going into Lesmo 2, get the job done on the exit, and then get the run down to the 3rd chicane at the Ascari.
Side by side they come. Eugenio Amos, former Lamborghini racer, up alongside Vadim Kogai, who stays on the inside for the first part of the Variante Ascari. But here comes the BMW. No, can't do it.
Hasn't got the straight line speed. That's the aerodynamic differences between the Ferrari. It's not horsepower, it's just down to the aero. Again, all over the back of the Ferrari coming through the Ascari chicane, down now, and the run down to the Parabolica corner again, seeing the Mercedes and the Audi having a similar issue. The BMW can do everything that's possible in a corner, but when it gets onto the straight line, and 2 major straights here dominate the Monza racetrack.
Mark Bossang on the back of Harold Primat. Mark Bossang in the Audi, ex-Mercedes racer. He knows all about these cars. He pulls up to the inside on the run down towards the first chicane. This is for 4th place. Neither of these cars really shone in the first stint, but they're in the mix now. The Audi's going to go through on the inside. Harold Primat fights back as best he can. Audi takes the place.
Yeah, and that's clean, fair motor racing. Primat recognised that there was a run coming from Bossang as we look down the inside now. The BMW trying to go the long way around compromises itself by being on the outside of the corner. This is part of the give and take, the cut and thrust of motor racing, and trying to force the competitor that you're running behind you try to control him in effect. And you can see now that Bossang is being challenged by the Mercedes as a consequence of maybe the slight compromise in the first chicane. Now out of the second chicane, Bossang can relax because he had control of the entry, the mid and the exit of that second chicane.
So Mark Bossang in the Audi pulling away. This is how he did it. John, talk us through it.
Yeah, Audi on the inside, takes the inside line, gets control, comes across to the left, intimidates a little bit the Mercedes-Benz, but clean, fair, no contact. But in doing so, slightly slower off that first chicane than the Mercedes. And another battle going down. No contact, heavy contact, and that's a bit, well, I'm going to say a bit stupid. And just, I think the Mercedes was totally unsighted, didn't realise the BMW had slipped up the inside. Unusual to see anybody trying to make an overtaking manoeuvre into the inside of the entry into the Lesmo corner. Contact puncture with the right on left front on the BMW.
That's Nick Katzberg, the Mercedes in the hands of Lucas Wolf, and the puncture puts him off through the gravel, and he comes back on with gravel, with dust, with everything, and the Mercedes nearly gets wiped out. That's made the circuit very slippery, and it's just a knock-on effect.
Yeah, I mean, it's simply the contact between the 2 Lesmo corners, left front of the BMW, right side of the Mercedes-Benz, sufficiently heavy to cut down the left front of the BMW. Nicky Katzberg probably realised it, but it all affected the BMW coming into the Ascari chicane, and it's all over for the meantime. And he's trying to drag that car back, but again, out into the Parabolica, can't slow the car down, can't steer the car. The worst thing for the BMW is it's just going to be choked, the engine bay, totally choked with dust, dirt, and whatever. Gravel on the racetrack.
It's going to be like a rally stage, isn't it?
You must be nuts.
Into the pit lane comes Nick Katzberg then. There's gravel everywhere, all over the Variante Ascari, all over the road at the Parabolica, and that contact brings the BM in with it punctured tire. The Mercedes in the hands of Lucas Wolf, who is new to racing at this level, and the Mercedes has survived. Nick Katzberg gained the place briefly, but you can see the slippery surface flag is out, understandably so, with all of that gravel and dust on the road, so it's going to be slippy for sure for a lap or two.
Interestingly, Gregoire de Moussier is maintaining that 26-second gap to second place Stefano Ortelli. Ortelli has not been able to make any inroad. Now, forget about the dust and gravel that's on the car. You want to check under the bonnet to make sure everything around the area of the throttle linkages, although it's a fly-by-wire throttle on the BMW. Let's look again and see where Nicky Katzberg was a little bit ambitious. He was quicker through Lesmo 1. He thought, I'll dive down the inside, but the Mercedes did not expect that manoeuvre. He may have been ahead, well, technically half the car was ahead. The Mercedes didn't know the BMW was there.
So Lucas Wolf is therefore down the order, but this was when the tyre went down at the Variante Ascari, and this was the first snowplow effect through the gravel, scoops it all up, bounces back on the road and nearly gets the Merc again.
I hate saying that. Our producer knows it. He tells me in the headphones, look at that, look what he's done.
And there's all the gravel, or some of the gravel that's been brought back. Of course, 2 trips into the gravel bed, so this is going to cost the car a big chunk of time, isn't it?
I mean, it's a lot of time. It's probably going to be the best part of 2 laps by the time. It's not just the gravel that's gone into the air intakes, it's into the brake intakes, it's into the engine air intakes. Now they're putting out problem number 5, the McLaren, was a 15, I beg your pardon, number 15.
That's the second time we've seen that Olympic, isn't it? Remember, Grooks had just taken it over and it slowed down. And now
just on the exit of
done it again.
Chicane,
yeah. So whatever it is, it ain't fixed.
They're having to put air hoses into the air exits on the bonnet, and I mean, I would imagine the whole engine bay is coated in gravel dust, and of course that's what's got into the radiator as well. So they're trying to remove all the small bits of gravel that are, I don't know. What a mess! What a mess, Nicky Katzberg. What have you done?
He's given the TDS mechanics plenty of work to do. This is homecoming because he won the Eurocup Megane Trophy with TDS a few years ago. Now, you've got here the Ferrari in the hands of Vadim Kogai, which has lost its Pro-Am class lead to this car. Eugenio Amos in the BMW, and still in the pit lane is the TDS BMW, and it is still having its repair work completed, and of course it is still losing laps. This was the second off caused by the puncture.
Yeah, I mean, this one was actually... He didn't need to do that. He just didn't slow down enough. He thought he could get back a bit quicker. Now drags half the gravel trap onto the racetrack, pretty much on the racing line. Look at the gravel. I mean, it is. Oh, I wish I was a race director. How do these guys up? I mean, I would bring back corporal punishment. I forget about human rights. Flog the sods.
I wonder whether or not there's a good reason why you're not the race director, John. But you never know. If there's a vacancy, I'll second your proposal.
It's all too lenient compared to my days.
Oh, well, you see, gravel traps, runoff areas, you never had those.
No, gravel traps, that was a potentially hospitalisation if you hadn't been on the old circuit without gravel traps. You just had to drive the circuit as it was.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, coming over the timing line is this battle that rages on between Ferrari and Audi. And the Audi in question is number 3, which is Frank Stippler, who we know is very, very fast, and he's trying to get himself back after losing a lap to James Nash. They're on different laps, these two, but he's got himself up past Vadim Kogai, who's just had a bit of a workover.
Yeah, I mean, he forced that issue.
So the Pro-Am standings, we've been talking about the BMW in the lead. That green Ferrari is second, but not for long, because right on his tail now is number 80 Nissan with Nick McMillan at the wheel of it, the American, who's never raced here before. Look at him go. He's right on the back of the Ferrari. In 4th place in the class is the number 50 Ferrari, which has now got Simon Knapp at the wheel of it. 5th is the Porsche number 70. And then at 6th in Pro-Am is the Ecurie Cost BMW. 7th is Ferrari, 8th is Porsche, and you can see a car, yes, that's the McLaren that stops in the background, so yellow flags means no overtaking there. You can see how Pro-Am Cup is at the moment with the variety of brands, but this is the battle that's on for second in the class, with Vadim Kogai in the Ferrari versus Nick McMillan, the American, in his first car race in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of intimidation, inexperience, and lots of experience, even though there's a gap between them in terms of what they are doing. But that's what you try to do to a car, particularly an inexperienced driver.
We've had the change, look. So Nissan up to second now in Pro-Am. The change has happened, and a very, very good effort this is proving to be from Nick McMillan. There is the other Santilok Audi slowly making its way down to the parabolic, including Gosselin at the wheel, and that is at walking pace.
Yes, it's in limp home mode. And then we get a glimpse of one of the 2 Bentleys. We haven't seen much of them in this second phase. There is the pass from the Nissan coming out of Lesmo 2. Again, it's all about getting the good drive out of the Lesmo. The second Lesmo, don't run too wide in the exit. And so we're coming up. We're not all that far away from midpoint of this race with 1 hour 39 minutes and a half minute to go.
It's gone pretty fast, hasn't it?
It's been a cracking race. Lots of action, lots of good motor racing, good clean racing, a little bit of sometimes, let's put it, amateur dramatics, but overall, for an endurance race, I think it's been very, very interesting.
You can see the way the overall classification is on the screens at the moment, and significant amongst that is that number 7 Bentley has dropped way down into 13th place. We're on the case to try and investigate why. A white flag showed at the exit of the Parabolica to the leader, Gregoire de Moustier, to warn him of a very slow car. It's clearly Gosselin's Audi that is still staggering back to the pits. De Moustier goes through.
You're not seeing an awful lot of this, the number 8 Bentley with Gregoire de Moustier, who's doing a really good job. His lap times outside of the lead car, which is in the 1 minute 49, Gregoire de Moustier doing a great job, but Jerome D'Ambrosio lapping probably quicker than most people around him. Certainly with the odd exception, he is lapping pretty much quicker than anybody else around him.
A strong job. The other hero of this, for my money, is Nick McMillan, who's only ever raced in the Dubai 24. Doesn't know Monza at all.
And Nick McMillan never
class.
raced at Monza. It is compulsory to walk away from this place saying, "Isn't it wonderful?"
Now let's find out a bit more about Bentley's travails. Jack, what can you tell us?
Well, I'm here with Andy Merrick. We'll see what he can tell us. Great start, but it hasn't gone quite as well since then.
Yeah, I mean, the start was fantastic, and obviously we were up to second, and unfortunately we couldn't live with the McLaren, but very happy to keep the Ferraris behind us. And then, yeah, mid-stint, but then we lost a lot of time towards the end when there's a couple of Ferraris in front and hit one another, put fluid down, and I had to take to the grass to avoid it. And obviously there was I don't know if it was you know, water or oil that was on the track, but obviously it became very slippy, and I went off just trying to avoid it. So we sort of 10 seconds or so then. So unfortunate really, but the pace at the start was fantastic, and especially as we went into it in a little bit of the unknown from obviously overnight when the guys have worked to rebuild it. So it was a slow pitch, just dropped us down the order a bit, but I think we're still doing some decent lap times now, and hopefully we can go forward.
Cool, thanks Andy. And David, just to cross the I's and dot the T's, the number 90 Ferrari lost an awful lot of time in the pits with a right rear wheel nut issue, so that's why the Stefano Guy Villorba Corsa Ferrari has dropped out of the contention.
Excellent, thanks Jack. Yes, that was another on my list of question marks as to why it had dropped down. We're going to have another car drop down incidentally, which is the 85 Mercedes of Lucas Wolf, who is being given a drive-through penalty for causing the collision with Nick Katzberg's BMW.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't know the BMW was there. He turned into Lesmo 1, and all of a sudden, wallop in the passenger door, that's the right-hand side door of the Mercedes. Didn't damage the Mercedes at all, but it did all the damage to Nicky Katzberg's. It was, to me, a very high-risk manoeuvre by Katzberg to do what he was doing, because there was 4 cars all squabbling over the same bit of racetrack, and consequently, you know, all the focus and concentration was not either out to the side or behind, but focusing forward, and consequently the Mercedes driver has received that penalty for, again, something which was avoidable. He should have been aware of what was happening around him.
And interesting as well that we now know that the Bentley lost time by an off. That is Vadim Kogai having his own off, and through the gravel and sideways. Which direction does it face when it comes out of the dust cloud? Anybody's guess.
I think of the right one.
Yes, I think so. That's the Santilok Claude Gosselin Audi in the pit bunker. Go back, what, 2-3 decades. Claude Gosselin was a quick Formula 3000 racer. Now he's a gentleman driver in GT racing terms. The Mercedes is serving its drive-through, and there, Frank Stippler, still trying to work his way back up the order. He's in 32nd place, so this really is a rather thankless task, because, of course, they lost time after James Nash's accident and long pit stop. But Frank Stippler is so fast and consistent, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's the perfect driver to put into an endurance race. He's metronomic in everything he does. Again, being challenged by the BMW into the second chicane as the Mercedes leaves the pit lane. So that's the drive-through for that, for the avoidable contact with Katzberg's BMW. So he's making his way back out, and that's a lot of time lost. Very difficult to recoup any of it, frankly.
He's going to put the car down in 14th place now after that stop. So there is Lucas Wolf, who's racing at this level really, and say for the first time. So there are quite a few new things to him. And we are almost at the halfway point, with Gregoire de Moustier still leading from Stefan Ortelli, and then Kevin Koyos, who's taken over from Kevin Est in 3rd place.
I mean, we're sort of pointing out that Gregoire de Moustier not at the same level that we're familiar with Alvaro Parent, but in fairness, Gregoire de Moustier has been running consistently in the low 1 minute, high 149s. This last lap of 150.9, no doubt due to traffic. But de Moussier has really consolidated the advantage that was built up by Alvaro Parente. Still 25 seconds between first and second, and getting all messy again in the exit of the second Lesmo.
That was the replay of the Lucas Wolf, Nick Katzberg coming together. That is the Pro-Am leader, Eugenio Amos, who's not had a lot of luck in this championship over the last couple of seasons, but he's going well now in this BMW, the Royal Motorsport Run car that comes over the timing line. He is in 6th place overall as he comes through now, and behind for second in Pro-Am is the Nissan of Nick McMillan, doing a really, really good job. There's Frank Stippler's Audi that, frustratingly for him, is 32nd. So although it's good to watch this, it's not really a genuine fight for position. And we've had another shuffle a bit lower down the order, yes, because we'd already seen him, we not the car of Vadim Kogai go wide. So Thomas Enger, who we've not seen yet in the Lamborghini, but he's there, I promise you, in 9th place, working his way into contention.
Wonderful, I love Thomas Enger. He's so just, I mean, if you wanted a character, one character in any form of motor racing, it has to be Thomas Enger.
And with Albert von Taxis as a co-driver, it's a very jolly camp, that, isn't it?
Well,
the motor engineering
almost
squad.
a clash of characters. I mean, who is the bigger personality? Who is the bigger? Who's the richer? Well, that's easy to answer.
Is there anybody richer than Albert von Taxis, the German Baron? Well, Thomas Enger is certainly quick, and Peter Cox will do the last stint in the Lamborghini Gallardo as this opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series continues here at Monza.
Just looking further down the field, Frank Stippler in particular, running sadly all the way down in 32nd place. His lap times are matching, or probably slightly quicker than anybody else on the racetrack. So Stippler pushing as hard as he can, in spite of being in 32nd place, knocking out low 1 minute 50-second laps.
There is Thomas Enger. We found him for you, John, in the Lamborghini. Turning his way through ahead of the battle now between Ferraris, where you've got Vadim Kogai ahead of Simon Knap. Now this is for 3rd in Pro-Am, so it's another significant battle. Vadim Kogai drawing attention to himself, A, because he's in battles, and B, because it's a very colourful car. But Simon Knap, the Dutchman, ex-BMW racer in Blancpain, now at Ferrari, looks for a way by as they get to the Parabolica. Not quite near enough.
Oh, the Ferrari runs wide onto the ground. You could see he was getting it all wrong. Didn't slow the car down. Again, no confidence in turning the steering wheel. Off the throttle, on the brakes, runs wide, and well, there's an illustration of how to get it wrong. And the Bentley now comes up, has to go very acutely back to the left-hand side of the track to pass the Ferrari as it takes a bit of racetrack. The Bentley at greater speed was anticipating taking. Now the Ferrari is now up to speed, tries to find a way around the Bentley. Suddenly it's all battles to the fore coming into the first chicane. Guy Smith having to be a little bit defensive to keep the speed of the Ferrari, which picked up a lot of speed in the second half of the straight.
That's 3 incidents we've seen from Vadim Kogai, though, in his stint, which is half an hour old, and I just wonder if he has another one, whether the race director may not show him a driving standards flag just to calm him down, because if he keeps going off the road like that, sooner or later it's going to bite.
But he's got a quick car. I mean, he's pulling up again to the tail of the Bentley. If I was Guy Smith, I'd be worried, because I just wonder whether that Ferrari might fancy a bite at the rear of the Bentley. And as a consequence, let's look again and see, just, you can see on the brakes, no throttle, car just tippy toes around the outside of the gravel, gets it back, no damage to the car, but a very messy entry and conclusion to the corner.
And Marco Seefried watching his hard work being unravelled here, isn't he?
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
You might think that I couldn't possibly comment, yes. Marco Seefried, the gun for hire.
I mean, Seefried did a great job on this car. And, I mean, his teammates are not, again, to his level, but you know, that's what endurance racing is about. Not every driver is a fully paid top-line professional driver, and the mix and match of skills and qualities, and that's why we've got, look at the gravel now, that's all the consequence of Katzberg. That is a mess on the outside. Anybody gets out there, the arms of the barrier are going to say, come to me.
And we're all embracing, for sure. Number 1, Marc Masang, running in 4th place at the moment in the Audi, and he's trying to work his way through traffic. He's being held up here because that Ferrari will not get out of the way, and it should get out of the way. 51 it is, the Ferrari in question. That's the Barreiros, Peter Mann, Francisco Guedes car, which is in the Gentleman Trophy and should not be fighting. Maybe that car thought the Audi in question was the Gentleman Trophy equivalent. But anyway, through now has gone Marc Masang, and he can set off in pursuit of Kevin Kyrgios, the Estonian, in the ART McLaren further up the road, but the gap is 15 seconds between them. So Mark Masenga's got work to do here.
Yeah, I mean, but as long as he gets clear road, he can see where he wants to go. Again, looking at the BMW, trying to look down the inside into the second Lesmo. It's not a place you want to do it, because most drivers, their focus and concentration will be on the second Lesmo, not about somebody thinking about a move up the inside.
So the race is currently on lap 49 for the leader, Gregoire de Moustier. There's Baseng. There is the lap 51 Ferrari with Peter Mann, in fact, the Brit at the wheel of it, and off again almost.
Well, the two BMWs coming together,
yeah,
and one going round the outside, having to run across the gravel that the Katzberg car dragged on a number of laps ago. So a little bit messy for the two BMWs up at the Ascari chicane.
It's all happening. Nick Katzberg in 12. 10 is now Eric Clement at the wheel of the sister car behind. So those two cars battle on, albeit in different paces on the classification, different laps as well after their dramas. And Porsche attacking as well on the far side of the circuit, because they're getting up to the Alistair McCaig BMW is Franck Pereira in number 93 Porsche. Ahead of them both is the overall race leader, Gregoire de Moustier, doing exactly what's required of him in this middle stint.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got to be careful with the lap traffic. He's got to make sure that his speed is going to be effective on parts of the racetrack where he's not going to catch a slower car or a car driven by a less experienced driver unawares. So it is really tippy-toe stuff right now, but the pace that McLaren's got has got straight line speed, it's got good corner speed as well. So for Gregoire de Moustier, just pick him off in the parts of the track where you're strong.
Stefano Ortelli in second place. What's interesting about this is that it's Santilot we're talking about as the leading Audi team, not WRT for a change. Stefan placed at Santilot by the Audi management for the Endurance Series, and Santilot has its good and its bad days, but when it's a good day, it's a really good day for the French team.
I suspect there's a lot of WRT in the Santilot preparation. They know exactly what they need to do to make these cars both perform and be reliable. The gap currently, well, I think it was down to 23 seconds between Ortelli and Gregoire de Moustier, principally. And there's our friends in the Macanese Audi back on the track. But it's just the ebb and flow of traffic. Again, look at the understeer in the Ferrari all over the shop coming into the first chicane. And that's only going to get worse from here. It's not going to improve. Driving a car like that, a lot of understeer entry over the bumps and the crash and the bang.
So that's his fourth off.
It's not the way to treat a Ferrari.
And now he's being caught by Ahmad Al-Hathi behind there in the Oman racing team Aston Martin, and the Omani driver in a British car run by a British team, Motorbase, based near Brands Hatch, and that gap has been coming down and down, helped of course by Vadim Kogai throwing the car at the scenery on more than one occasion.
Yeah, I mean, you can see up 7 seconds on one lap. That was due to the off that we've just witnessed, and now the Aston. I mean, you could even get caught unawares by an error from the Russian driver in the Ferrari. So just again, plan where you think your strengths lie and you use them accordingly.
Behind the Aston is the Porsche of Nico Maroc, and that is a McLaren. I think it's a Butson-Gignon car again. It's 15, Frederic Verviche, I understand, who is limping, Olivier Grotz at the wheel of the Verviche car, limping back to the pits. It is, yes, there's Olivier Grotz making his way past the camera.
Yeah, and he's got to stay way, way, way offline at parts of the racetrack. He'll have to cross the racetrack. So we see the Ferrari, he's got that straight line speed. The Aston is just being left. Lights flashing, knows that he's capable of lapping a lot quicker. But for some reason, this particular Ferrari has had more straight line speed, I think, than any of the other 458s we've watched in the race. And there is that McLaren limping back. Well, it's coming back, he's back. I mean, that's a concern, because that car is so slow that drivers are on-sighted coming out of Lesmo 1, and as the car gets midway between the two Lesmo corners, the problem decreases. But it will be a problem again on the exit of Lesmo 2 as it creeps around. I mean, you could walk as quickly. I mean, I go down far more reservoir on my power walk quicker than that's coming back to the pits. And I sweat doing it too, believe me.
In fairness, I think Olivier Grotz might be sweating at the moment. Can't be much fun in there. Hoping that everybody avoids you, because here are very quick cars that are bearing down on him. So there is Kogai ahead of Al-Hathi, the white flag toward them of a very slow-moving vehicle. Blimey.
That's the problem. You know, the white flag's being waved, but you can't see where the car is, so you think, well, I'll wait until I see the car. You're then committed, and then that's an incident just waiting to happen.
Well, the race director will be aware of the problem, and hopefully we'll be able to communicate it to the teams. Kogai's at the verge of another drama here, isn't he? And Al Harfi is right up behind him, but Ahmad almost, yes, he does get himself on the marbles and has to hang on to a slide in the Aston Martin. Another good battle developing here. This, remember, is between cars in different classes. Pro-Am versus Pro, 12th, 13th and 14th. Nico Maroc's Porsche behind. This is where we stand in the overall order.
Yeah, I mean, just the Aston can do nothing in a straight line with the Ferrari, and again, going through Parabolica. Again, Ferrari all over the exit of the corner. Aston right up behind it. Gets to the tail of the car, but just watch how the Ferrari stretches its legs, and the Aston's just left.
Al Harfi tries his best on the inside. He's going to have to be very heroic on the brakes, and he might just level with the Ferrari. There's still a bit more straight to go, though. Maroc wants to follow him through as well if he can, and Ahmad Al Harfi does go through under braking. Good job.
Good job indeed. So the Ferrari straight line speed this time didn't save it, and a good job from the Oman racing Aston Martin. That was a lot of hard work, a lot of thought went into it. It was all assisted by the Ferrari being poor in the Parabolica, but now coming back through the Curva Grande. And watch for the dive down the inside from the Russian-driven Ferrari, because I suspect this is a mission which has got problems written all over it. No,
Nico Maroc in the Porsche wants to buy into it, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he's watching this action, and Porsche may well have a good straight-line speed. Again, trying to follow the Aston through down into the first chicane. Again, pulls back to the right to give himself a better exit from the chicane. Ferrari, you can see, closes up to the back of the Aston mid. Such a strange driving style we're seeing from the Russian-driven Ferrari.
So Ahmad Al Harfi moves himself through. The Oman driver, who has really specialised in Porsches before, having driven Porsches in the British GT and Blancpain last year. He was the Pro-Am 1 winner in Carrera Cup GB the season before that. Still limping back is Olivier Grutz.
When he gets into the Ascari chicane, please let him get through without having any effect on any of the remaining cars on track, because that's not an easy place to have to drive your way around. Although he will be online on the entry, he'll be offline in the middle, but he'll be back online for the exit. And on the exit of the chicane, certainly middle part of the chicane, there's a lot of gravel.
Well, the battle continues between Vadim Kogai and now Nicolas Maroc in the Porsche, right up behind him.
Yeah, Porsche should have good straight line speed, got a powerful 3.8 litre flat 6 engine. Can he manage to get out? He's pulled out, but again, the same thing. The Ferrari is pretty quick in a straight line, and the Porsche can't do enough just to get alongside. If he can get alongside, he could sort of put pressure on the Ferrari, and but still, the Ferrari's got good acceleration.
So Kogai, for the moment, hangs on to his 13th place. Maroc 14th, and then 15th is Lucas Wolf in the Lukoil Mercedes after the drive-through that we saw a few minutes ago. An hour and 22 minutes, give or take, still to run. The lead gap's coming down, incidentally.
It is, just going to say 18 seconds now. And again, I imagine principally due to the ebb and flow of traffic around the racetrack, but Otelli has managed to get it to below 20 seconds down to, what, 18.890. So he's beginning to see a little bit of light further down the road.
Let's catch up with Nissan news, because it's been a busy race for both cars, and Jack Nichols in the pits has news for us.
Thanks, David. I've got Mark Szosicki here. Mark, your car's been in the garage for a little bit, just headed back. Problem?
Yeah, we had some problem with radiator, so some small contacts, and I think we lose our front bumper and some pads coming off, so we lose radiator too. It was a problem, 1 hour to change it, so we lose race.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Thanks for talking to us. And I'm going to try and find Alex Buncombe in a minute, talk to him about his great drive. But for the moment, it's back to you, David.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, it was a heck of a drive, wasn't it, by Alex Buncombe? And if you've lost an hour, as Mark Szosicki refers to for his car, they're effectively going to be not classified. They, I suspect, will not do enough distance in the race. And so that's going to be, although now continuing to the end, one hopes, only ready for a test session. Now, tell us about this flapping bodywork.
Well, the left side of the body, you can see the bonnet is flapping. So the clip, the safety clip, for some reason has become detached. And once air gets under that, it's never going to improve. There is the McLaren in limp mode, so it's managed to get through the Ascari chicane safely.
That Ferrari not only has it got its flapping bodywork, it's a significant one because it leads, as you can see, the Gentleman Trophy. This is Frank Schmickler at the wheel of it, having taken over from Pierre Eret. And if the car has to make an unscheduled stop to sort out the bodywork, it is going to lose its lead. It's only 25 seconds ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they may well try to stretch this out, but of course, once that is seen by a race director, they may feel that it's a problem that's not going to improve, and the only way they can find a solution is to give that car a flag to get it back into the pit. It's a question as to whether it is deteriorating or it's in control.
That's the car that's second currently in the Gentleman Trophy, with now Romain Brandella at the wheel of the Ferrari. And it's just gone past the limping McLaren that's on the outside of the parabolica and has now got to cut right across the track to get into the pit lane. That's going to be pretty risky.
Not a good place to do it. Wherever you're going to do it on the parabolica, the later you do it, the quicker the cars are going to be exiting. So ideally he wants to just do it before he gets to the parabolica, and if he has to compromise somebody on the apex, that's probably the best solution.
So there's the second Gentleman Trophy Ferrari. Remember, Brandella, former Formula Renault race winner. He's been seen in Blancpain before in Lamborghinis with Georges Cabane, who indeed is one of his co-drivers in this car. And so that's second in the Gentleman Trophy. And then third is number 49 Ferrari, with now Yannick Malagol at the wheel of the car, which went up the escape road early on, but they've recovered strongly. Good to have the likes of Brandella and Georges Cabane back into the championship. Georges Cabane was the Gentleman Trophy winner in its very first season. That's the third-placed Ferrari. Yannick Malagol, who's been in the past very successful in the Ferrari Challenge, winning the Copper Shell for the amateur racers. He's at the wheel of it now. The car's run by AF Corsa, so on that alone, it's going to be a well-run Ferrari.
Yeah, it's going to be a well-prepared car, reliable, and it's just in the hands of the drivers to ensure that they avoid any off-track excursions or any contact with fellow competitors. There's the second-place car, Stefano Otelli. It was down to 18.9 seconds a couple of laps ago. We wait to see as the car is about to come across the start-finish line. We're back to the race leader. 15 seconds, so the gap is now closing more significantly. Let's look and see what's going on up at Ascari.
That's the leader, that's de Moustier, and that's why he's lost some of the time.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to make mistakes like that. I mean, a lap car, he shouldn't have put himself into that position. That's sort of an error that I wouldn't have expected. Now he's got to still get past the Porsche, and he's got now the realization that he's made a mistake and that Otelli will be aware of that from his pit. So he'll be getting a message, push, push, push. We're putting pressure on de Moustier. Maybe we can make another error.
So we have there Stefano Otelli running in second place. The gap 15 seconds now as he makes his way out of the chicane, still hunting down the lead car. Third is 99 Kevin Kyrgios, and the second of the ART McLarens. There it is. Kevin Kyrgios very, very quick in single-seaters. Formula Renault 2-litre, Formula Renault 3.5, now switching to GT cars. And I think somebody that's going to become a real force to be reckoned with as the season goes on. Not a bad debut, is it, running in third place?
No, it's not. Again, looking at the McLaren, when it's being pushed, as it is being pushed right now, it's not the most comfortable car. It's the kind of car a single-seater race driver would probably find fairly familiar, but for gentlemen drivers or drivers that are not accustomed to having an edgy car, it's a racer's car, not a gentleman's car.
So we've got the race leader working lap 55 now. We had talked about Alex Bunkum's amazing first stint, working his way through the field, so it was a very, very impressive job. We talked about it, but let's hear from the man himself. Alex Bunkum's with Jack.
Alex, brilliant start, brilliant first lap, and what brilliant opening stint, really.
Yeah, absolutely. The start was amazing, and yeah, got the initial really good. Managed to do 3 or 4, I think, and then into turn 1, everyone was on the brakes really early, and I just sort of picked my way through, and yeah, found myself in front of Mark at the first corner, and passed a few more on the first lap, and just got my head down from there. Really, yeah, I was quite surprised enough to come around at the end of lap 1 in P15. So yeah, the car was handling extremely well, and we made some slight adjustments on the car overnight, and that seemed to improve us.
And Nick's doing a great job now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders. You know, he's out there in P9 or 10, I think, now overall. So yeah, the boys have got a lot to do, but you know, it's their first their first major race, and we'll see how they get on.
Cheers, good luck. Back to you, David.
Thanks, Jack. Well, off has gone number 4 Audi. So that's the Gentleman Trophy car, yet again having a moment. And it is Jean-Luc Blanchemin at the wheel of it, last year's Gentleman Trophy champion. And 333, Vadim Kogai, is already there. So under the yellow flag, he has gone off, and that's going to go down like a cup of cold sick with the race director.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, that was done under a yellow flag. We understand. You can see the yellow flag on the timing. And that's, look, I mean, what is he doing? I mean,
What, fifth off, sixth
well,
off?
That was unassisted by what we have seen in the camera. And all of a sudden you've got a yellow flag. Let's see what's going to happen. Then another car. Is there oil? Maybe there may be something on the racetrack. Must be something on the racetrack, because two cars going off in a similar corner. You've got to believe there's a reason for it. One car going off you can put down to a driver error. Two cars, something beyond that.
That's Pierre Herret as well, looking a bit nonplussed about his flapping bodywork. So we've got 333 in the gravel, we've got number 4 in the gravel, and there's a slow car there as well.
And again, is it still a yellow flag situation? Was he overtaking under a yellow? Yes, there is a yellow flag, so that's going to be a problem as well.
Trying to see which car that was. That might have been the Lamborghini. Thomas Engel will check in a moment. So where's 333 gone? That's been snatched out of the way, I think. And it's all happening. Now, what does this do to the Aston Martin? That's 44, Ahmad Al-Hafi, running in 12th place overall. A good job for his first race in this car.
Yeah, it means he hasn't got the pressure of the green demon Ferrari all over him, and not knowing whether the predictability was going to be even that.
Blancpain's gone a long way off, hasn't he, in the Audi? Actually all through the gravel.
I mean, it's strange. The Ferrari going off, we thought, driver error, followed then by the Audi. Something must be on the track. Because two cars would not just go off at that point of the corner. That's very, very early. It's really on the turn in rather than on the apex itself, or more likely to go off on the exit.
Stefano Telly is still hunting down the leader. There is Thomas Engel with his punctured tyre. That's why that car was going slowly and heading for the pit lane. So Thomas Engel will go for the pits.
So is Thomas Engel going to continue this stint? It's a bit early to think about doing your final stint with an hour and 13 minutes to go. So what would you do? Keep Thomas in, or...?
Yeah, because Peter Cox could... He would have to do 73 minutes for his last stint, so he can't do it.
So one tyre or 4 tyres. Certainly he might change 2, because... Well, interested to see what happens with the team. So the Jack with the air... Well, they're putting fuel in as well.
Yeah.
So they're going to keep Thomas Engel in the car, refueling him, and we have to wait until the refueling is complete before they put... Is it just one tyre or all 4? There's a little bit of confusion. So one tyre certainly looks like the left front is going to be clearly changed. That's the tyre that's gone down. Is the right front... I don't think anything is going to be done at the rear of the car. Or it's just simply one tyre, indeed.
Fuel and
so
one tyre.
fuel and one tyre. So Thomas Engel back out.
Now, Thomas Engel's puncture slows him. There's the BMW that comes round the outside. He can't really slow enough.
Well, there is a yellow flag, actually. If you look from the camera looking back from Lesmo too, I think I did see a yellow flag, but it was quite a long way off the racetrack. I saw a yellow flag. How many racing drivers have said that? I saw a yellow flag. He overtook me.
Racing drivers' eyes are different from mere mortals' eyes.
I think that there was clearly a view looking from the Lesmo to Lesmo 1, and there was a marshal holding something yellow. If it wasn't a flag, then it must have been something, maybe a T-shirt.
Well, there could be a still yellow before the wave, couldn't there, as you get to the zone. There's Albert.
What's Albert got under his nose? What is that?
It's not very happy, is it? Whatever it is.
It looks like he's brought his eyebrows down below his nose. He's still got his eyebrows, though.
Well, somebody else's. When you're that rich, you can afford more than one set, you see. Thomas Engel back on track then, having had his lengthy stop for a new tyre.
But Ortelli has eaten further into the lead of Grégoire de Moussier. Now we've got an hour and 11 minutes remaining, and it's 12.3 seconds.
In 50 minutes, he's effectively halved the gap, hasn't he? In this stint, he's halved it pretty much.
That's what Stefano Ortelli can do.
Yeah, that's what he's paid to do, absolutely.
He's a super little scrapper.
Hans Reiter saying to everybody, shh, don't speak too soon here. They've got Peter Cox to get back into that car. This is the Pro-Am battle that's really coming alive now, because Eugenio Amos has been caught by Simon Knapp in the Ferrari. Simon Knapp, the Dutchman, again, he's one of these people that flies under the radar. He's about to fly underneath the BMW if he can on the inside. Can't find a way through there. Dust cloud ahead. Somebody's had a drama and got back on at the first Lesmo bend. But Eugenio Amos here is really under attack, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, again, the Ferrari is going to just get a better run out of the corner. He's got more straight line speed, we believe, than the BMW has got. And he'll be thinking about a move up into Ascari. He's already thinking whether they're going to go left. He's committed to going to the left, to the inside. He's taken control of the corner, and he's made the overtake anyway, the most important thing.
So, change for the lead of Pro-Am. Ferrari goes ahead of BMW. Simon Knapp goes ahead of Eugenio Amos. And a Bentley update, 6th, Jerome D'Ambrosio. 10th now, Guy Smith.
D'Ambrosio's done a good job.
catch up before the Pro-Am battle continues at this, which is over at Lesmo 1, and Vadim Kogai again in treble 3.
Matey boy, again, I mean, it's just a joke. Look at the way he comes back on.
I mean, he nearly causes another drama.
Well,
the race director's got to do something about it.
There's an incident of a driver just, I mean, even almost drives off the racetrack under braking into the first chicane. I mean, somebody needs to take him, sit him down, give him a chill pill, and explain to him that if you want to go rallycross, don't come to a Monza 3-hour Blancpain Endurance Series event.
The car, despite all the abuse, is still going. It's got another hour and 9 minutes to do. Not all with Kogai behind the wheel, thankfully.
Sort of guy, I wouldn't want to meet him on a dark night, would you? You know,
well, not after what we've said about
if he's
him, no.
as wild as this in a racing car, you'd go walk on the other side of the street, wouldn't you?
Let me know where his hire car is on the way out of the circuit. I'll let him go.
It's the old black Hummer, apparently.
With the dents in the front, you mean, yeah. The bull bars. So that car is tumbling down the order now. It was, remember, running second early on. It's now 26th.
So McMillan dives down again. Gets out on the outside, gets the line, but the Audi on the inside, so that should be an overtake on the exit for McMillan in the Nissan as we look up to the exit of the Ascari chicane. And there is one of the two Bentleys. Can't work out whether that's Ambrosium or is that Guy Smith.
Remember, I've been saying that maybe the race director should do something about Vadim Kogai. The team manager of that car is being summoned to the race director immediately. I think officialdom have now decided enough's enough.
I think something more emergent, just immediately is not good enough for me. I want something more urgent than that. Something more than immediately.
So, we'll see what happens to poor Vadim Kogai. I'm intrigued to see whether Jack's going to go talk to him and ask him about all of this.
The Guy Smith picked up time on the Nissan. And again, somebody runs wide down in the parabolic. Don't tell me
it's a green Ferrari. It is!
It is! I can't believe it. And now he's got bodywork damage so much so he's got a puncture. And that tyre is going to literally fall apart because the bodywork is just scything into the side of the Pirelli, and hopefully there's a message. Even divine interception on this one might help.
Now, when the tyre goes bang, it's going to be an enormous moment. I mean, he's had enough with 4 good tyres. This is not a good tyre anymore, and he turns in all right, but I'm not optimistic about this lap.
I bet you when he gets out of the car, he'll look like an angel. Me?
Yeah.
No, I didn't do anything.
I had a small problem with whatever.
Now the message has gotten through. Maybe the radio, the two-way radio, actually does work in the Ferrari after all. Guy Smith just ahead of them. Nissan doesn't pass for position.
For 9th. It's come up on the screen that 333 has got a puncture. Well, yeah, great. So it's going to limp back to the pit lane and somebody else can take over that car. It would be Renat Solikov.
You know, I would not want to be the co-driver taking it over, having watched what that car has been through. That's one of the problems when you race in endurance racing. You need teammates that are you can trust. Come on, nice one. Nice pass by Stefano Telli, using the traffic to his advantage. But when you're having to share a car, particularly in long events, 6 hours, 1,000 kilometers, 12, 24 hours, that's where trust in your teammate is imperative. In a short race like this, it's much more of a sprint. Nevertheless, if the last driver in that Ferrari has seen what it's been through, well, I would be cautious on my first 2 or 3 laps to make sure is everything, steering wheel straight, have I got a brake pedal? What's the car doing? The dampers must be knackered if nothing.
Yes, when you ask has it got a brake pedal, there's not been much evidence in the last hour of that, has there?
Well, it's an interesting view, isn't it?
Number 80, the Nissan then. Nick McMillan, a really good job in 9th place overall. Into the pits comes the Romain Brandella Ferrari, methinks, 41. Yes, that was 2nd in Gentleman Trophy. That doesn't look all that well organised as a pit stop. Pro-Am, just quickly to talk about it. Simon Knapp, it is, who heads the class. That's the car's 2nd, 43 BMW Eugenio Amos. And Nick McMillan in the Nissan, number 80, is in 3rd. 4th is Porsche Nick O'Maroc. 5th, Porsche Franck Pereira. 6th, Ferrari, which is now number 90. The man behind the wheel of it is Andrea Rizzoli.
Nick McMillan only 4.5 seconds behind in 3rd place to take the lead of the Pro-Am category, so interesting to see.
Absolutely. Look at this little battle developing as Stefano Telli forces his way through the traffic. Gets past Michel Albert on the inside. How's the gap doing to the race leader? had Gregoire de Musquier over the timing line. Stefan Ortelli goes through 13.5 seconds. Gone up a bit in traffic.
It's because of the ebb and flow. No doubt Gregoire de Musquier had the same issue of passing groups of cars who are involved in their individual battles. So it would be artificial to say that the gap... Oh, and mistake! What has Stefan Ortelli done in the first chicane? Schoolboy error! Stefan! Like you lost all concentration.
Don't often see it, do you? Stefan Ortelli makes a mistake.
Well, he was clear of all traffic. He just seemingly overran the entry into the first chicane and had to take avoiding action.
So he's going to do that hard work again and get through the traffic. He's lost time to the race leader while others gone on.
Here he comes down in on the brakes. Everything looks normal, Ah, a little lock up on the right front and just runs the car too deep. So Ortelli has to take to the inside of the corner, bounces over those curbs, and the two cars, the Ferrari and the Aston, he had just overtaken. He's got to do the work all again, and Gregoire de Musquier and the McLaren team will be on the radio saying, wow, he's given us a help here, he's given us a hand. So that gap, which had accelerated up to 13 seconds, now probably going to be nearer to 15, 16 or 17 seconds. Again, Ortelli comes up, gets alongside the Ferrari into the Escarre chicane, so he's got one of those paces back he lost half a lap ago.
I reckon the leader should be on for 2 more laps before the next pit stop. They might, in this, be able to eke out 1 extra on top of that, but 2/3 laps before the leader should be due in for the next stop. Stefan Ortelli will give way to Greg Gilbert, who you saw with his crash helmet on a moment ago with Edward Sandstrom down in the pit lane, and we are almost at the end of the second hour of the race. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is Vadim Kogai, a man who has drawn attention to himself in every way.
I hope that I hope that we can get hold of Jack.
He's there, I can see him in the background, and he's promised me he's going to go and talk to Vadim.
I hope Jack's Russian is sufficient to ask the tough question.
And your membership card, John, of Vadim's fan club will be arriving in the first class post on Tuesday.
Great. He's wonderful for television.
Absolutely.
Everybody loves what he's doing. It's only us idiots who think, you know, what kind of guy drives a racing car like that? But the public at home watching on television, and there's a problem on the left front of the Lamborghini.
Thomas Enger again.
Yeah, and that's the second time he's had a puncture on the left front.
Same corner, absolutely right, yes. So this at least means they can combine this with a driver change stop to put Peter Cox in the car, but it loses them even more time.
Yeah, but it's why is he suddenly suffering left front punctures? Is some of the bodywork getting close? Has there been damage, contact or something? That is not normal, and Thomas Enger having suffered now the second of those two in his stint roughly of an hour duration. Thomas is going to get out, Peter Cox is going to get in. There'll be a full 4-wheel tyre change as well as refuelling. Can't change the wheels and tyres, of course, until the refuelling has been completed.
If I say about that tyre that there's more and more gravel being brought onto the road, you will say, but it's not affecting anybody else in the same way, which is absolutely true.
So Guy Smith having to go slightly defensive with the BMW. And Guy Smith is in 8th place in the Bentley, the leading Bentley of the two. The other Bentley, where is it? No, so second, D'Ambrosio. Jerome D'Ambrosio has done a really good job in his first drive. I'm sure he's driven closed cars in the past, but to come out of a Formula One test program that he'd been involved in or whatever, to jump into a car so totally different, and particularly going from high downforce cars to relatively low downforce cars, not an easy transition. And D'Ambrosio, I think, has done a very good job for Bentley this weekend.
Go along with that. There's something fishy, by the way, happening for AF Corsa at the moment, because the team manager of both cars 50 and 51 being summoned to see the race director. I wonder whether this is a pit infringement that's happened for both cars. So we'll keep an eye to that story as well.
So the Nissan also in. Nick McMillan having a good stint in that car. And he was only 4.5 seconds behind the lead when he came in. So whether they can get him out again and see a challenge to the last just 1 hour and 1 minute of this race remaining.
Just in case you're waiting for the next replay of 333 going off, it's still in the pit lane. So you've seen all the spins and the dramas it's had. Get the feeling the car just doesn't want to go out anymore. It's had enough abuse, but for the moment, the car is still in the pit lane. And I wonder whether that's something to do with officials.
If I was a director of Ferrari, the car manufacturing company, I would take that car from the team and I would take it on a world tour with a video of what we've been watching and say, this is the kind of car Ferrari makes. We can give it this level of punishment and it still comes back.
Yeah, we thought the Bentley was strong after the first hour. We hadn't seen anything like Vadim Kogai's stint in the Ferrari. Right, in comes 8. That's Jerome D'Ambrosio to give way to Duncan Tappy, is it not, in the rotation this time? So number 8 from 6th place. Good effort, that. D'Ambrosio out. Duncan Tappy will get in. We have also got Simon Knapp and Eugenio Amos into the pits, the cars first and second in Pro-Am. There is the BMW, Eugenio Amos to give way now in the Royal Motorsport BMW to Stefano Comodini. And also coming back into the race, number 44, Aston Martin. I think Michael Caine it is now, isn't it, to have taken over that car. So we've got to the end of the second hour, the start of the final hour of the race, some pit stops cycling through. And Gregoire de Moustier has done now 64 laps, the car has done 64 laps, and he stays out. And so they are just going a bit further on this second stint.
But you know what, more importantly, his last lap, 1 minute 49.4.
No, his last was a 52.5.
I beg your pardon, you're right, I'm looking at those fastest lap, I was getting too excited there. 52.5, I mean, that's, again, traffic related.
Yeah.
So Ortelli is 12.5 seconds behind.
Because his last was a 50.6, so he took very nearly 2 seconds out of it. Again, as you say, traffic related.
It's the ebb and flow of what traffic is at any given point in the circuit.
Whereas Marc Bosseng has just done a personal best lap in what is now third place.
Yeah,
because Kevin Kourlos has pitted out of third spot. And you like this, John? Vadim Kogai overshot his pit and left the car in gear, so the team couldn't get the fuel rig attached. This from Malcolm Swetton, who's been watching these things.
He's a star. We need characters in motorsport, and he is, without question, a character. Bring them on. Let's have more of them.
Jack, we can't wait to hear from him, I tell you. We're looking forward to it.
I mean, Jack's Russian has got to pick up. I mean, I'm going to send him on a course, crash course. That's the wrong word.
Be careful what you wish for.
An intensive Russian language course. If he crashes on the way, well, that's up to him.
Yes, only in a green Ferrari would he do that, of course. So we have got now 58 minutes of the race remaining. There is the 43 BMW back into the race. Stefano Colombo then at the wheel of it. And the teams, Stefano Comodini, getting themselves ready for this last hour of the race. We'll pick up how the class situations are once this last round of pit stops are cycled through, because there are still 1 or 2 still to be done. Gregoire de Moustier is doing a very good job at eking out the fuel in this middle stint. No safety cars, of course, that we have thus far, and he's now done 65 laps, so that's 2 more than anticipated in this stint. Stefano Ortelli likewise, still 12.8 seconds back.
It's been a good drive, I think, Gregoire de Moustier. He lost time in the middle section of this particular run, but he's, with the assistance of an error from Stefano Ortelli, has managed to do a good enough job. It's down to 12.8 seconds. Ortelli still able to use the track, I think, more efficiently than Gregoire de Moustier is able to do. Nonetheless, de Moustier will be, I think, and the team, happy with what he's achieved, and the sort of not the dash to the cash, but it's going to be Alex Premat in the car, who one would assume, judging by maybe his performance in Bathurst earlier at the end of last year, that McLaren was blinding. Was he driving it or not?
He has done Bathurst in V8s.
There was, certainly one of the McLarens was stunning over the mountain in the Bathurst 12 hours at the end of last year. Oh, Bathurst 12 hours, it was 12 hours.
Start of this year, yes, that's right, yeah. There's Ortelli, he's running second. And you've seen Max Buch getting ready to take on board number 84. Nico Verdonk has just, Harold Primat, I should say, brought that back in. They've transported to the wrong place again, so Max Buch to take it over. Out gets Harold Primat. Well, we saw Max Buch win the championship last year. He was only a part-timer, wasn't he? He only did 3 of the 5 races, but hey, with a bit of help from Ben Schneider and Max Goetz, fell into place.
In fairness, Max Buch did a very, very good job. No doubt, Bernd Schneider, all hail to Bernd Schneider as an endurance GT driver, a man in his early 50s, fit as a flea, and I mean, really, really put a lot of young professional drivers to shame. Ortelli squeezes by the Aston as he's coming in, he's on his way into the pits.
And the leader is already in. You've just seen Gregoire de Moustier come into the pit lane, so the top 2 both in at the end of lap 66, and they'll be good to go to the end. There's no concern about fuel now, so they can come in, refuel, change drivers, put the tyres on, routine stops all round. And now it's going to be fascinating to see how Greg Gilbert, who knows the car, shakes up against Alexandre Premat, who is new to the McLaren. This is going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean Stefano Ortelli came in right on the limit and couldn't have been any more precise in stopping the car. Gets out, helps Gregoire Gilbert get in, and yeah, I mean pit work between the two lead cars. You can see them all with their nose to tail in the pit lane. So the McLaren just ahead of the Audi when it comes. There's the car now going up on its jacks. The fuel is still going into the Audi, but the driver changes complete in both cars.
Yeah.
Stefano Telli, great guy. You definitely have to have him in your team.
And Mark was saying to give way to Laurens Vanthoor, this is going to be a fascinating last 55 minutes with these three drivers.
Absolutely, and there's going to be a real battle, and it's going to be a battle of, you know, who's the weak link in the middle of it? Is there one?
If you
so
have to point the
McLaren
finger
off
at
its jacks.
The answer to your question, if you have to point the finger at anybody, is Premat being inexperienced in this car.
Oh, and he got caught literally by the Aston coming down, or the Bentley, I should say.
Yeah.
But the Bentley peels off, so no difficulty for the McLaren now going out. So let's have a look and see what Alex Premat can do as the Audi comes down. And so as the gap, it was roughly 12 seconds. The point when they came off the racetrack, it looks like it might be a little bit more than that by the time they get back on, as the Marc Bessin car comes in for its final stop.
You could argue this is the first round of the Sprint Series in a sense, because you've got three very quick drivers with now 54 minutes to go, all going after the race lead. I think Laurens Vanthoor, in fairness, is going to be too far back, but you never know if a safety car arrives.
Absolutely, that's all you need is one incident, safety car gets deployed, and then it becomes a race.
Yeah. So away goes Vanthoor then. Guy Smith is also in, as we have seen, in number 7 Bentley. So we'll run through the order once this round of pit stops is completed. Blue flags wave to the slower drivers coming out of the pit lane to say there's quick traffic behind you.
When Laurens Vanthoor came out, literally he was just about at the exit of the pit lane. Gregory Gillet was going in the 26 car, 26 Audi was just about to go into the first chicane. So the gap between second and third may be a bigger issue than the gap for the lead of the race. So we're going to see a strong run, I'm sure, from Alex Premat in that lead car. I suspect a consolidating lead, but it might be a battle for second place between the two Audi drivers.
Alexander Premat, very good in single-seaters. He then went to the DTM for Audi and rather upset the hierarchy there, didn't he? And so he was sacked out of the DTM drive. He's had a couple of years in Australia where he had OK results, but didn't really sparkle in perhaps the way that people hoped. But he's come back to Europe, and now we'll see how quickly he can adapt to a McLaren that's a new car to him.
I think Duncan Tappy makes his way down the pit lane in number 8 Bentley. Lights flashing now, he comes on to the racetrack. We've got to stay to the right of the blend line, not move, stay to the right, Duncan. Wait until you get down. It's really to prevent drivers swinging straight across the cars that are at high speed coming down the racing line. That line has been introduced a number of years ago, and a lot of emphasis in the driver briefing is to respect that line and respect other cars that are travelling probably much quicker than yours.
That's the race leader. That's Alexander Premat, who is at the first chicane. Where is the second place car? 20 seconds back. That's the starting point.
Yeah, and let's wait and see when they've both completed flying laps. But it was something like 12 seconds when they came in. There is the second place car. It's coming into the chicane as the lead car makes its way through the Curva Grande. It's really the battle. I'm going to keep an eye on Laurens Vanthoor and the current second place Audi. Those two WRT, or one a Sandlock car, but effectively it's a WRT car, to see whether Vanthoor can actually make it second.
Well, he's fourth at the moment because their third is Andy Soucek, and that's going to be the first change, I think,
Andy
because the
Soucek
way that
and
he's
McLaren.
going in the 99 McLaren, sister car to the lead car, he's going to be up with, is he not, Gilbert very, very soon indeed.
I think Andy Soucek is the man who's going to take the position away from the Audi. We saw a stunning drive from Soucek in the McLaren here last year, and a driver with a lot of single-seater prowess, test driver in Formula One briefly, and if he doesn't make a mistake, he's got to have the legs of the Audi, and he can catch him, but can he pass him?
51 minutes in which to do it, and whilst Gilbert is trying to defend, when we get to that point, of course, he will be losing more time against Alexander Premat. But the next lap, the one they're on, is the first flying lap after the pit stops that we need to monitor. There is Greg Gilbert, who is set to give, if he can hang on to a podium finish, the best Blancpain result for Santilloc in terms of the outright position, in terms of the Pro Cup result. So there's quite a lot riding on him from the team's point of view here, and it's good to have another new team fighting for honours. So he comes into the Parabolica now in second spot, and there for third behind him is Andy Soucek. And disappointingly, I have to tell you that Vadim Kogai has told us that his English is not good enough for an interview for television. Whether it's good enough for an interview with the race director, we'll wait and see.
Well, you know, he knows he was, I mean, just completely out of order. But how entertaining, I mean, I go back to the whole essence of entertainment. As long as he didn't do something that was endangering another competitor, you know, we can have a laugh about it, we can criticize him for driving off the track and dragging gravel back on. But, I mean, you're talking about an audience at home watching a race on television. They want to see incidents. They don't want to have wheel-perfect driving from wheel-perfect drivers.
So Vadim Kogai's car is still circulating down in 30th place. And we've got one car which is under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, and it's the Michael Caine Aston Martin, number 44. Oh dear.
Andy Soucek really hasn't made in this opening stint for both these drivers in the final leg of this race made any impression. I thought he would have been all over the back of the Audi at this stage, and if anything, it looks like the Audi's consolidated its position.
So 19 seconds, Prema to Gilbert. So it's hovering around the same mark pretty much. Soucek third, fourth, Laurens Vanthoor. Max Buch fifth, but quite a chunk back really. And then sixth is the Pro-Am leader, Stefano Colombo.
Yeah, I mean, the sort of the outside shot in all this is Laurens Vanthoor, who's 13 seconds, almost 14 seconds behind Andy Soucek. It's a big ask. So for Vanthoor to get that Audi up onto the podium, I think is with 48 minutes or so remaining, probably unlikely. The only thing, again, we think is if there was a safety car intervention, which is always the case, the whole field then is closed back up and it's a dash to the line.
Looking at the cumulative pit stop time that's been taken by the cars, you can see who's had good stops and bad stops with the two added together. There's the leader, Alexandre Premat, who could be on for a maiden Blancpain win here, the way that he's going. Crosses the timing line. Second spot, Gilbert. Third is Andy Soucek. ART looking at first and third at the moment, but Soucek a second and a half back from Greg Gilbert.
That is Soucek just behind the Audi, so looking at the car 99 there, so Andy Soucek in the gap. Again, it's a visual sort of thing, but it does look as if it's not able to challenge the Audi, which I put my money on Soucek because I know his reputation, I know what he can do in a McLaren. So maybe he's got to refocus and look to see where he can gain some advantage and try and put pressure on the second place Audi.
On that last lap, the quickest out of Premat, Gilbert and Soucek was Greg Gilbert in the Audi. So interesting this.
So
Chipping away. He's not carving into the lead gap, but he's just chipping away as best he can. Of course, there's always the traffic thing to bear in mind, as there Premat has to get past a green Ferrari.
Yeah. And in fact, the gap between first and second on the last lap down to 18.2. We did see it down to as little as 11 seconds before second round of pit stops. And what's Vanthoor doing? We haven't filed through yet, so he's still 13 seconds behind Soucek, so he's sort of in consolidation mode as well. Slow lobber down the inside.
It's early against the Porsche, the Ferrari on the inside. That's brave stuff, isn't it?
That was certainly wasn't expecting that.
So over the timing line. In fact, Francesco Castellacci it is, I should say now, who's taken over number 90. We know that he's quick, he's also brave, and he's just sorted out Eric Demont in the Porsche. So that now secures him in 12th place coming over the line. Next target, Stef Dusseldorp in the Mercedes, ex-McLaren racer, now with the demise of Hexis as a team. He's gone to HTP in the Mercedes. Hasn't really sparkled in that car this weekend, has it?
No, it's quite interesting. I spoke to him, I said, you know, what's the difference between the McLaren and the Mercedes? And the Mercedes, he feels, is probably a car that's by design as much a long-distance car rather than a sprint Euro event as this one is.
Well, ART having a great race, first and third. What does the boss think? Fred Vasseur is with Jack.
Fred, a really strong performance for ART today. Where do you think you're going to finish?
Until now, everything is going well, but still 1 hour to go, and the Audi is pushing behind us. But with 1-3, it's quite comfortable. That we'll see.
Do you think the Audi has the speed to close you in for the lead?
It looks. We'll see.
Best of luck.
Well, his car's being caught, but he can still raise a smile. So Fred Vasseur, who's a proper racer.
Yep, the gap has actually dropped on that last lap again, another half a second or so. So 16.2 seconds. So Gilbert in the Audi confounding me. I didn't expect it. I thought Souček would be really on his case. He is a further second behind in third place. And again, all the way back to Lawrence van Thor in fourth place, unchanged at 13.2 seconds.
Michael Caine being given a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Whether it was Michael speeding on the way out or Ahmad Al-Hafi on the way in, can't tell you, but either way, car 44 cops the drive-through, as it's a team race, team penalty, so they will have to take it on the chin. And the car's lost time anyway. It's way down in 27th place now after dramas. In fact, it's sitting in the pits anyway, so clearly there is a bigger problem than just speeding. It's brought it back in, and the Aston's in the pits. When it goes out, they'll have to come back in and drive through anyway.
Two Bentleys, 7th and 9th. If you look at the second place car come across the line, 15 seconds. And in fact, traffic has caused a bit of a, But two Bentleys, 7th and 9th at the minute. You have to say, first time out. Good effort.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you see how the race format and the race pattern changes hour by hour, driver by driver. Now, Stefan Ortelli did a very good job in that middle stint, didn't he, to try and bring it into contention. And Stefan now is in the pits ready to talk to Jack Nicholls. Stefan Ortelli's stint, putting the car second place.
Stefan, Greg's looking fast, but is there enough time left to get the lead?
We'll see. I think I was closing on the McLaren on my previous stint, but the car is really good. We just tried to play a bit more with the fuel, and I did one lap more. And this lap, I had fuel cut and I lost quite a lot, but that's the game, you know. We had to try the trick, and unfortunately, this lap cost me a bit. Plus, I did a mistake as well at the chicane. So altogether, it's like that, you know. We have to play that to the maximum, and the fuel cut was too late to come in. So I had to do one complete lap to save fuel, and I lost too much. C'est la vie. But Greg is looking fantastic, so he has a good car to the end, and now he has enough room for the fuel, which was the purpose of extending my stint.
And the speed looks good for the Scientologue team. It's great to see them battling at the front.
Yeah, you know, it's not normally the best track for an Audi, so we've been improving the car through the weekend, and I'm very pleased with our car. I hope we can get this podium or maybe the win. Thank you, Stefan.
Yeah, Stefan makes the point. It's not a great circuit for Audi. We've not had an overall win for an Audi R8 here in the history of the Blancpain Endurance Series. The lead gap still 15.3 seconds. Alexandre Premat doing his best to respond. And there is the replay of what Stefan Ortelli was talking about, making that little error down at the first chicane.
Yeah, he just tripped over himself coming into the first chicane. I mean, it looked all perfect then. That very late lock-up, in fact, it looks like a rear lock-up rather than a front lock-up. And Stefan had to bail out of the corner and go over the curbing, and again, the two cars, the Ferrari and the Aston, he had already gotten ahead of, had to repass them. So all the hard work, the hard yards that Stefan had put in, and you know, those are the little issues that you've got to try and avoid. But when you're right on the edge, as he had been, and taking time out of the lead car, got to virtually halve the gap between the gap when he started to where he was at that point. You know, great drive again by Ortelli.
Great enthusiast as well, just loves his racing, and delighted still to be an Audi factory driver at my age, as he phrases it, because he's not as young as some, but he is still quick, still competitive, and still a great ambassador for Audi and for GT racing in general. As you look at the race leader, Alexandre Premat, and off the road has gone yet again, number 15. I'll say yet again because it draws attention to itself when it's got problems, that McLaren. He's going to turn the car around as best he can, but it's not a good place to be stuck, is it at all, that? It's also looking a bit low on the right front corner, so it had a very slow run to the pits when Olivier Grotz was at the wheel of the car, and now it's trying to turn itself around and rejoin.
Now he's got to get away from left to right. He's got to let all the traffic that's behind him before he makes any attempt to manoeuvre. Again, he's back into that limp home mode that we saw some half an hour ago, maybe a bit longer, and he's got it fired up, and hopefully he can get into the pit lane.
Change of place coming up here, because Castellacci in the Ferrari look is up on the inside of Steph Dusseldorp, and he's going to go through on the run down towards the first chicane. This is for 11th place. Through goes the Ferrari, and just up ahead is Renat Solikov, who's taken over the infamous 333 green machine.
But he's not as entertaining as his teammate.
No, never catch on with it.
This car looks like it's a Ferrari being driven. You would expect it to be driven.
There's 15 limping to the pits. He gets it off the circuit. So that car lost a lot of time early on. It's been another disappointing weekend, sadly, for the Buchsen-Gignon team. One car damaged early on in that clash we saw Phil Quaife have, and 15 with mechanical woes bringing it back into the pit lane. So ignore 333 from this battle, it's in 30th place. Bentley, BMW, Audi. Ignore the Audi, that's Gentleman Trophy, that's not in an overall battle for position. And nor is the BMW Bentley fight for position either.
Duncan Tappy, trying to get position again, to get the run out of Parabolic up the back of the BMW. And has he got any momentum? Not really. So it'll all be about a battle under brakes coming down. Can he sweep under the BMW down the inside? He's got to have a look at it. He's doing the single-seater thing of just take the opportunity and force the issue, and it worked for him this time. Executed extremely well, Duncan.
He gains the place, and that's on the road. He puts a lap on that car, effectively. Duncan Tappy running in 7th spot overall. He's done the bulk of his GT racing in McLaren, although we did see him in a one-off in a Mercedes at the start of last year. But it's good to have Duncan not only in the championship full-time, but as a works driver for Bentley, which is great for the ex-single-seater racer whose single-seater aspirations came to an end really through a lack of funding, certainly not through a lack of ability.
Well, it's the name of the game for so many young drivers, British, whatever. It's an expensive sport. It needs funding like probably no other sport in the world.
So the Bentley, in its maiden outing in the Blancpain Endurance Series, the car ran in the Abu Dhabi 12 hours at the end of last year. Still being developed, but it's proved to be competitive, if not on the outright pace, as the race has taken its 3-hour course. But it's certainly been an impressive debut for my money.
Yes, I think particularly Andy Merrick's run at the front, holding 2nd, 3rd, 4th positions for the best part of the race of his stint. Error from the Ferrari lets the Nissan get through. So Stephen lost it between Stephen James and that last year.
Yeah, 35 is the troubled Nissan that lost so much time early on. Katsu Masachio, the Japanese driver, who comes to Europe as part of Nissan's driver exchange program and its driver development policy. He's learning about Monza, and he is behind the wheel of the car that lost the hour early on.
So Andy Soucek still pushing but losing ground. The gap to the 2nd place Audi. Gilbert is increasing. Last time across the line, the gap was, well, it was just under a second, but I would say right now it is more than that, and he's now got the problem of finding a way past a Porsche and getting held up into the Ascari chicane. And he's just got to be patient. There's no way around the outside. There's gravel there. He's just got to wait, and now he'll struggle because he's lost his momentum.
There's the Audi, tantalisingly close up the road, but just that bit far out of reach as they come down to the Parabolica. The clock ticking away, 37 3/4 minutes of the 3 hours remain. As there is the McLaren diving up on the inside to sort out the back marker. All that does is then allow him a clearer look at the Audi that he's still hustling on and still trying to chase down.
Well, it was just under a second. Now it's going to be probably about 2 seconds when they come across the line. 3.5 seconds. So all that traffic in the last half of the lap has cost Andy Soucek dear in his pursuit. There you can see the gap, the Audi coming into the first chicane. Now the McLaren, that's 3.5 seconds.
But the traffic's not really helping Greg Gilbert either, because the gap is still hovering around 15-16 seconds against Alex Prema, the race leader. So Greg Gilbert somehow needs to start taking chunks out of that lead, and he can't do it because A, there is the traffic, and B, he doesn't have that much more speed in the car. He's not a second a lap quicker. He really is dependent upon the traffic or Premat making a mistake.
Yes, I mean, there's no pressure right now on Premat, other than, getting involved in issues, lapping some of the back markers. There is the leader of the race, that 15 or 16 second advantage over the 2nd place Audi. So really thinking more about just drive to the flag. There's no racing that he's going to be involved in. Keep it out of trouble, keep it on the track, stay out, don't make any risky manoeuvres when you're coming up to the back markers.
Alexander Premat back in European racing, and a replay here of more fun and games as Nissan hits gravel and finds more gravel and brings more gravel onto the road.
I thought that was going to be contact.
Florian Strauss in number 80 avoiding the Bentley, thankfully. Leaving at this late stage of the race. Of course, there are still perils up the road if you're not careful. There goes the race leader. That now puts 76 laps in the book. Through goes Alex Prema, who now can just storm clear when the road permits. In 2nd place, Greg Gilvey will be through shortly. In the first sector, he was slower. In the 2nd, he was quicker.
What's that all about? little lapse of concentration coming into the first chicane. Maybe something on the inside of the corner we can't see, but certainly not the line you would expect from the race leader.
So you can see how much time that costs Prema in the first sector. 34.5 he did in the first sector on his last lap, and a 35.3 on this lap, so it's cost him a bit of time, certainly.
Yep, there was a little error you saw, just ran wide on the apex and then compromised in the turn to the left to exit through the chicane.
There's Katsumasa Gio in the delayed 35. Yeah, Greg Gilbert has made up 7/10 in that first sector alone because of the error that you've just seen from Prema. Nissan powers on, way down the order.
Yeah, down to 34th place. So that long pit stop to fix whatever the problem was with the cooling. We did see fluid. There's the Ferrari back in. Is that our... Is that the 333 or?
Yes, it is.
It's not given up the ghost, has it?
Not sure yet. Let's have a look. They're going to refuel it, but they're going to also take it to the garage, I think. Put it up on the jack, swing it in, and then more people can work on it.
I think it's cried enough finally.
Yeah. I don't blame it. It's the famous parabolica, out of which the ART McLaren comes. Alexander Prema then, he's about to break the timing beam and come through and complete 77 laps. As he does so, that lap is a 51.2. And Greg Gilbert in second place, still hunting him down. So ART versus Santalok. It's all about French teams at the head of the field now.
Yeah, now let's see if they can get it correct this time. Yeah, it looks much better. Gets the apex. So everything back in control. As Prema makes his way through the long, wonderful Curva Grande. And just flat out all the way through. 160 miles an hour on the exit. Then this is the more difficult part of the track, under braking, to judge your braking, and particularly lap cars. So gets through there cleanly, runs the curb at the exit, which you're permitted to do. Don't want to drop a wheel off into the gravel. Then settle the car, and it's almost like you want to float the car through the first Lesmo. Always one of those corners where if you can get that lovely balance between attitude and grip, and then the slightly less impressive Lesmo 2 used to be a magnificent corner, has been slowed down considerably in the interest of safety. Then you drop down under the banking of the old original full-length Monza circuit, then on the brakes into the Ascari chicane, a great chicane. This is what all chicane should be like. Gets quicker as you go through it. The exit probably about 120 miles an hour. And then you've got the long second main straight here from the Ascari down to Parabolica and into the Parabolica. You can brake pretty late into the corner. You get an early apex. There it is. And then the car, again, I call it floating. You just balance the car on steering and throttle. And there's the banking to the right. Car, a very, very late exit. It's probably 400 meters from the apex before you get to the exit of the corner. Wonderful corner. Traditional racetrack style of corners, not this horrible matrix stop-go that we do see on a lot of racetracks today.
Every corner has character, every corner has colour. There's grass, not just endless tarmac runoff areas, for example. So
it's a proper racetrack. It's old school, but it's a proper racetrack. It's what, when racetracks were built for the cars of their era, they didn't do stop-start corners. They had long corners where you drifted the car on a mixture of throttle and steering, and some of the most evocative shots of motor racing are people like Fangio going through the corners from the pits down to the hairpin at Roar in a 250F Maserati. It just, brings a smile to my face.
Alexander Prema bringing a smile to McLaren's face at the moment because he leads the way, and despite the best efforts of Greg Gilbert, he just cannot find enough speed and enough room through the traffic to be able to close this gap. Every time Prema is delayed, then of course when Gilbert hits that wave of cars, it has the knock-on effect to him.
Well, the gap between Souček in third and Gilbert in second is 3.5 seconds when they came across the line the last time. This is an opportunity for Andy Souček, but he's also got to deal with the Ferrari. So one Ferrari for Souček, two got a BMW and a Porsche for the second place Audi of Gilbert, and the waved blue flag. But, as the Audi got the straight line grunt, he's got the corner speed, he's going to have a little sniff down the inside, but not close enough to the BMW to take the risk. That's the Acuria Cars BMW. Is Oliver Bryan in it right now?
Let's have a look. It is absolutely right. 14 that car runs. It's Black Bull Whiskey sponsorship. There's lots of enthusiasm to try and take Acuria Cars back to Le Mans in the long term.
So the Porsche alongside the BMW, blocking out any chance for the Audi to do anything.
Change for 13th there. Oliver Bryant round the outside of the Porsche of Eric Trillier, gains the place, so that gives him 13th overall and also 5th in Pro-Am.
Yeah, but really it's the battle that's going on, and Andy Soucek has got an opportunity here because, well, looks like the BMW has or the Porsche had to concede position, and now can the Audi get past Oliver Bryant coming down under brakes into the first chicane? No, BMW got sufficient speed and grip to consolidate, and this is not a race for position, this is just cars, tail enders being lapped. Now the Audi is going to make an effort. Looks like it's going to be around the outside, certainly down the inside into the second chicane.
Shows again another of the features of this type of race, doesn't it? Because there's a car on the lead lap trying to work its way through back markers, but those back markers are themselves having their own race and are involved in their own battle.
Yeah, right, they are being given a wave blue flag, so they are obliged to get out of the way of that lead car as soon as possible, but it's not a perfect science. And of course, if you are embroiled in your own battle, you tend to think about that rather than some bloke who you're not aware of is actually the race leader or running in second place looking to get it through. Soucek, don't think, well, the gap has come down to just under 3 seconds by about a thousandth of a second, but he's still got to deal, Soucek's got to deal with the Porsche and the BMW before he can even get anywhere near the fumes from the Audi.
And we've got just under 29 minutes of the race remaining. There is the third place car, Andy Soucek, Formula 3 champion, Formula 2 champion, and these days a very quick McLaren GT racer, as we've seen over the last 2 or 3 seasons. So Soucek runs third, Laurens Vanthoor is still in fourth, Max Buch is fifth, and sixth is where you find the Pro-Am leader, Stefano Colombo in the BMW. But that is Soucek pounding on as he comes through the Parabolica. He was quicker in sector 1, he was slower in sector 2 against Greg Gilbert. So I suspect by the end of the lap, nothing will particularly be lost nor gained for either of them. Comes over the timing line now, and he was slower in the last sector as well.
He's lost about 2/10 and a bit of a second, so it's just the ebb and flow of traffic, and comparing the pace of Soucek, last lap 150.3, last lap of Primat 50.4. So Soucek is actually fractionally quicker in a lap time compared to the race leader, but it's not really having any impact on the battle for ultimately will be the final podium position, with Soucek in third place.
Through the traffic.
Well, that was a bit of an assistance of the blue flag. So that's played slightly to the advantage of Soucek. But the Audi's got clear finally of the Acuria Cars BMW. And again, I think Soucek will be looking for the same kind of assistance from Oliver Bryant when he closes up to it. To then, with what you say, 27 minutes remaining to make a final attack on that second place gap. Between first and second, still hovering around the 15-second bracket, so everything pretty much in control for the ART team and Harold Primat.
This makes you wonder how things would have been any different had people got past the Bentley earlier on and not allowed our opponent to have such a big gap early on, but that's the situation we have. Max Buch in replay there, just running a little bit wide out of the second Lesmo, and he's running currently in fifth place.
Buch could do with an extra book in the seat to see where he's going. He sits really low in that car, doesn't he?
Reigning champion.
Yeah, no, he's impressive. He's impressive in one of these SLSs. He's got that feel and touch for a car that is not the very sharp McLaren style of attack. It's a great long-distance endurance race car.
2 years ago, he was the FIA GT3 champion in its final year of that series. Blancpain Endurance Series champion last year. And he's hustling on to try and catch Laurens Vanthoor, but he's about half a lap back, so that, I'm afraid, is a forlorn hope, but he's still pushing on as best he can. So 15.8 seconds between Alexandre Premat and Greg Gilbert, as you see the number 1 Audi that's currently running in fourth place, Laurens Vanthoor, who is 4.8 seconds behind Andy Soucek and lapped quicker last time by 1 second. Which could be just down to traffic.
And I think if Sir Robin watching, but that gap has come down quite substantially. I mean, we're seeing Van Voor lapping in the middle 149s, as is Maximilian, I beg your pardon, has been lapping his 50.1, whereas the rest around him are, it's all very similar. Suchek doing 50.1s, second place Audi 51. It's just out traffic. Everybody's more or less lapping at the pace. All top 4 cars roughly at the same pace.
It's the Pro-Am leading car, the BMW of the SRO Motorsports team, that comes now into the first chicane. This has got Stefano Colombo at the wheel of it, Italian GT ace, and the BMW Z4, which we discussed earlier, makes a great noise.
Trailing, it looks like maybe one of the exhaust boxes at the rear of that car looks a bit low. It's hard to tell whether that's something bodywork, maybe it's part of the diffuser, just hanging down a bit lower than normally would expect.
Got a very healthy lead in class now over the number 50 Ferrari that's still running second in Pro-Am now. Andrew Danilou's Simon Knapp having given that car over. So it is Andrea Sonvico who is driving the second place Ferrari.
And he gets through going into the first Lesmo. Audacious use of the lights just to intimidate. But again, you need that cooperation. 2 different classes of cars, so, get out of the way. Let the leading car, the quicker of the 2 cars, go through.
Gentleman Trophy Ferrari is the one that just put the lap on, and we've got 25 minutes give or take still to run in a race dominated by number 98 McLaren, never headed since the start of the race. Alvaro Parent qualified it on pole, Scarpet in the first stint. Gregoire de Musquier and Alexander Premat have done a good job doing exactly what's required to bring that car home, seemingly.
Stephen Kane sort of redeemed himself a little bit. He's gone from 9th place up to 8th. He's now got Bentley's running 7th and 8th, 14 seconds behind Duncan Tappy, his teammate. So Stephen, who's stuck it really royally into the barriers up at the Ascari chicane and an all-nighter for the Bentley boys, has done a good job.
It was a big hit as well. Stephen was okay, but the car looked a bit second-hand. That's the second place Pro-Am car I was just talking about, Andrea Sonvico. Out of the Valente Ascari he comes, and third is Florian Strauss in number 80 Nissan. Now that last lap was a little bit slower than the Ferrari, but again, not necessarily convinced second and third are totally resolved here yet. If Florian Strauss, new to racing this year, the European winner of the PlayStation GT Academy that Nissan runs, if he strings together a few good laps, he's in with a chance of getting second. And how about this for the podium for him and Nick McMillan and Alex Buncombe, from 32nd on the grid, and 2 drivers in their first ever race at this level and their first race at Monza. I think it's outstanding.
I suppose it's all right. I know it's a great effort by 2 drivers who've never been here in a pretty competitive race. This has been pretty much a flat-out drive through all the 3 categories. We're focusing very much on the front, maybe some on the middle, but there are gentlemen drivers out there who are pushing absolutely to their limit. It's been a competitive race.
When Nissan and PlayStation launched this Find a Driver, the, if you like, couch to cockpit process a few years ago, Lucas Ordóñez was that first winner. I think a lot of people thought it was a gimmick and looked down their noses, but Darren Cox at Nissan and his team have unearthed some very, very good people.
Well, I asked Darren recently, I said, when are you going to come up with a really top-line female racing driver? Because the world is crying out for one. And he said, well, no, we're on the case, we want it desperately. And I know there is talent out there. It'll come through the system, and this and great perpetrators of bringing talent from that area, which traditionally you always think of get into karting and come through that way.
The PlayStation Academy has worked so well because Ordóñez, Jan Mardenborough is just 2 examples of that, and there are more to come, so it works well for all parties and good for the sport in general. There is number 90 Francesco Castellacci still pushing on. He is in 11th and 4th in Pro-Am. In the mix of this as well is the race leader Alexander Premat, who has now got 21.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, we got Castellacci sort of beginning to, I don't know if he's trying to run down or on-lap himself, but certainly he's the car directly behind the race leader. And I think Castellacci is going to try and get that Ferrari ahead of the leading McLaren.
Wants to underline his pace. That was the car that lost time early on with its right rear wheel nut drama, Jack told us. So the car's been playing catch-up all afternoon. The fact that it's now back up into 11th is impressive.
Be even more impressive if Castellacci does actually overtake the race leader, because that would be somewhat of a surprise to see a car that's unlapping itself with Castellacci. We know is very, very quick indeed in a Ferrari, and at the same time Premat has no reason to keep that Ferrari behind, and it may well be that the pit lane will tell Prematt, the Ferrari behind you wants through, he's not on the same lap, let him go.
But that Ferrari is about to get past Florian Strauss. That's a change for third in class, is it not, as they get to the chicane? So the Nissan, I think, may have just backed off a bit too much out of all of that. Let's just double check as they come out of the chicane. It's the right Nissan we're talking about, but I've got a horrible feeling that Florian Strauss was a bit too gentlemanly there. Let's see as the car goes through number 80. Yes, has just, I'm afraid, given a place away.
Well, I mean, Castellacci was on a mission and he was following behind the race leader, so maybe in the confusion, maybe in the information coming to the driver, he didn't realise that Castellacci right on the gearbox of the race leader, he's decided he wants to pass.
So he's gained a place and therefore is on the podium in Pro-Am. And having talked up the PlayStation GT Academy, Florian Strauss has, I'm afraid, dropped off the podium for the moment. So let's see whether he can respond. I'm sure he can, but Castellacci against Sonvico before the end. Is that possible? Not sure. There is Sonvico first of the Ferraris, and then the fourth car in this line. Now the third. Now the second that you see there is Castellacci. He is chasing for second in class.
Castellacci's last lap was 1:51. Very similar to the race leader.
Let's have a look at this moment again where the Nissan got out of the way of the leader.
Yeah, and I think that just the Ferrari slipped through as well, and you know, that's inexperience, a lack of racing now, being aware fully of what is taking place around you, what's happening coming to Lesmo 1. Ooh,
that's the leader.
That's the race leader.
Survives a brief scare and continues to push on. The gap 15 seconds still.
I mean, certainly if I was running that lead car, I would be saying to let the Ferrari go. You have to Prematt, let the Ferrari go. He's not in our race. He's could cause a problem. Just let him go.
Again, in traffic is the race leader. So Alexander Prematt a little bit delayed, possibly in that first sector, but Greg Gilbert still has to find his way through all of this traffic as well. So he's not gaining a huge amount. In fact, he's even lost time in sector 1. So Prematt looking ever more secure up front.
Yeah, I mean, why is he going defensive? I mean, he should be being told the Ferrari is not in his race. Let it go. Because all it's going to do is all this is going to be is trouble.
This is somebody new to long-distance racing, Alex Prematt. So he's got the car speed, he's got the racecraft, but he needs perhaps just that long-distance discipline to be factored in as well.
Well, that's really where the team should be coming into play, and the information via the radio should be the Ferrari behind you is not in your race. Let it go.
So down towards the Parabolica he comes for the 86th time. 18 minutes, give or take, still to run. And it's a car, this ART Grand Prix McLaren, new livery for this year that really has dominated the race. In the background, the number 4 Audi of Yves, who's in track position. McLaren certainly has thrown down the gauntlet to the opposition for the rest of the year, because this car really has crushed them this weekend.
It's been very impressive, and the most impressive thing I think is that McLaren finally seem to have got on top of all the issues that bedeviled the car initially in 2012. Very quick car, but almost too clever and too sophisticated, and they've now managed to sort of engineer it into being a very effective endurance car, but still retain all the assets, all the strong points the car's always had.
Castellacci still pounding on. He has got to make up 5.5 seconds to Sonvico for second in class. Sonvico's last lap was a 50, Castellacci a 51, because he also has been mired in traffic. Even though he's quick, he's still got cars around him, so perhaps it's not a true indication as Nissan, Porsche and Audi battles over the line. Frankie Cheng in 55 there, the Audi up on the inside, trying to work his way through the traffic. He gets himself up past the Eric Dermont Porsche.
Yeah, he had to sort of move over on the Porsche to make it aware that Frankie Cheng was coming down the inside, and good cooperation on the circuit.
Doesn't give Cheng a place, I'm afraid, because of course that car lost laps early on when it was in the gravel with Andre Couto we saw over at the first Lesmo, so he's in 21st place, but he's still pushing on. And Eric Dermont now being given a hard time by Peter Cox, I think that is, in the background in the Lamborghini after its woes with punctures. That car struggling a little bit because of the time lost. 17th Peter Cox is now in the Writer Engineering Lamborghini. 11 different brands on the grid this weekend, Lamborghini being one of them. There is Frankie Cheng hustling on.
Yep, yeah, brave move again up the inside into second Lesmo. It's a slightly easier corner to do that now because it's more of a brake and a turn rather than just let the car drift and guide it into the apex, when it was very much more of a, well, throttle steering rather than a brake throttle steer.
Eric Dermott up the inside of the Aston Martin there, Mark Poole's car.
And Peter Cox slips through as well, so he read that one pretty clearly. It was easy to see what was going on, and that's when you want those opportunities just to come your way at an opportune time.
Joe Osborne at the wheel of the Aston. Mark Poole's the owner of it. It's an AMR run car. They've struggled all weekend really with the balance of it, but it's sorted itself out hopefully for the race, and a traffic cone adds to the effect of the McLaren's looks, doesn't it?
No, it's not very pretty at all. I don't think it was designed to have that on it.
Way off the road to avoid a slow McLaren, goes to the BMW. That's a novel approach.
I don't know where there is a marker cone close to the circuit that you could actually pick it up.
The white BMW with Stefano Colombo, who is running as the leader of Pro-Am, and actually flung the car off the road so as not to be delayed. Now, Gregoire de Moustier is, of course, the man that did the middle stint in the 98 McLaren. We've heard from Alvaro Parent. Let's hear next from Gregoire de Moustier in the pits. He's with Jack Nicholls.
Gregoire, you're getting a bit hassled by one of the 90 Ferrari. Is there any thought to let the Ferrari go through?
No, I don't think so. We need to let it go through. Alex is keeping his pace. It's going well, actually. We'll see how we finish the race, but...
You must be feeling pretty confident at the moment. You've got a good advantage.
Yeah, we have a good advantage, but we never can be confident in motorsport, so we wait the end of the race and then we'll see we was confident.
And were you pleased with your pace in your stint? Because Alvaro gave you a huge lead and you did well to maintain it.
Yeah, I was pleased with my pace. The goal was to keep the advantage we had. I managed to do it. No, it's okay. We are happy, really happy. Actually, we'll see at the end.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you've just seen Castellacci put himself on the track ahead of Prema. That gets rid of a possible problem.
Absolutely, and I think that couldn't have come sooner as far as I'm concerned, because it was going to be an issue, and you've got a driver who is pushing really hard against a driver who's really into a consolidation. And to me, the team should have said maybe 2 or 3 laps earlier, look, let the Ferrari go. It's not our issue. He can run his own pace, his own race. We just need to bring our car home as clean and as basically slowly as possible.
So 13 more minutes of the race to go. This will replay of that move. Castellacci busy flashing his lights, and Alex Prema measures his pace, stays on line, lets the car go around.
I mean, Prema just basically lifted off early, cruised into the corner. Castellacci really had no problem getting past, and you know, just you've got to think a little bit whether that was a team guidance or whether that was Prema himself working it out. I don't know, but anyway, the point is it's the right judgment at this stage in the event.
What's also happening now is that Castellacci released. He's closing on Andrea Sonvico for second in Pro-Am, and is there contact as Frankie Cheng tries to get past the Nissan. Let's see, I think they've survived. Yeah,
it was probably messy.
Yeah, quite.
If there wasn't contact, it was probably as close as you can have without having it.
Well, they've survived that experience at least. But yeah, second in Pro-Am, the Ferrari fight's building up nicely because Castellacci is quicker in both sectors than Sonvico ahead of him.
Yeah, Peter Cox pushing as ever in the Writer Lamborghini.
Where is he? 16th. That second puncture for Engel that did them no good at all, isn't it? There's Albert Montour Taxis.
Yeah, and Hans Reiter sitting alongside him. Al, get rid of the moustache. It doesn't.
I think it gives him a certain je ne sais quoi.
When you looked at Gregoire de Moustier, I didn't recognise him. He's had a makeover of all. He's got short hair now, got rid of the bins, the glasses, he's got lenses, obviously, and he's got a little goatee beard. I mean, he looks like he's really been to the tidy-up department in the appearance looks.
Aren't you meant to celebrate a major win, like, say, your first Grand Prix win, by shaving off a beard, Jim?
Only if you have an agreement with your team principal that when you do win that event, that you will shave it off. Taking it off ain't going to make any difference, make no mistake.
But that was John's situation years ago. Now we've got 11 minutes to go. Over the timing line comes Peter Cox, who is doing what he gets paid to do the only way he knows how to drive, flat out. He's in the car, and of course he knows the Lamborghini intimately. He's hustling on.
0.3 of a second between Van Thor and Souček. He's just been creeping up there ever so quietly, unnoticed, and now that could be real pressure for Souček.
Well, we've talked about the facial hair of Albert von Taxis. We don't care. We'll come back, in fact, to Albert von Taxis in a moment, I think, because we've got a story that there's a car off the road. Let's try and catch up on that first. Yes, it's the Team Parker Racing Audi that's gone off at the exit of the Parabolica. Chris Jones at the wheel of it, out of the Gentleman Trophy. We've got Albert von Taxis ready to talk to us, but let's just catch up on this first, running wide.
Yeah, I mean, it looked very strange, just didn't really keep the momentum of the curve and let the car run onto the gravel and then reverses into the barrier, which will, of course, result in a substantial bit of damage to the rear of the car. Driver uninjured, of course, but
with 10 minutes to go,
a bit sort of casual, I would say, in the way that he let the car get away from him.
So in the last 10 minutes, that car ends up in the gravel. Big frustration. And there's your third place fight, look, because that is Andy Souček versus Laurens Vanthoor. So the last place on the Pro Cup podium could change, should change before the end.
Well, the driver-car combination, I was a shoe-in for second place. Now it's going to be a struggle to be on the podium because Laurens Vanthoor has run that McLaren down pretty much unnoticed all the way through his stint. Just knocked out laps and continuity and consistency. So now Souček is into defensive mode rather than attack mode, which pretty much he's been for most of the race.
So this fight is going to go down to the wire, isn't it? As Andy Souček rattles the curb. He's under pressure now, he's under attack. Making his way then now towards the Lesmos, and you can see the way that Vanthoor is having to push then. Very wide indeed up over the curb goes Andy Souček as he forces his way then to the second Lesmo, and there's traffic ahead. He's going to be careful to get through this without too much time lost. Down they come to the Variante Ascari, two back markers. And in fact, also in there, you have got Gilbert. It's not just third, it's second, third and fourth, because they both caught up to Greg Gilbert. There he is on the inside, so this could well all shuffle before the very end. For the moment, Souček is caught up in traffic, and as they turn their way through the Variante Ascari for the last time, it's game on, isn't it, for second, third and fourth places with just over 8 minutes to go.
Well, I mean, what a change around in fortunes. This was a guaranteed second place, Souček a guaranteed third place. Now it's all changed. Oh, good, what a finish to a race. 3 hours has all of a sudden come alive.
In many ways, it's just like the start. There's the 98 McLaren out in the distance, but behind for second place, there's a battle royal. And here it comes, over the line. Greg Gilbert. Is he on borrowed time in second place? He's 8/10 up on Souček, who is half a second up on Laurens Vanthoor. And with less than 8 minutes to go, we're looking at about 4 more laps of racing.
Well, at the minute, oh my goodness, what's going on down in the chicane?
Vanthoor passing his teammate to lap him.
Yes.
And he has to, doesn't he? He's got to stay on the back of Souček, can't lose any time.
He did. I wonder whether he's going to get through or not, or whether that number 4 Audi was going to make way for the number 1 Audi of Laurens Vanthoor, but he's got through and he's maintained the balance of the gap between Souček and himself. And of course, second place car coming into the chicane, so it's second, third and fourth covered. What? Second and a bit?
Absolutely. And it could all change, couldn't it? Laurens Vanthoor, we thought, we even discounted a while ago for being so far back. Alexander Prema just continues metronomically to dominate.
Yeah, but his gap's dropped down to 12.7 seconds, so he's easing off a little bit in the closing minutes, 7 minutes from remaining. And now the battle for second, third and fourth is going to draw those 3 cars. It's not going to run down the lead car, but it's going to certainly make an exciting finish with these 3 battling over second place.
So Greg Gilbert has lost all of that time in traffic. So it's not been anything to do with a lack of pace of his car. He's just struggled to get through the traffic as effectively as others. And of course Souček, with Vanthoor bearing down on him, has been spurred on. So that's another reason why that gap has come down. Here they come towards us then. 6.5 minutes are still on the clock. Second, third, fourth, Audi, McLaren, Audi. Up front is Alex Prema still. And last time he was 12.7 seconds ahead. Can they do anything about closing that gap significantly? It's just too late in the race, isn't it? If they were going to do it, they'd have done it by now, I think, unless the McLaren suddenly hits problems.
Yeah, I mean, they've now got roughly a second and a bit between each of the 3 cars. It's all about the defence by Gilbert on the one hand, but has Souček got anything left in the tank to attack? So clearly Vanthoor has got that, but it's running out of time.
So they make their way over the line, 92 laps are done, into the chicane they come, the first chicane, and it's 12.1 seconds between the top two. That gap has come down just a little bit further on that lap by 0.6 of a second or so. And Greg Gilbert now doing his best to pull away once again. When there's a clear road ahead of him, he will be able to stretch that margin just a little. And also Andy Soucek now looks like he's just measuring this gap over Laurens Vanthoor. So 5.5 minutes remain. It's been quite a race, hasn't it, here at Monza? I know Alexandre Premat, along with Gregoire de Moustier and Alvaro Parent, have dominated it up front. But behind, we have had some fantastic racing, and it ain't finished yet. It was a bit like this last year, if you remember. The Ferrari of Kessel Racing dominated, but we had podium places traded on the last corner with Adam Carroll's heroics and the Gulf Racing McLaren. Are we going to have something similar this year? Bentley News, they're still 7th and 8th overall, and 6th and 7th within their class. Good first time out in the Blancpain Endurance Series for the two Bentley Continentals. They're pushing hard. Here's 99 Andy Soucek. Kevin Est and Kevin Koyas have done a good job in their stints. Surely Andy Soucek is not going to get mugged at the end and lose a podium finish for them, is he? Of course, he's striving not to, and he's on his way now down towards the Parabolica with Gilbert, again looking just that little bit more secure in that second spot when there's no traffic for him to worry about, which does seem to be his weakness. If you can call it a weakness in this race, it's cost him time. Then that's when the opposition is able to draw nearer, given a clear road, and he can stretch the car's legs once again. So that gap widens. Gilbert to Soucek coming over the timing line this time is a second, but Andy Soucek to Laurens Vanthoor is half a second, so it's still more likely, I fear, that third is going to change before the end. And look at the way that the Belgian driver closes right up, coming now down towards the first chicane. There it is, number 1 Audi. Laurens Vanthoor doing his best, but he's running out of laps now to try to do something about the third placed car. A podium finish is what number 1 is hunting for. The lead, WRT Audi. We spent much of the last few seasons of Blancpain talking about the battle between the Belgian teams, the Belgian Audi Club and the Marc VDS Racing team. Well, now we've got two French teams, ART Grand Prix versus Saint-Aloc. So, for Belgium Reed France, seemingly for this year. Gilbert just distancing himself once again from Soucek. And then Laurens Vanthoor half a second back. He's quicker in the first sector by 1/10. But again, you see here, you come back to the balance of performance because it's designed to make cars evenly matched. They are evenly matched. It means that to overtake somebody, it's not that easy. You can get close, you can shadow them, but you've got to be brave to make that pass unless you've got a huge amount more car speed. And Vanthoor does not have greater car speed. He's just got guile and bravery and ability. The Audi will be good at certain parts of this circuit, but traditionally not an Audi track. We've never had an Audi win here as the race leading McLaren lets traffic go. Now, is that Alex Premat with a problem, or is that him just being oh so cautious and maintaining this cushion on the way towards the line? Across the 3 classes in the 3 years, we have not had an Audi victory. That should be not changing today at least, but an Audi close. And Greg Gilbert in second place comes over the line, but is the gap down? It is, 8.7 seconds, significantly down. So a 1:52.2 from Premat, a 1:50.2 from Greg Gilbert. Is this, as I say, just Premat being careful, looking after the machinery as Laurens Vanthoor goes for the inside against Soucek? Can't do it. Tried to rattle him a little bit, tried to get him nervous under braking for the corner, but that move wasn't really on, so he has to bail out of that. And as the cars work their way around the Curva Grande, some people just cannot watch. It's that tense, it's that tight down in this battle for 3rd and 4th places. But I'm still intrigued to see what's going on between Premat and Gilbert. Is this a real drop in the gap, or is it just Premat being ultra cautious with now 1 minute and 3/4 to go? We've got one more lap at the end of this. I think Premat, in fairness, is stroking it home. He's lost 2/10 in the first sector, but that's not enough to really worry him. If it were a big problem, but then I think he'd be losing much more time than that. So I think now it's fair to say Alexandre Premat has just got the car at a nice, smooth, gentle rhythm. And whether he was trying to make this the last lap even and not have to go round again, I'm not sure, but I think he will have just about enough time left in the race for one more lap, as the cars currently are on lap 95. So it's still not going to be a circuit with Audi victorious, but not for the one to try on Greg Gilbert's part. So how much have we got on the clock? 1 more minute, 1 more corner. It's going to be another lap, and that will give us a 96 lap race. So the leader is about to start the last lap. There is Gilbert second in the silver and blue Audi, third behind him. can see is the hard-charging Andy Soucek, and Laurens Vanthoor has done so much hard work. He's got himself close. Is there going to be the cigar at the end of it, the extra place to be gained? I don't think there is now. Coming onto the last lap, he's dropped back a little bit. You can see as they come now over the line, heading down towards the chicane, the first chicane. And as they turn their way into that part of the circuit, the gap is up to 8/10 between Soucek and Laurens Vanthoor. We've seen that he can do the catching, but he hasn't been able to make really a serious bid for that place. I think we've got the order sorted, but all it takes is one tiny error on this last lap and things are going to change once more. So here comes Greg Gilbert for second place, but ahead of them all, Alexander Premat is heading for a win. And so too is ART Grand Prix, because the number 98 McLaren, there it is, comes out of the second chicane and looks as though honours are going to go its way. It's been a very impressive weekend for ART Grand Prix. The car started on pole position and it really has not been headed throughout the race. The driver combination has been good. ART Grand Prix, with a great single-seater background, now I think has got its hat on as far as GT McLarens are concerned. They've gone through the growing pains of learning about this car, and now, with those lessons learned, able to run as a very strong team. The gap down again last lap, 7 seconds it was, and it's just Alexander Premat now stroking the car home, making sure that no dramas before him on this last lap as he comes out of the chicane. ART Grand Prix is already getting ready to celebrate. There is Greg Gilbert, and for Santilot Racing this will be a mega result. It's a team that's been the real underdog in the Blancpain Endurance Series, goes well in French GT, but this is the best result it will have had on a really international stage. Out of the Parabolica, up to the checkered flag, victory in the opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series goes to ART Grand Prix, to McLaren, to Alexandre Premat, to Alvaro Parent and Gregoire de Moustier. A great job done by all three of them. Second across the line for Santilot is Greg Gilbert, third for ART Andy Soucek, and fourth Laurens Vanthoor. He did all that hard work, but he couldn't find a way through for third place. Max Buch will bring the Mercedes home fifth and sixth, and honours in the Pro-Am category will go the way of Stefano Colombo. McLaren is back in the Blancpain Endurance Series. So after a really troubled season last year in the endurance rounds, where the cars just never really delivered what was anticipated of them, this time around McLaren throws down the gauntlet to the opposition and says, come and take us on. And there is the car that's going to win the Gentleman Trophy despite the flapping bodywork. Alexander Matschel at the wheel. The GT Course Barinaldi car, Alexander Matschel, Pierre Eret and Frank Schmickler will win the Gentleman Trophy and come home in a really impressive 17th place overall. A great job by the team. Well, here at Monza, it's victory for McLaren, only the second win in the history of the championship, because it was Navarra 2 years ago that Fred Makovici and Steph Dusseldorp and Alvaro Parent took honours. Alvaro, yet again, is involved in a win for a McLaren, no surprise there, as now the ART Grand Prix car comes through. You can see the results. McLaren wins from Audi, McLaren and Audi in fourth place. So a win for Alexander Premat, Gregoire de Moustier and Alvaro Parent. In second place, Greg Gilbert, Edward Sandstrom and Stefan Ortelli, and third, Andy Soucek, along with the Kevins, Estre and Coyus. Fourth, Laurens Vanthoor, Marc Bosseng and Cesar Ramos. Fifth, Max Buch, Harold Primat and Nico Verdonk. And sixth, the winning Pro-Am car, 43 BMW, which goes the way of Stefano Comodini, Eugenio Amos and Stefano Colombo. Seventh, the quicker of the two Bentleys in the end, Duncan Tappy, Antoine Leclerc and Jerome D'Ambrosio. Eighth, the other Bentley, Stephen Kane, along with Andy Merrick and Guy Smith. Ninth, second in Pro-Am, we didn't see it, but it happened at the end of the race. Francesco Castellacci got himself through and took second in Pro-Am, along with Stefano Guy and Andrea Rizzoli. And then 10th was the 50 Ferrari of Andrew Danilov, Simon Knapp and Andrea Sonvico. And the Gentleman Trophy won by Pierre Eret, Alexander Matschel and Frank Schmickler. Second in the class was the Sport Garage Ferrari of Georges Cabin, Bernard Delhay and Romain Brandella. And third was the Ferrari of Felipe Barreros, Peter Mann and Francisco Guedes. So ART Grand Prix takes a 1-3. At one point, it didn't look like that was going to be the outcome, but that's the way the cars finish, and they make their way into the pit lane. The cars will stop at Parc Fermé, and we should be able to hear from the drivers very shortly. We'll have a look at the podium ceremonies as well, and catch up on the standings at the end of the opening round. This year, the Blancpain Endurance Series and the Blancpain Sprint Series make up the Blancpain GT Series, the mix of sprint and GT races, with the next stop for the teams, if they're doing both, being Magaro next weekend. The next round of the Blancpain Endurance Series, Silverstone, in May. It's the same calendar pretty much as you're familiar with if you follow the Endurance Series. After that it's Paul Ricard, after that it's Spa for the 24 hours. Always a great race. And then the Blancpain 1000 at the Nürburgring to round out the year. But a delighted Alex Premat comes back from Australia, back from V8 supercar racing, takes up GT racing, starts winning. With help from Alvaro Parent and Gregoire de Moustier, Stefan Ortelli is there to congratulate Greg Gilbert on second place. And the top three also in the Pro Cup, and the drivers will make their way shortly to the podium, but prior to that there's a lot of celebrating to do for some very happy drivers. Andy Soucek out of the car, congratulating his teammate Alex Premat. So the drivers shortly will make their way to the interview area and then to the podium after that. Edward Sandstrom has arrived to congratulate Stefan Ortelli and also Greg Gilbert. But for Santilok as a team, as I was saying in the course of the race, a really good result, that best on an international stage the team has had for second place overall. Andy Soucek, who made his name in single-seater racing, very much now becoming adept at GT racing. He's the only Spaniard in the entry. We need a few more, according to Stefan Rattel, but he looked at all the different nations that were represented at the driver's briefing. He said to Andy, you need to spread the word to some of your fellow countrymen if you can. But Andy Soucek has done a good job, certainly, for McLaren, getting that car for third place. And Alex Premat making his way in a few moments' time, I think, up to the podium. So get a chance to hear from one or two of the drivers, and then the scrutineers will go to the cars and make sure that all is well. There's the Pro-Am winning team of BMW drivers. And let's hear from the winners, because down in Parc Fermé with our three winning drivers is John Watson.
Alvaro, fantastic drive, led from the start. What have you got to tell us about it?
You know, the plan was to attack with the new tires at the beginning, get a good start. That happened, you know, managed to pull a gap. The car was fantastic to drive with the new tires, and with clean air, it's a lot easier when you're following cars and destroying tires. So yeah, it was quite calm, but attacking all the time for me. And my two teammates, you know, a great performance. Greg, great middle stint. Alex, you know, comes back from Australia and to win the race straight away. So really happy, and congratulations, we dominated.
Greg, you had the difficult stint, the middle one. Everything went well for you?
Yeah, everything was well. Alvaro did a perfect job in first team, so I just have to keep the car on the piste, on the track. And so it was cool, the car was quick. Thanks to the team, thanks to my teammate. I think we did a great job, and it's a good start for the season.
Alexander, you had a little bit of pressure, but from a car that was lapping you, how did you let him go, or you told to let him go? That's Castellacci.
Yeah, of course, there was a lot of pressure from them because they were a bit faster than me, and I just let him by because they were a bit faster, and I was a bit worried that they missed their apex, and yeah, they just smashed the back of the car. So I was very careful to bring the car home, and I'm very proud of my two teammates. They did a perfect job, and as well from ART by McLaren, and yeah, Frederic Vasseur gave me the opportunity to come back in Europe, so it's very pleased to be back in Europe and win straight away a victory.
Well done. Alvaro, it looks like McLaren have not only got pace, but got the reliability we've always waited for.
Yeah, for sure, you know, we've improved a lot, and it's only our third year racing, and you know, it's been going well, huge progress, and it's the car to be in, so I'm really proud to be driving the McLaren for McLaren GT, and you know, keep winning races. That's the objective.
See you, Silverstone.
Well, what a way for ART Grand Prix and for McLaren to start the season. A 1-3, we've heard from the winners. And there, Andy Soucek talking about the hard work that he had to eke out of the car and the hard work he had to do in order to hang on to a podium place at the end. And we'll get a chance, no doubt, to hear from Andy along with the Kevins, Est and Koyos in a few moments. So let's hear, first of all, from the second place drivers, Greg Gilbert, Stefan Ortelli and Edward Sandstrom, because the Audi team had a great run and the three of them are down in Parc Fermé with Watty.
Edward Sandstrom, Stefan Ortelli, Greg, great drive.
Yeah, it was a happy day in the car, I can tell you. It was a good fight and the car worked really well, and yeah, I'm happy I was called Thursday to do this, and to end up on the podium as a second place is really, really good. Yeah, it's perfect.
Must have been very tough, there's pressure for you all the way through.
Yeah, I want to say thank you everybody, my teammate, my team. It was fantastic day, like Sandstrom say. He did a really good start, good job. Steph, and that's it. It was really a fabulous day.
Stefan, you're always familiar with WRT, but you're in a different sponsor this year, but it's the same car, same team, isn't it?
I think it's a special day for Saint-Eloque. It's such a tough competition here in this championship, and I think they deserve to be here, shown the potential. Same for Greg, he did a fantastic job in the last stint. And for me, it's a special day because since my accident here in Monza, it's the first time I will go back on the podium, and I think now the story is over.
You've got lots of stories about Monza, but not go into all of them. Anyway, well done, guys. Congratulations.
Yes, it was in prototype racing. Stefan Ortelli had his huge accident at the first chicane when the car flipped, and he hadn't registered that was his first podium since, but well played, Stefan. So that exercises any demons there, and it proves that he is back and as competitive as ever at every circuit, if there was any ever doubt about that. So the drivers, as I say, will head to the podiums, but before we get them up there, we better hear from the third placed crew, hadn't we? Because Kevin Kuyas, Kevin Est and Andy Soucek also had a great race each. Let's go back to John Watson.
Andy, I was being asked on there, are you going to get past that Audi? And I said, no problem at all. Great drive last year. Didn't happen.
Well, I think we were quite close to the Audi in front. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of time on the pit stop, like 10 seconds, because there was a car in front, so we had to push the car back. And that was the result of our third place. Otherwise, I think we would have made the second one.
McLaren's look really, really strong. You know, they've been working, knocking on the door, but today I think was confirmation.
Yeah, McLaren has done a very good job during the winter, and now I think we'll be fighting for the wins in every race, I hope.
Okay, the next round we're coming to is going to be in Silverstone. Last year, McLaren struggled big time. What are you going to expect?
I think we worked quite good in the winter. We'll still continue to work, and we'll be there for sure.
And Frederic Vasseur, 100% behind two cars, going to be very strong this year.
Sorry, can you repeat? I didn't hear.
I'm just saying that with Frederic Vasseur behind you, it's going to be very, very strong.
Yeah. It wasn't easy race, but I think in the end we managed to do maximum out of it after the qualifying.
Well done. Mike, I can't hear a bloody thing. The track.
So we've got the third place drivers very, very happy with the weekend's work, and they will now make their way up to the podium. And let's confirm how things were at the end of 96 laps of racing at Monza, with ART Grand Prix taking a win for Grégoire de Moustier, Alex Premat and Alvaro Parent. Audi second, Saint-Eloque the team, Edward Sandstrom, Stefan Ortelli and Greg Gilbert, Kevin Kuyas, Kevin Est and Andy Soucek third. César Ramos, Marc Basseng and Laurence Vantour fourth, ahead of Harold Primat, Nico Verdonk and Max Buch. The Stefanos, Comandini and Colombo with Eugenia Amos sixth to win Pro-Am, ahead of D'Ambrosio, Leclerc and Duncan Tappy in the better of the Bentleys from Andy Merrick, Guy Smith and Stephen Kane. Rizzoli, Guy and Castellacci second in Pro-Am and ninth, with Danilou, Knapp and Sonvico 10th and 3rd in the Pro-Am class. At one stage, we thought number 80 Nissan was going to get 3rd in Pro-Am, but in the end it was 13th overall for that car, and in fact 5th in the class. The Ecurie-Cos BMW getting by for 4th before the end as well. And looking down through the order, you can see that 17th is where you find the winner of the Gentleman Trophy, which is Pierre Eret, Alexander Matzel and Frank Schmickler. Second in the Gentleman Trophy, 23rd, the Sport Garage Ferrari of Caban, Delhay and Brandella, ahead of Barreros, Mann and Guedes. But as you scroll down the order, so you come across the walking wounded, don't you? Because at the end, only 27 cars took the checkered flag. We know about the Ream Parker racing car of Ian Logie, Chris Jones, Julian Westwood off with 10 minutes to go. The infamous number 333 Ferrari with its innumerable offs. The Oman racing team Aston Martin, shown as 30th, that was a retirement into the pit lane. McLaren 15 really struggled all afternoon. 35 got to the end, but lost an hour early on in the race. And number 3 Audi never really recovered after its contact, but James Nash suffered early on. 111, that of course was an early black flag to remove Kessel Racing from the race itself. So Silverstone, the next stop for the Blancpain Endurance Series, and the way that the McLarens have gone here, it's certainly going to be the brand to beat. But what chance on home soil? A podium, a win maybe for Bentley. Well, the drivers making their way out onto the podium, and the podiums are being done in reverse. So you've got the Gentleman Trophy podium first of all, for which the drivers head out with the requisite badges in place. The third placed team being from the AF Corsa team, Felipe Barreros, Peter Mann and Francisco Guedes. For second place, there's George Caban, who is with Bernard Delhay and Romain Brandella. But the top step of the podium goes to a Ferrari 458, numbered 458, and driven by Pierre Harret, Alexander Matschel and Frank Schmickler. Pierre Harret is the man doing the filming there, as he walks out last with his camera phone to celebrate the moment. Pierre Harret, who drove for the CRS team a few years ago in the FIA GT3 Championship, and it's a win for Pierre Harret, Alexander Matschel and Frank Schmickler. A win in the Gentleman Trophy at Monza in the opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series for Pierre Harret, Alexander Matschel and Frank Schmickler. Alexander Matschel, somebody who's come from the VLN and only moved into the Blancpain Endurance Series for the Nürburgring race at the end of last year. And in his second outing in the championship, he's a class winner. There the trophies given. First of all, to Peter Mann, to Felipe Barreros and Francisco Guedes, the two Portuguese and the Brit with the American licence. For second place, Romain Brandella, Bernard Delhay and Georges Caban, back on the Gentleman Trophy podium. You remember in the first year of Blancpain, he was a regular winner with his Lamborghini. But for the top step, the trophies will go the way of Pierre Harret, with his Pirelli hat on, for Alexander Matschel and Frank Schmickler. Hugely experienced German driver, one of the Audi DTM races many years ago, and BMW driver in the DTM in the 90s. Frank Schmickler now enjoying himself as built up a business, a hobby racer rather than doing it as a career. And the GT Course Bahrain team takes the team's trophy, and therefore the team's representative on the podium as well. So there's trophies for them. Smiles all round, and here at Monza, victory for Ferrari. Once again, the second year in a row, the Gentleman Trophy is won by Ferrari. Pierre Harret, Alexander Matschel and Frank Schmickler win the Gentleman Trophy. So the drivers now try to leave the podium. I think they might be being called back for photographs, and so let's have a look at how, with one race done, the championship looks. Harret, Matschel and Schmickler, of course, lead the way, with Romain Brandella, Georges Caban and Bernard Delhay next. Then it's Barreros, Guedes and Mann. Jean-Marc, Bachelier, Howard Blanc and Yannick Manigault finished fourth in the class in the race, and so they are next in the point standings. But for the reigning champion, Jean-Luc Blanchemin, it's not been a great day. Christian Kelders and Yves Werts joining him in the Audi, which was the last car to take the checkered flag in class. Jones, Logie and Westwood off. Gosselin, Lanier and Sword in the pit box. Earl, Kramer and Daniele Perfetti black flag early on after Steve Earle ignored quite a number of attempts to get him through to serve a drive-through penalty. As far as the team's trophy is concerned, GT Course by Rinaldi from Sport Garage from AF Corsa, and then the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT as the finishers. Team Parker Racing taking points for being classified on distance. Santalok and Kessel frustratingly not making it to the finish. So that is the Gentleman Trophy sorted, and the next category will be Pro-Am, for which the drivers are being rounded up, and they will be brought to the podium shortly, where we've had another great race and victory for BMW, but with Italian influence, of course, with Stefano Comodini and Stefano Colombo as two of the drivers, and some of the great shots of Monza, long traditional shot of the pit straight, and the look back from the Parabolica. And now the drivers for the Gentleman Trophy make their way to the podium. For third place, AF Corsa, the team, Andrew Danilou, Simon Knapp and Andrea Sonvico, the three drivers. As they make their way to the third step. For second, it is the drivers for Scuderia Velova Corsa, Andrea Rizzoli, Stefano Gai and Francesco Castellacci make their way for the second step. Stefano Gai was a winner here a week ago in the Ferrari Challenge. He's on the podium in the Blancpain Endurance Series. And Stefano Comodini brings out his camera phone to join Stefano Colombo and Eugenio Amos as the winners of the Pro-Am class. Very happy Stefano Comodini in the middle, with Eugenio Amos on his left, Stefano Colombo on the other side, and out come the trophies to be presented to the drivers. And Andrew Danilou, his first podium in Blancpain, good to have that because he's been a mainstay of the series. He's missed occasional races, but great to have him, and great to have him going so well in a competitive car this year. Simon Knapp and Andrea Sonvico with him. For second place, the drivers for Scuderia Velova Corsa celebrate Andrea Rizzoli, Stefano Gai and Francesco Castellacci, former FIA GT3 champion, but also raced in the British Formula 3 Championship for Alan Docking's team a few years ago. And on the top step, very happy Stefanos, Colombo and Comodini, and Eugenio Amos, the third driver, Eugenio, who's been in Lamborghini and then Ferrari, but now winning in BMWs in Pro-Am. And it's good to have him back. Go back 2 years, he was regularly to be found in the car with Giacomo Petrobelli and competitive, but now driving for different teams. Talked early on about how good it was to have Giacomo back in the series. Likewise, it's good to have the Italian driver Eugenio Amos back in the championship as well.
Party on the podium, big battle.
So the Pro-Ams are a bit more vigorous with the champagne than were the gentlemen, and as the champagne sprays, the Pro-Am trophy podium complete. Honours in Pro-Am in the opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series goes to the SRO Motorsports BMW of Stefano Comodini, Eugenio Amos and Stefano Colombo.
And another clap for this winner.
Champagne sprayed, trophies collected, photographs taken. The drivers in a moment will make their way off the podium. Let's just confirm the way the championship looks. It is, of course, the race result. So that's Amos, Colombo and Comodini ahead of Castellacci, Gai and Rizzoli, with Danilou, Knapp and Sonvico in third. Oliver Bryant, Alistair McCaig and Andrew Smith for a Curious in the BMW, fourth in class. After a year away, back, and the Barwell Motorsport Run car back with a bang. Great result for the Anglo-Scottish drivers. And then fifth in the standings after the results of this opening round will be the Nissan drivers Alex Buncombe, Nick McMillan and Florian Strauss, who were looking good for a podium until the last few minutes. Nico Maroc and Eric Trillier are sixth ahead of Michel Albert, Stéphane Clemeret and Gilles Vanelay. Eric Dermont and Franck Pereira, the Porsche drivers, next ahead of Nicolas Armindo and Eric Clement and Benjamin Lariche, the BMW Z4 trio. Nick Katzberg and Henri Hassid, their co-drivers, taking the final point in Pro-Am. And as far as the teams are concerned, Royal Motorsport it is that takes the maximum, ahead of Scuderia Villorba Corsa, AF Corsa third, Ecuria Corse fourth, the Nissan GT Academy team RJM, Bob Neville's team fourth in the point standings. And so now the drivers for the Pro Cup podium arrive. For third place, they're already there, Kevin Kuyas, Kevin Estre and Andy Soucek. For second place, they're there, Stefan Ortelli, Edward Sandstrom and Greg Gilbert. But the winners of the opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series are Grégoire de Moustier, Alex Premat and Alvaro Parent.
Fantastic national anthem.
McLaren wins the opening round of the 2014 Blancpain Endurance Series at Monza. And on a day where the leading McLaren has dominated the race, let's see what the rest of the season holds, but you can guarantee that the opposition will be working hard for Silverstone. The trophies are presented to Kevin Kuyas in the black overalls for third place, Kevin Estre, and to Andy Soucek there. In the middle is Edward Sandstrom, Stefan Ortelli and Greg Gilbert. Almost dwarfed at the other end is there for third place, and the team representative from ART is on the podium too, but there are the winners, Alex Premat in the middle, Alvaro Parent, and nearest to us with the beard, there you can see Grégoire de Moustier, his first win outright in Blancpain, but a class winner at Navarra 2 years ago. ART Grand Prix, which had a superb track record in single-seater racing in Formula 3000, in GP2, in Formula 3, and now turning its attention to sports car racing, GT racing in particular, and ART Grand Prix takes the honours, therefore the team gets the Blancpain clock, and after a victory, it's time for the winning drivers now to spray the champagne here at Monza and celebrate victory in round one of the 5 in the Blancpain Endurance Series. The champagne is sprayed. Happy and now sticky drivers on the podium at the end of a gruelling afternoon's work. So victory in the opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series at Monza to Grégoire de Moustier, Alvaro Parent and Alex Premat. De Moustier, Parent, Premat take over the lead of the championship, of course, ahead of the Audi drivers Sandstrom, Ortelli and Gilbert, and then third in the championship, Kuyas, Estre and Andy Soucek. The teams headed by ART Grand Prix from Santalok, Belgian Audi Club third. Let's look back at some of the highlights of the opening round of the championship. The crowded grid had to funnel its way through the first corner. Battles raged on right the way through the opening stint. For some, it was just too unbearable, as the battles were certainly fierce. And when Giacomo Petrobelli got into the back of Andy Merrick on more than one occasion, Bentleys went leaping off the track. Ferraris suffered damage. Marco Seifried's green Ferrari did a good job to work its way through traffic. Alvaro Parent built up the lead early on. An early casualty was the number 18 Black Falcon Mercedes that put itself off the road when being driven by Michael Loboda. Battles were going on track, and Marco Seifried was just a star in the first hour as he worked his way up through the field. There was drama though for Phil Quaife, who found himself squeezed off the road, and worse was to come a bit later when his car suffered damage. Eventually, Petrobelli got himself up past the Bentley of Andy Merrick, ran wide at the first chicane, Andy Merrick fought back. Then it was time for Edward Sandstrom to make a move. He pounced and found a way past. Kevin Estre, and the McLaren was right there as well, and he and Merrick leant on each other going down to the first chicane, and once through, the McLaren was able to pull away. Not so lucky was James Nash, who got harpooned by Phil Quaife going into the first chicane. Neither car was able to get to the finish. Hubert Haupt muscled out of the way the Audi in the hands of Ian Loggy. And then Kevin Est and Giacomo Petromelli came to grief at the chicane. Damage to both. Both cars continued, albeit out of the race after its pit stop would be the Ferrari. Nick Katzberg hit Lucas Wolf, had a puncture, went through the gravel, brought the gravel onto the road with him, nearly wiped out the Mercedes again. And meantime, Vadim Kogai, having taken over from Marco Seefried, went off again, and again, and again. The 333 Ferrari was a focal point of the middle hour of the race, being involved in a fair few dramas. This wasn't the last of them. It dug itself out of the gravel, even though it was nearly wiped out by the Gentleman Trophy WRT Audi. Good battle in Pro-Am, which put Simon Knapp ahead in the Ferrari, although ultimately they were heading for second in the class. Stefano Ortelli made a mistake at the chicane, hopped off and hopped back onto the road as the Gregoire de Moustier McLaren continued to build its lead, ready to be given over to Alex Premat. When Andy Soucek took over 99 McLaren, he was on target for third. Max Buch made a tiny error in the Mercedes. He was on target for fifth place come the very end. Francesco Castellacci, though, started to really charge in Pro-Am in the final hour. He unlapped himself from the leader and then hunted down Sonvico's Ferrari for second place as with 10 minutes to go, Chris Jones lost his Audi, coming out of the Parabolica and backed it into the wall. Laurens Vanthoor got himself onto the back of the third place McLaren, but try as he might, he couldn't find a way through. And that meant that ultimately the checkered flag would be waved at the winning McLaren of Alvaro Parent, Gregoire de Moustier and Alex Premat, victorious in the opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series at Monza. A great way to start the season. The next stop is Silverstone at the end of May. From Jack Nicholls, John Watson and David Addison, it's goodbye from Monza.